11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Take him out. Lord is in the base.
Look at
and later.
Pero Ryota, here they go! Ayan eh! Oh! Dalawang huli mula doon sa hook ni Ryota! Ayan na! Petri Boss! Oh! Oh! Yung kabila, si Go yung paranig sa baba patumba, pero may final slash na isa. Counter go, pero ayun na naman yung Chakadal! Tumutusok! May tusok pa rin sa likod naman si Sanji! Naghanap siya ng pwedeng ulihin, pero sobrang sakit na nga ng members dito ng Red Eagles.
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. Welcome to the home of champions! 8 weeks of striving to define the Philippine meta and celebrate our unsung heroes have brought us to this momentous occasion. The best teams in the nation will duke it out in a 4-day culmination to be enthroned as the champion. Ang tanong, sino-sino sa kanila ang mag-aangat ng kampyonato? SMX Convention Center! Salubungin natin ang mga kupunang patuloy kumakasa sa hamong. Itaas ang lakas!
Their 9-match winning streak got the Hive buzzing with excitement As they embark on another playoffs journey, the Bees look to bring back Lang in Bren Lang Malakas. Welcome, the number 1 team going to the playoffs, Bren Esports! Off of their successful campaign, they returned to the home of champions as the world champions. After amassing a 6-match winning streak, they're now out to prove that the age of Orcus is undisputed. They are the reigning champions of the world, Echo! Last year, in this very building, they were crowned as the champions of the Philippines. A month later, the Kingslayers conquered the region to become the new Kings of Sea. Back to where it all began are the Raiders, slated to repeat history. They are the reigning MSC champions, RSG Slate Philippines! Three things constant in this world are change, time, and the Sonics in the playoffs. The faces may have changed from a time now past, but they are still determined to prove that their magic is timeless in their 8th straight MPL-PH playoffs appearance. Give it up for Onyx Philippines! Just when you thought that they wouldn't make it, the lason took effect in time to punch their playoffs ticket. Can their new look replicate the same old charisma? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! Legends speak of a team of unrivaled dominance. Back-to-back MPL-PH champions, M3 world champions, SEA Games gold medalists, and the first ever 3-time MPL-PH champions. Until they are dethroned, they are still the reigning defending champions of MPL Philippines, Blacklist International! The first match of the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs is an elimination match between Blacklist International and Smart Omega. Only one team will move forward. Which one?
You can feel it in the air. It is electric. Welcome to the pre-show of Blacklist International and Smart Omega. I'm your host, Mara Aquino, and joining me here today, our panelists, OSX and midnight first day of the playoffs. How are you guys feeling?
Ang daming tao kanina pang umaga, 7 a.m. or earlier, umiinit ang SMX. 1 year ago today, mas konti ang seats, but now, mukhang madami-dami ang ating labanan ngayong hapon. Sa sigawan pa lang.
Yeah, sa sobrang init, unang araw pa lang, puno kagad yung venue natin. And ramdam mo yung excitement ng mga tao. And I can't help but wait yung, mapanood na actually yung mga matches natin ngayong araw.
Sobrang init nga ng unang laban natin ngayong playoffs dahil painit na painit at meron pa tayong mga controversial community figure and former Smart Omega member na si Zapnu. Alam mo, kahit wala siya sa MPL, talagang nag-trending pa rin yung mga comments niya. I don't know if you guys know, the fearless forecast that he made with Blacklist International, ang sabi niya, ang Blacklist daw ang unang malalaglag sa playoffs. Okay, naririnig niyo ang boo ng mga agents. Alright, first, hindi ko sila matanong, so kayo muna ang tatanungin ko. Midnight, ano yung reaction mo nung nabasa mo yon?
Medyo may confidence kasi si Zapno, knowing na sila din kasi yung gumawa ng run na wala nag-expect na makakarating sila ng Grand Finals and 2 beses na sila nag-MC. And remember, MSC yung pupuntahan nila dito. So I feel like nararamdaman ng Omega yung confidence nila ngayon. And exciting kasi nandun na ulit yung banters na nanggagaling sa barangay.
Ito yung sinabi niyo, Blacklist unang malalaglag sa playoffs, kakain ako ng bubog! Kung hindi, April 16 at 6:26 p.m. kakain daw siya ng bubog.
What a bold and strong statement from Billy Alfonso itself. Kung naririnig nyo, nararamdaman yung energy ng crowd right now. It's going back to Midnight's point, it's all about confidence. And yung post pa nila kanina was all about the Chak Mamba. Ito. So one thing that they're trying to do here is go back and defend or clinch back their MSC title.
Mamaya, malalaman natin kung kakain nga ba ng bubog itong si Billy Alfonso aka Zapnu. Pero stats don't lie. Sabi nga ni Coach Master the Basics, kaya daw nila pinili ng Blacklist ang Omega para sa laglagan for today ay dahil winalist daw nila ito twice noong regular season. So, all hype lang ba to sa Omega or meron ba talaga dapat naasahan sa kanila, OSX?
If we're talking about numbers and going back to the regular season, it's one of the things it's a bragging rights of Blacklist International. It's all about the 2-0 pag kalaban nila ang Omega. Also, they struggled with Onyx. It's always 2-1. So ito yung tinatawag na parang, kumbaga dumot. In Ilonggo, ito yung yung inipong yung hugot na kailangan nila bawiin for the playoffs. Because in Omega, in the playoffs form, it's a different thing. Kumbaga yung init nila, kung kailan patapos yung regular season, dun sila tumataas.
Gets ko yung determination ng Blacklist and yung proven results nila with Omega. Kaso may proven results din si Omega. Tulad nga na nabanggit ko na kanina, 2 beses na sila nakakarating ng MSC. And teritoryo nila to. Play-ins to versus Blacklist International. And first time ni Blacklist may experience to.
Personally, ako naman, surprised ako because usually yung mga teams, they don't wanna pick Omega because pagdating ng playoffs, they are so unpredictable. Nakita naman natin from the previous season. And in fact,
every time Blacklist and Omega face each other, parang pang grand finals yung labanan. Don't you guys agree?
Agree. It's all about the El Clasico matchup na talagang kumbaga pinabantiyan ng lahat. Because if I can remember midnight back in Season 8 to Season 9, it's one of the matches na inaabangan. It's always about the Black versus Omega matchup.
Actually, even before pa, Season 7, di ba? Remember, nung naging, actually yun nga yung starting point ng pagiging El Clasico na itong laban ng Blacklist at Omega. Kasi yung storyline, parang hindi mo talaga expect eh. Sino yung mananalo? Blacklist ba? Or manglalason ba yung Omega? Kaya siya very interesting kasi yung story parang never na natapos. Kumbaga yung anime, never na nagkaroon ng ending.
Pero alam nyo, for this season, ramdam na ramdam talaga yung absence nila Chaknu at ni Eto Max ngayong season para sa Omega. So, kung may lason pa talaga ang Omega, sa tingin niyo ba nandun yun kay Miko or Stone?
For
Or
Miko,
Seth?
para sa akin in the regular season, para sa akin wala pa. So, hindi naging madali din yung journey ni Miko throughout the regular season. Eh. He also received the hate and struggle from the online ecosystem. And one thing na nakuha na dito is he had his teammates backing him up. Na kumbaga, this is all about, not all about the hate coming from you. It's all about leveling up yourself. At syempre, kailangan mo talunin yung sarili mo back when before. But who knows? Ngayon nakatapat kasi Oh My Venus, which an idol he looks up to, baka mapalabas na yung inner Chuck Mamba niya this time around.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like masyadong malaking pressure yung nakapatong sa Omega na i-reclaim yung lason. Although I would still consider na may kamandag pa rin yung Omega kasi nandito pa rin si Kelray. And I feel like si Stone dito tsaka si Miko yung pinakamalaking enabler nung kanilang gold laner kasi ito talaga yung strategy ng Omega ever since. Once na nagkaroon ng momentum yung gold laner nila, doon tayo maabot sa Omega timers. And doon natin nakikita yung kamandag ng Omega, yung lakas nila sa team fight, yung capability nila to turn team fights around and get those victories.
Nakita nga natin kanina dun sa player walk-in nila, they did the Chuck Mamba. They did the Chuck Mamba pose.
Yung tribute eh, no?
Yes, I love it. At nandiyan pa rin naman si Eto Max to guide them. Pero eto, how do you think Miko and Storm would fare against their lane counterparts? Like, Oh My Venus and Yue.
Honestly, it's quite hard for Omega. Pero nakita na natin for the previous matches ng Blacklist International, once na maipit mo to certain heroes, yung dynamic duo ni Yue tsaka ni Oh My Venus, kinakaya eh. And I feel like malaking advantage tong match na to for Miko kasi remember, may bagong balita kagabi, di ba? Walang digi. So, may enable lalo yung roamer ng Smart Omega dahil may +1 sila sa Blacklist International.
And also, to add, Yue, again, going back to back in the regular season, heading into week 8, he was top 2 in the KDA of mid laner and also, kumbaga, top 2 KDA in the lead. So I can say na he's also fulfilling the shoes of what Haji left for Black International. So let's see how this goes.
At ayan nga, alam mo, pinag-usapan natin si Oh My Venus. Now, here, let's talk about first, before we move on to that, yung kanilang player role ranking.
Interesting to kasi si Yue, for the longest time, nakita natin yung kanyang stability. Ang nagiging concern lang with Blacklist International is yung kanyang limitations pagdating sa hero pool. Pero when it comes to performing, yung dalawang set na madalas nilalaro nitong dalawang na to, lamang na lamang talaga si Yue sa damage output. Kasi the thing about Yue is hindi siya nagtitipid ng skills. Ang ginagawa ni Yue dito is very similar to what Haji was doing when he was still with Blacklist International. Pinapababa niya kagad lagi yung HP ng mga kalaban niya. Kaya naman napakataas ng kanyang kill participation and of course pati yung damage output. Pero yung skirmishing power kasi nasa side ng Smart Omega. Kaya medyo mas consistent yung hero damage per minute ni Storm. Kasi alam naman natin mas malikot sa mapa sila Miko, sila Storm, and nandun pa yung rotation sila towards the middle lane. Kaya number 1 actually, si Storm dun sa specific stats na yun. Pero ito yung ito yung pinaka-importante. Crucial tong matchup ito between Oh My Venus and Miko. Again, very different pagdating sa playstyle. Kitang-kita sa signature hero, pero nandun pa rin yung, yung overarching stat line ni The Queen. Yung kanyang kill participation, 83.39% on the roam for Blacklist International. And ito yung pillar ng Ube strategy. Number 1 siya sa kill participation pagdating sa kanyang role. And ito yung kailangan i-catch up naman ni Miko. Pero very similar to what Yue was for Blacklist, ganoon din si Oh My Venus para sa kanyang team. And also Miko for Smart Omega. Nandun pa rin yung init nila sa mga rotations pagdating sa mga damage, mga team fights. Kasi ang hilig nga nila sa mga skirmishes.
Yan, pinag-usapan natin si Oh My Venus. Pero alam niyo ba, yung mga losses nila sa Brand and NXP, got the community thinking if na-decode na nga ba ang Ube. Now, from your perspective, we'll start off with you, OSX. what else can Oh My Venus do in this matchup?
Para sa akin, hindi pa nadidecode yung ube. It's more of like with a change of what is the comfort pick of the players of Blacklist International. We know them on their comfort, which is the ube strategy. But for now, na medyo nga may iwasan na hindi makuha yung Diggy, who knows, baka Oh My Venus might open something new. The Faramis, the Lolita, for perhaps. So madaming pwedeng ma-open sa libro ngayon.
Yeah, I feel like with Oh My Venus, wala na siyang kailangang ibang gawin. Kasi, honestly speaking, sa category nung kanyang ginagawa, sa room, she's number 1. Walang undisputed yun. Problem is, marami ng teams na nakakabasa kung paano mag-play around sa drafting and play style ng Blacklist International. And I feel like it has to boil down to, at its core, yung drafting stage ng Blacklist. How will they protect Oh My Venus without having to sacrifice other picks?
Oh, that is the question. Now, meron tayong post by Blacklist International. They called Owl, the SEA Games gold medalist, the gold standard. Now, I know you're aware na we're dubbing Calra as the gold standard because of its excellence in this role. Now, what do you think about Owl contesting this title from Calra? I mean, from previous season, may mga violent reaction pag kino-contest yung title ni Calra. But what do you think about the gold standard?
Ako, sa akin, okay lang eh. Kasi, actually, nagkaroon ng heated debate sa community. And I feel like na-misquote lang kasi may debut naman dun sa poster. The thing is, nung last time, kung maalala nyo, nung Kelra at Oheb matchup pa, nag-aagawan din sila doon sa Beatrix na title. And I feel like okay lang at this point kasi deserve din naman ni Owl malaki rito sa spot na contender siya against Kelra. Especially na meron nga siyang gold medal. So mahirap kasi kalaban yun eh. Kumbaga, standard ka, ito achievement to eh. Diba?
The stats don't lie. How about you? What are your thoughts on that?
Sa lahat ng banters, even opening the question for this panel, feeling ko pa oras na para patunayan kung sino yung totoong gold standard eh, di ba? Feeling ko kailangan na patunayan eh.
Today is the day na mapapatunayan natin kung sino nga ba ang gold standard now. Every time Blacklist International and Omega face each other, talagang all out. If I can get a prediction, you guys don't have to say who you think will win. How do you think this game will go? Start off with you.
May team ba?
Pwede bang,
Hirap
gusto mo mag, neck-pillow? Gusto mo
Pwede
mag-real
ba
talk?
score na lang? Pwede ba
Okay,
score na lang?
Score.
Game 5.
Game 5. Ooh, okay. Game 5.
Same. Game
Game,
five.
game 5. What do you guys think? Game 3.
Game 8 daw.
May game. Wala, hindi po tayo hanggang game 8. Ang dami dito
wala pa tayo
mga
sa finals.
agents. Sinasabi 3, so feeling nyo sweep. Now, who do you think today has the biggest pressure out of everybody?
Blacklist.
Same. Omega. Ba't yung Omega?
Okay. Same. Para Omega.
Para Omega. Ang hirap kasi. They remain so unpredictable na dalawang teams na kailangan umupuan yung buong match. na kailangan din mo kung ano mangyayari.
So, okay. For you, Blacklist, you, Smart Omega.
Yeah.
Mamaya malalaman natin yan. Pero alam mo, we like giving away stuff para sa ating mga viewers. So, sa mga online viewers natin dyan, gusto niyo ba manalo ng diamonds? Just comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL-PH playoff sa hashtag of the day post na matatagpuan natin sa official Facebook and Twitter accounts ng MPL Philippines and get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. Ang hashtag natin for today ay hashtag MPL-PH Laglagan. So, sali na! Now, any final thoughts about today's matchup? The first for today.
Basta mainit. And baka may
Mainit.
kumain ng bubog mamaya.
Oy! Baka may kumain ng bubog.
Safety hazard.
Baka lang.
Safety hazard sa mga bubog.
Safety hazard.
Tsaka pataasan na ng AC, baka mainit. Baka mas umilit yung laban.
Even the aura here. Kaya kailangan natin simulan ng ating laban. But first, we need to do a head-to-head for this matchup. So we'll turn it over to Midnight.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. Again, mag-iinit itong laban na to between Blacklist International and Smart Omega. First time natin sila makikita na first match, laglagan agad. And most of the time, nakikita natin, title kagad ang pinaglalaban nitong dalawang team na to. Pero ngayon, buhay sa MPL ang kanilang pinaglalabanan. Again, this is a high-stakes match. For Smart Omega, kailangan nilang patunayan na matatag pa ang kanilang kamandag. And sa side naman ng Blacklist International, kailangan nilang tatagan naman ang ube strategy. Introducing to you Blacklist International, Owl, Wise, Edward, Yue, and Oh My Venus. Again, this is a very different variation of the ube team composition that we're used to seeing, especially with Owl coming into this roster. Pero nakita natin ilang beses na gumagana pa rin yung ube strategy ng Blacklist International, especially with the likes of Edward and Oh My Venus helming yung pillars ng kanilang strategy with Edward, with his wave clearing capability and yung kanyang team fight participation, yung kanyang mga clutch moments, kaya naman siya tinawag na Agent Zero, and of course, the Queen, with her shot calls, yung kanyang mga save, and di natin makakaila kapag nakuha niya yung kanyang Estes ay malaking problema talaga. And being Blacklist International, just overall, yung group up nila ay talagang na-amplify ng isa't isa. Pero for the longest time, ang team na I would say pinaka-successful against this certain strategy is the Venomous Smart Omega. On Kelra, Ryzen, Renzio, Stome, and Miko, these 5 players are really well-equipped in terms of dealing with the ube strategy, lalo pat nandyan ang kanilang kakaibang gold standard na gold laner na si Kelra. And of course, yung veteran experience na dinadala ni Ryzen at pati na rin ni Renzio. And being the showstopper for Smart Omega, important dito na magkaroon sila ng similarity ni Edward pagdating sa X-Plane control. Kasi importante ito sa pagdating sa mid-game control naman. Kasi very important for Smart Omega na makuha yung momentum. Even though may mga Omega timers tayo, kailangan nila mahawakan yung early to mid-game against Blacklist International kasi alam naman natin yung kanilang snowball capability for the side of the agents. And nakikita natin dito sa head-to-head, medyo magkaiba talaga sila ng mga heroes na nilalaro, although may similarity pagdating sa jungler at pati na rin sa support. Pero very interesting dito tignan yung stat line ng Blacklist International. Yung kanilang GPM ay generally mas mataas, even though you think na Smart Omega ang dapat lumalamang kasi hawak nila yung late game. This is because of the macro objectives na pinapakita ng Blacklist International, yung kanilang immaculate resource control, and of course, yung kanilang convergence pagdating sa mga objectives. Kasi kapag nananalo sila ng team fight, automatically nagtatranslate yan into objectives. And kapag nakakakuha kasi ng objectives, nagtatranslate naman to into map control and resource control. Pero palag-palag naman ng Omega pagdating sa ibang stat line din. In terms of kill participation, kaya nila makipagsabayan actually sa Blacklist International. And being the more aggressive team, mas mataas ang kanilang first blood ratio. Pero ito yung binabagay natin kanina, yung objectives, definitely higher sa side ng Blacklist International. Turtle, Lord, and Tower, ito yung main difference. Ito yung breaker sa game na to. And yun yung kailangan tignan naman ng Smart Omega. Yung objective-taking capability ng Blacklist International ay hindi mo talaga maikakaila. So medyo mainit talaga yung laban na to. May dynamic contrast sa playstyle between Blacklist International and Smart Omega. You have Omega timers on one side and you have the ube strategy on the other side. Objective control and late game battle ang magiging laban na to. Marami silang kailangan gawin. Kaya tingnan natin kung ano ba yung mga kailangan nila gawin dito sa ating Infinix Keys to Victory. For Blacklist International, kailangan nilang ma-enable si Yue and si Oh My Venus pagdating sa pag-take ng vision and of course rotation. Again, mid-game control is really, really important. Kailangan mong sabayan yung pwedeng gawing early game rotations ng Smart Omega. So kailangan mo tibayan yung inyong mid-lane control para hindi ma-abolish yung stronghold na pwede mong hawakan dahil kapag ito ay nawala, automatically makukuha yan ng Omega and pagdating ng mid-game, magkakaroon ka ng mga labo-labong rotations and baka umabot tayo sa Omega timers. Now, for Smart Omega, tulad na nabagay ko kanina, Renzio, he should have more map impact than Agent Zero kasi kailangan mong sirain yung isang pillar sa strategy ng Blacklist International. Yung kanilang ube composition, si Edward ay talagang malaking factor dito. Kapag nauna ka niya mag-wave clear, automatically pumapasok siya sa team fights and nagkakaroon ng slight momentum and lead for Blacklist International. Now, for both sides, ito yung interesting na laban kasi kailangan mong gumawa ng space at i-assist ang inyong mga gold laner. Definitely kaabang-abang ang laban ni Owl at ni Kelra dahil ito ay labanan ng gold medal at ng gold standard. Importante kung sino ang magwawagi dito sa gold lane nito kasi ito yung magdidictate ng pacing ng ating mga game. Blacklist International and Smart Omega, definitely a very intense and interesting battle. Again, this is the match for their lives. And of course, may title pang pinaglalabanan dito ang kanilang mga gold laner na si Kelra at pati na rin si Owl. And then ang best kung uulitin to kasi may contrast talaga. Again, momentum-based ang Blacklist International while Smart Omega, any control or lead that they can get is gonna be effective for them kasi hinihintay lang nila yung kanilang Omega timers. Pero lahat ng yan ay haka-haka lang naman dahil ito pa rin ay titignan natin kung may execute ba ng ating mga teams sa ating laban. Kaya wag natin patagalin pa. This is Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. Game number 1, casters. Pasok.
chasing an ever-elusive trophy. Which one? The gold standard. Which one? Moving on to the next round of the playoffs, just one. Welcome in Mabuhay, at your service. My name is Leo. Here on desk, it's us, We Bear Bros. We're with Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. Gentlemen, it's the playoffs.
It's the playoffs. I feel like we've been waiting forever for this, by the way. I feel like, I've been sitting at home watching the other places all go through their playoffs, and I'm like, man, I cannot wait for this, and now we're here. And it's jam-packed, man, day one.
Yeah, I was so surprised doing the team intros earlier because the crowd, the noise, the energy here is electric. It's the magic of the MPL-PH playoffs in SMX.
We would like to thank Smart. I'm reminding all of y'all about Smart's new Power All 99. You have the power to do what you want with 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps. You can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything. You also get only TikTok, only text to all networks, and free Smart Giga Arena tickets. All that power for 7 days just for 99 pesos. Load now. Back into the action already. It's no secret we've been waiting for the playoffs for a long time.
Yep.
I've gone through all of the permutations in my head. I've done my best to try, crystal ball it up and predict. But
Saw them.
We never could really. Again, I have a pretty high percentage rate of predicting, but I'm not as confident, bro. I'm not as confident.
I got to get it off your shoulder, man. that one season you were like 100% on.
Yeah.
Right?
But I feel like this time it might be different.
It might be different. I have a feeling. I have a hunch. I know we've done like our own predictions. I think Renmar, I don't think you have. I know you always have like your own. You hide them, right?
I hide them. I keep it amongst the talents. And then just for proof, I show it to you guys.
Yeah.
So that if ever it does come true and I publish it, people aren't going to say that, hey, man, he was lying.
Hey, to be honest, I don't know what's going to happen. Like even today,
Predictable.
not just with this series, but the series later today.
Especially since what's on the line is basically Blacklist going for the Grand Slam and Omega looking to not only reclaim the C, but finally get that MPL Philippines season trophy.
Oh, man. It's crazy to think that these are what these two teams are fighting for. Of course, everyone here is fighting for the MPL Philippines championship for this season. But then knowing that MSC is looming over Blacklist International to complete the crown. And then for Smart Omega to complete the jewels in their crown, which is the lacking of the MPL-PH trophy. So it's just poetic that these two teams, or these two players, are on our screens right now. Owl and Kelra, the heated debate of who is the gold standard.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
That's heated.
Oh.
And just to show exactly how long Smart Omega has been chasing this trophy and how hard they want to reclaim the crown or reclaim the seas as the kings of sea. Dude, Kelra has now moved on to a new rival. Remember when he was beefing against Oheb? Now it's Owl's turn.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, even though we got a glimpse of the stats there and everything, I feel like that's going to be a debate that might end maybe today, maybe it continues on. Like, I don't know, because still the fact that, Owl stepped in at a time throughout the regular season, whereas Kelra is, yeah, he has that in a way where people are like, this guy's the gold standard because of just how he plays, how good he is, even if he's down in the early part of the game. So I feel like that is something that'll kind of unfold here from game one until hopefully, again, I'm hoping for game 5, guys.
I think everyone in the world watching this series is hoping for a Game 5, is hoping for an instant classic, something that you can get a lot of clips of, a lot of memories, because this is what these two teams deliver, not just together when they're going up against each other, but as individual teams. Leo, you mentioned something earlier, just a few rooms from where we are now here in SMX, Renjo got a savage with a Masha in Season 9.
The showstopper. That's where he cemented that moniker, and he was playing with his now coach, Etomax, as they now prepare for the draft. So again, these are hollowed halls. Just the way that was history, we're also making history with Blacks International, their first time in the play-ins.
That's crazy. Since what? Season...
Ever.
What, ever?
I think
Season ever?
Since season ever. They've always been in the top 2.
Yeah, that's what's weird, because when you saw the bracket, you're like, oh, yeah, that is the situation here, and there's a chance that, yeah, you're going to see Blacklist International possibly get knocked out in the first day. So they've got to bring their A game here as we get into the draft.
And it all starts here. Blacklist International on the play. They made this choice to play on the blue side while Omega gets a 2-pick swing. There goes the Fanny, there goes the Kaja. Omega taking out Oh My Venus and Wise's signature picks, the King and Queen. Get the Brethren and Estes pulled out from under the rug.
Ooh, and Blacklist International take out the R-Lot. I felt like that was a ban that could have gone to the side of Omega. But we have to talk about an elephant in the room, or should I say an owl in the room. And I'm not talking about the player Owl. I'm talking about Diggy. Not available. Really, both of you guys. You guys, with the Diggy, we're not going to be hearing that hoot hoot. Other than from in-game, from Diggy himself, because he's banned. In this draft, right now in the tournament, no teams cannot pick Diggy because of a bug that affects the integrity of the tournament. So just to keep everything safe, they're taking out Diggy, which is bad news for Blacklist, good news for Omega, because now they can afford to ban out the Fredrin and the Estes, and maybe even another My Venus hero, or this, a Yue hero, a favorite in the Eve.
I feel like there's a lot going on in the minds and the playbook of one coach MTB and Dexstar. So they're going to decide to go ahead and open with a Joy.
Yeah.
I believe there's a what? 80-90% chance this is going into the hands of Agent Zero.
Yeah, might as well. We know that, throughout the regular season up to this point, even watching the other, regions duke it out in their playoffs, that Joy has been a great pick. It's flexible. You don't necessarily know where it's going, so it's a solid choice for that priority pick. And yeah, you can assume it's going to go in the hands of Agent Zero, but the response is Juan and the Valentina.
Yeah, and that's why I was scratching my head. Blacklist International really want to give the 1-1 to Kelra.
Left it open!
Meaning that Blacklist International, are they going to insta-pick the Farsa now here? Farsa with the Faramis, but this might be a Faramis mid. All those statistics show that is an Oh My Venus hero in the roam. I'm looking like this might just be a Farsa, but I feel like Omega know that this is going to be coming, and that's one of the reasons why this is how their draft looks for them. It is a Farsa, an Akai. It's available here for picking if they want to get it for Ryzen now. If not an Akai, it might even be a Tank-Salot.
Ryzen has had an interesting Season 11. As a long-time Ryzen fan, I'd say Season 11 is one of the toughest for the young Dean Sumagi. So him getting a good pick here might be very, very instrumental, might be significant. I'm with you. I think put a utility jungler on the young man.
Yeah, might as well.
And there he's hovering it over it already. And this is again
there it is.
The bad news for Blacklist not having the Diggy available in any draft. It's because they can ban the Fredrin and then take the Akai. There are three heroes we think about that really strongly contest each other in the jungle in terms of utility jungling: Fredrin, Akai, and Tank-Salot. But there is a sleeper pick that some teams tend to forget, and a pick that Wise has already picked up: the Jungle Grok.
Cool. I'm wondering, now that you mentioned that, the Jungle Grok here, Renmar, remember last, the previous seasons here, we've seen, this is always the playoffs where we see those kind of surprises, and we actually talked about this even before with, the recall that we had here, Leo. Are there going to be the surprise picks? I would say that, yeah, in the hands of Wise, it's possible, just like we saw last season where that Guinevere popped up,
And he also made Fredrin a thing.
Yes.
Who'd have thought that for the next, 6 to 9 months, it wouldn't be a pocket pick. It would be the pick in the jungle.
Oh, and with that gone now, we already have a very familiar record of the picks for Wise in the jungle. Question is, with the Bears taken away, will Omega take out the Grok just to cover their bases here?
Or the Baksha?
Or the Baksha also is a terrific pick. The tank Guinevere also for Wise is available. Alice as well. If they just want someone who will be able to sustain a lot of damage and maybe potentially survive long enough to secure objectives. Bans here, I wonder if Blacklist will take out the Franco, maybe the Cho. Just when I said it, they take out the Franco.
Okay. Solid choice. We have seen the impact, I would say, of, Franco. And not to mention, that makes me immediately think of, what people are comparing Franco to is the Mincetar pick.
Yes.
And we saw that even in the end of the regular season where, there it is, right? It is going to be banned out. So, because again, a lot of people are thinking, is Mincetar like a better Franco? Is it the fact that he can actually pull multiple people with the Spear of Glory and
deny dashes
and deny dashes like that?
The one thing that the Mincetar has that Franco don't,
what do you got?
Is the potential to play in the jungle.
Boom.
I think that's what Coach Etomax and Coach Why Not are playing on.
Oh yeah, could have been a potential there. And Blacklist International, they take out the Kufra. Could have been a strong pick for Omega, but this still opens up the field for a potential Cho pickup. For Miko, it is a comfort for him. And yeah, if we're talking about a Miko comfort, it seems like that is the pick he might be going for. They could pick the roam and then just potentially wait. No. What if they actually flex this Akai into the roam and then pick up a Hayabusa jungle?
I was going to say, I was gonna say, it's still possible. There's an XP laner here, so it's still a toss-up between the roamer and the jungler.
This Hayabusa jungle shift for Omega looks really good here. And it would be very surprising because you're going into this thinking that this is an Akai going to the jungle. Oh, Blacklist International, their jungle pick. Maybe this is a jungle joy. We don't know. Most of the time it goes into the hands of Edward. And what will their gold laner be? There's a Lancelot. It's a Tanksalot. 4 Wise.
Wow.
A Claude. 4 Owl.
You can hear the crowd.
Oh, the King's got new garb. The King is rocking. An assassin in the jungle, albeit built like a tank.
Yep. We're going to be seeing Wise with the Lancelot. I don't even recall if I've seen that during my time casting for MPL Philippines. But this is the time, Omega. Pick the Hayabusa now. Get that duel out. Maybe even a Link, but a Hayabusa would be beautiful against a Farsa.
Anime fight.
Anime fight.
Anime.
Give us the
That's what they're
anime
cheering
fight.
for.
Give us the anime fight we want to. Those are the options. If it's not that, it's going to be a jungle Akai and then a tank Cho. But come on. Just give us the...
It's game one. Come
on.
on.
Game one.
Come
it's
on.
the playoffs.
This feels like a fever dream. Like
Right?
seeing Lancelot on Wise.
Yeah.
But it's a treat.
Oh, we're going to find out here. All
All
right. It's
Oh!
an Angela.
What?
JB pick. We saw this
What?
in,
Let's go.
was it MPL-MY that pulled Angela out? I can't 100% remember, but I know Angela was played in a previous region.
You know where else an Angela was played?
Where?
By Omega to much success? Down the hall.
Down the hall.
About a year ago. In the hands of Chaknu, the Angela was doing business.
Yeah.
They're running it back. They're running it back. The greatest hits with some new songs here. My goodness.
We are divided on the table, by the way.
Yeah,
2-1, fam.
That's not divided. You are outnumbered.
Sorry, I feel like I'm divided here.
Check yourself, Rezabek. Check yourself. That's our smart power predictions, folks. Y'all can do the same at home. Tell us exactly who you think is going to win, because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPLS11. Get to it, fam, because there's some goodies at stake. One lucky commenter who guesses right will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. Gentlemen, one more look at the lineups before we go into the Land of Dawn. This is electric. I'm loving the draft.
It's incredibly exciting here. Imagine if in the first time in a long time, as we enter the first game of our MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs, Wise will pop off here. What if we see that it adds to his growing legacy?
Wow, Miko's in trouble! Edward already securing the first blood here. Not sure if he was expecting that at all.
In too deep. I'm guessing if Miko was rocking to pull yourself together, maybe, but the average. I wonder, though, did he make enough gold? Did he make the right amount of gold to make that worth it?
Not worth it at all. He burned a flicker out of that, and now Miko will have to play back a little bit, be a little bit more cautious, and be not so aggressive in terms of getting the vision. This is one of the tendencies of Miko. He tends to overcommit and stretch himself and his limits just to get vision.
Okay, oh my Venus already pressing the situation once again. Miko gonna be in trouble! The second time he falls here. The Queen's gonna be split off though. Ryzen and Kelra should be able to get a kill off of this. A couple hits away, still gonna be going. Kelra grabs the kill, so it's a trade.
Trade there, roamer for roamer. And I think Oh My Venus committed that pull onto Kelra, thinking that Owl and or Wise, or maybe even together, might be able to take him down, but Kelra gets away. A favorable trade, slightly leaning towards Omega, because now there's a kill on the board here for the gold laner.
Yep, it's a small requiem for the early blunder that Omega conceded. Now, we're thinking, what exactly is going to be the image for this first turtle? Another pull by V!
Oh, they're still gonna be going, okay. Not able to get that stun they were looking for, so still, Turtle is up here. Still, I would say, could be anyone's Turtle for this one. That's why they're gonna go ahead, take dominance of the area. Edward gonna jump in, gonna force them back with the ultimate there, secured by Ryzen. And it looks like Blacklist International just wants to call the retreat. They gave up the objective, couldn't get it.
All right, that was on point for Ryzen. He won that first retro duel of the game there, and that'll give Omega a bit of legs to invade the jungle here.
Okay, Feathered Airstrike gonna find the target. Stone's the one to fall. Ryzen gets out barely. Still, you know, you got a question here. what is this game plan for Omega? How do they transition? Even though they got that objective, how do they transition from that?
I'm guessing the transition is not going to come in very quickly. When you're playing an Angela roam, the clutch usually comes in when you have these long-term plans. When you're playing in the mid-game and then you catch a hearth guard that the opponent wasn't expecting. I think that's what Omega's Miko was thinking about in that last engagement, but this is not the time, not here, not 3 minutes in.
And not just yet, and especially with Farsa, Yue flying around. Great positioning as always and great sense to land the feathered airstrikes onto the key members of Omega.
So far, we're seeing just the right amount of pressure. Feathered airstrike from Yue. And yeah, it looks like they're tempering their cooldowns.
Ryzen going to be looking to find that setup he was looking for. Can't get it. So still the back and forth between the two teams, still kind of poking at each other, trying to get the best situation for them. Like you mentioned, you know, Omega especially, that kind of overzealous can bite them in the behind here if they go too forward. That's what Miko has the tendency to do. So I see him kind of stepping back a little bit to allow them to readjust here.
Yeah, and that's for the vision taking that we're talking about. But Edward in the bot lane will be able to get away from Reggio and Stone. I have to say, I like this pace that Omega are playing at, because if you play too cautiously against Blacklist and just allow Blacklist and both teams to just farm up, they will outmaneuver you and outplay you in the objective takes. Omega are being brave about this, a little bit too messy sometimes with the decision making, but this is the right call. If they can clean it up, this is good news for Omega.
I think that's one thing that Omega are lacking that they're used to having, the battlefield mobility. They're playing with an Angela. So when they commit, they have to make sure that it's something that they can re-engage from or at least win immediately. So it's somewhat of an alpha strike. 70% in, and then you have to think about the 30 of the way out. Now, it looks like they're going to let go of this turtle, thinking exactly. Gentlemen, about 5 minutes in, how do you feel about that Lancelot on Wise?
Well, still going good. I mean, it's a 1-0-2 start for him. He hasn't won the Retro duel against Ryzen just yet, but the story might shift here. Skeller and Stone. Oh, this looks like a bad spot for Omega.
Okay. Ryzen did secure the turtle there, so, you know, it looked like they also had something in mind bottom lane for them as well. Focus on Kelra, because that's the plan, right? You don't want Kelra to go ahead and just farm up here. Again, he already had that early kill, so you don't want that to build up. We know what happens to Wanwans when they get that lead and they get to a point where it's just kind of, there's no return.
Yeah, especially if it's a 1-1 that could potentially have a heart guard coming in from an Angela. That's the ticking time bomb of Omega. Hence why Blacklist International, they do still have a great damage option for the late game. Actually, 3 great damage options in the Claude, the Farsa, and the Joy. Looking at the items right now, Glowing Wand was the priority there for Edward on his Joy. Corrosion Scythe already built up by Kelra. DHS up for Owl.
So in the item race, it looks like Blacklist are making the most of this 500 gold lead. Feather Airstrike already spent in, looking for an angle.
Hey, Stone when he jump in, did grab the Feathered Airstrike for himself. Still, just going back to it, right? There's the Feathered Airstrike from Stone, but it's the back and forth, right? No team wants to take that risk just yet. Still trying to feel out the situation here. Ryzen does go in looking for UA. Gonna try to poke him down a little bit. Gets the wings by wings, but look at the backside though. They go in, Blazing Duet, and the Ryzen in the perfect position. But now, scoots out of his way out of there. Renzio holding on. He's there for backup. Didn't have to commit.
A smooth operator. That was worth it. As long as it took, it was worth it.
That's the first time I've ever casted an MPL game. A game of Mobile Legends, and I heard smooth jazz with how smooth Ryzen committed that play. I heard trumpet, so it's not just me, thank goodness. That was a smart play by Omega, splitting Blacklist International like that. Here comes the heart guard on the 1-1.
There's the heart guard. Kelra gonna be looking for the crossbow. Can't get it though. So still gonna put pressure here bottom side. The rest of the team, top side, putting pressure on the top lane.
Yeah, great sidestep there by Oh My Venus to avoid adding one last mark for the 1-1 to activate the crossbow of Tang. But this is first 3 turtles for Omega against, not just yet. Here's Wise to contest.
Wise gonna go for it. It's Ryzen though. 3 for 3 on the turtles. Now Wise gonna be a little bit caught in enemy territory, but the rest of the team is here to back him up. Omega happy with the objective takes.
Yeah. Omega 3 turtles, but neck and neck and the items actually in the lead right now is Owl just built up his golden staff. Wind of Nature was actually the second item prioritized there for Kelra, knowing that there's he has to be careful with Wise and Owl, and he'd want to survive a little bit longer just so he can get those marks off. And I think this is the sign of him saying, I'm going to be brave. When I have my Angela Heart Guard on me, I will not hold back.
Yep, the young Dwayne Pilas is looking to push the limit. Oh, wow, but still, when it comes to turret races, Blacklist still gets the win here. Top lane goes down first.
Yeah, and that's a testament to Blacklist's efforts for holding down the bottom lane for so long. Despite Omega really committing into that, and right now, at some point, that will cave. But what will Omega end up losing if they commit to this turret here?
Okay, here they come. Edward knows it's going to go down. Should be able to get out just fine. Has the covering fire as well. The cutoff play's coming, though. Nice little Terrify play. There's the heavy spin. Colt Ultra has to be expended as well. The flicker on top of it. The Queen's still on the run here. Going to get chased down. Too slow as Oh My Venus falls in the bottom lane.
And throughout that whole engagement, Renzio was working on that mid-wave. Omega's going to capitalize.
I was asking what will Omega lose, but Stone said we're not losing anything. His crucial Terrifies from the two members of Blacklist on the way to that fight gave Omega the edge to win that engagement, get the tower in the bottom lane, get the kill onto Oh My Venus, and get progress on that mid lane turret.
So far, Blacklist have kept a small lead, but Omega are making plays that'll make you think, where is the lead coming from? What exactly is going on? What will be the clutch move that Omega pulls in? Because the Angela, yes, it's putting a little bit of extra confidence in the tank for the young Dwayne Pilas for the gold standard, but we haven't really seen them capitalize yet. Where's that early to mid-game lead?
Yeah, it's a testament of Blacklist International. Great handling of the side lanes, the minions, and the pushes that Omega want to do. Even though Omega are putting so much focus into winning skirmishes and lanes, they're making sure that the other lanes and the other minion waves are being handled well. That's why Omega hasn't found the turnaround yet.
Oh, this is going to be scary, though, too. Now Kelra is here. There's the Heart Guard on top of it. Going to chase them down, force them back. Owl on the run here. Kelra still going for it. And all the meanwhile, Owl goes back with BMI. He falls to Renzio. Edward comes in. Wise still waiting patiently. Lord going to be worked on here. Wise half health. Trying to heal back up. Stone going to fall, though. Takes too many hits. They're still giving it a go. Lord going to go down. It's Wise. Grabs the Lord. And they still put the pressure on Edward. Forcing Kelra back. The flicker comes in. Edward on the heart. He finds him. Miko's burning, but he's still alive. 3 fall for Smart Omega. Make it 4 as they find another with Yue.
Looking for the turning point. Blacklist was about to serve it up. Now they're 2K ahead with the Lord marching up top.
Looking at the instant replay, it looked like it was doomed for Blacklist, but Blacklist turned it around to put themselves in this position, and who is it? It's Agent Zero pushing forward alongside the rest of Blacklist International, alongside Wise on this tank slot, and of course the ever-dependable Yue on that far side, getting that kill onto Renjo's Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah, Kelra built Wind of Nature early, but that's not going to do nothing to Edward's Joy. They didn't account for that.
Magic damage, man. Crazy amounts of magic damage coming out from that Farsa Joy especially, and of course a little bit from that Faramis. Let's see if, yes he is, Kelra on the way to building that Athena shield. Potentially would help him a lot to survive the onslaught of damage coming in from Blacklist, as Edward already has the Divine Glaive up. So even though the Athena shield will help, it will still hurt like crazy.
See, this is a scary thing too. Like, Owl here, despite him being 0-2, the fact that all he has to do is jump in, the impact with the Blazing Duet to bring people down, and then there's the follow-up with the magic damage like you guys are talking about. So until you have that magic resistance here for Omega, that's kind of what's happening, right? And it's not any favor for them really in these team fights.
And the fact that that's the threat that Blacklist International are presenting with, it looks like they won the gambit. The fact that Omega have a good amount of peel and Blacklist don't seem to be working out for the M3 World Champions. It's like, yeah, we don't need the peel. We'll just present so much damage that you'll be forced to respond.
Exactly, and we also see here the difference in the XP lane picks with Renjo and that Lapu-Lapu against so many mobile targets.
Yeah.
And targets that can actually shield themselves and avoid some damage. the Joy will definitely have a better game here compared to the Lapu-Lapu, and we're seeing that, and that's one of the biggest X factors. It was a key to victory earlier. It was a point of discussion brought up by the panel in OSX and Midnight, and we're seeing it. The Joy having so much more impact compared to the Lapu-Lapu.
Now we're about 30 seconds away from a Luminous Lord. Should be barreling on to turrets here. It's upsetting to think that Omega had a great setup earlier, but just from right underneath their noses, the tank slot comes in. Again, arguably one of the best objective takers in the game.
Yeah. And Wise didn't get those first 3 turtles, but he got the Lord, the big play. Let's see if he can do it again here against Ryzen. Or will Ryzen get revenge for losing that first Lord earlier?
Well, not only that, now the dance unfolding here. And with everything that unfolded earlier, that gave Blacklist International a nice, comfortable 4K lead. Look at that, Stome getting chunked down really low, already using the ultimate as well. So now this could just be a green light for Blacklist International. But Ryzen's still around the corner here.
Yeah, right now Miko not showing himself in the map. Nope, there Blacklist gets the info. Blacklist will continue to commit this Lord, but they're watching out for that mid-lane trio of Stome, Renjo, and Kelra. Getting information there. Lord almost down to 50. Let's see if they're going to go on Ryzen now.
Okay, they're going to push him back a little bit. Owl chipping away the health. Ryzen gets pulled back. He has to heavy spin. One hit away, but they did what they wanted to do. Force the jungler of Omega back and secure the Lord here. Still going to be fighting for it. Renzio there too. There's the hard guard. Wise able to secure the Lord. Omega has to defend.
No dice. The early to mid ramp that Blacklist have set up for themselves is allowing them to just force Omega to respond. Again, that seems to be the story. Omega are playing out of their tempo.
Yeah.
And Blacklist know it. The confidence that they're playing and the principled, fundamental, technical Blacklist that we've known for so long is very evident right now. And Omega, after getting wiped out earlier, close to getting wiped out, they're obviously shaken. They can't find their groove. They can't find their positioning. Stome is having to check shrubs because Miko on an Angela can't in those scenarios.
I believe the term is they got gassed.
They got gassed, exactly. They're gassed right now, and it's only the first game.
Well, they're going to have to defend this one. Edward doing what he does best, causing havoc in backside. Feathered airstrike followed up with the Lord charge. Omega looks very bleak to hold on to this inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a pressure there as well. Trying to hold on. Finally, the Lord is going to get taken down here. Renzio in that front line. They lose 2. Ryzen there, still trying to hold on to this last one, but 2 inhibitor turrets down. Blacklist International as critical as ever in this game.
An immaculate sinking of the waves from Blacklist International. About 9K gold ahead, despite being just 3 kills ahead of Omega. This is a huge, monumental lead that Blacklist have. I'm thinking of how Omega can bounce back, man.
Right now, the moment they see Joy, even though they know they have the tools to actually make life hell for Edward, what they lack is that sure catch or even just time to survive long enough so that Edward won't take them down. Every time Edward goes up to the face of the backline and main damage dealers of Smart Omega get rattled.
Oh, Ryzen in trouble once again. Heavy spinning out of the way to survive. And now that's, again, this is exactly what Blacklist International wants to do. Poke away, whether it's battle spills, whether it's ultimates, take resources, all prepping up for another Lord. It is a minute away, but they continue to chip away at Omega.
Ooh.
And this is what hurts about the lineup of Omega. Because they are at such a huge deficit, Miko really cannot check shrubs because he's going to go down. So that puts Ryzen and Stome as the shrub checkers and vision takers. And Wise might get punished.
Wise going to have to escape this one. Does have the backup needed. Yue comes in as well, covering fire with a feathered airstrike. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Owl pressing the situation. Able to get the last inhibitor turret bottom lane.
Owl just playing Demolition Man. We mentioned earlier how the 0-2-0 Claude KDA line doesn't look very good. Well, if you play it the right way, it shouldn't be a problem, and that seems to be the story here for the young SEA Games gold medalist. Thinking about how Blacklist can finish, it's because so far, I'm guessing what, in the past 4 or 5 minutes, they really have only gotten pickoffs.
Yeah.
It looks like Omega have figured out how to at least not lose team fights anymore.
Yeah, but right now it's because they get picked off just trying to get vision. Will they be even even be able to get close enough to this very crucial Lord, because another Lord push coming in from Blacklist as Edward. Look at Edward going after Stone.
Oh.
Yeah, Edward was going
The
for
map.
Stone. Mika was there as well. So he had the backup. He's also just holding on to that hard guard. Renzio, though, wow, just gets taken out in a split second, and now down a member here.
Oh, good check by Al.
Forcing the reset.
Yeah, they get the reset out. Ryzen, though, still a lot of that vision for them now that Renzio's down. Omega, they might not want to fight this and contest this at all.
Yeah, they can't. It's difficult. Getting taken down, just trying to get vision. Can't find a tempo. You're minimizing the deaths, but you can't contest. And this is a very crucial target. It's an evolved Lord, but Blacklist are taking their time. Ryzen!
Oh! Owl once again going to whittle down Ryzen, but this time he can't escape. So this is clearly the sign for Black International to take their next Lord and get ready for the march in to possibly end this game number 1.
Blacklist are playing for the here and now. That's a great play. Free pickoff, free Lord, yes. But it looks like Omega, if I'm reading the situation correctly, might be playing for the long game.
Yeah.
I think after this Lord, if they somehow survive this, they might find a way in.
If they somehow survive this, it'll come off of the back of a 3-2 or even 3-1 trade. Maybe even 4, but that's difficult.
It's going to be tough.
They have to be
Again.
lucky. That's how dire it is right now for Omega.
You need a clutch crossbow tank.
Yeah, one big crossbow of tank.
Yeah.
Will shake things
And that's
up.
a Malefic Roar, so...
Okay.
But it's a testament to Blacklist International and their abilities. They've avoided a massive crossbow of tank the entire game.
Yeah.
It's been 19 minutes that we haven't seen a big crossbow of tank coming out from 1-1 from Kelros 1-1.
We're going to find out if they can do it here. Feathered Airstrike coming down. Ryzen with a heavy spin. Finds UA here. Can they grab a kill? Hard guard on Kelros.
Oh!
Going to be looking for it. There he goes. Renzio's going to fall here.
Air
They
Savage.
finally get it off, but it's not enough. The damage just is not there as member after member fall. And Blacklist International will take game number 1.
The window closed on Smart Omega. They failed to take the early and the mid, and Blacklist capitalized. The defending champions draw first blood.
That is how you make a statement. We are the defending champions. This is the playoffs. You are our rivals. We're taking game 1 and we're dominating you. What a win by Blacklist.
I would say that this looked very clean from Blacklist International.
Yes.
Like game number 1, I know it's game number 1 here, but from what we've seen in the regular season, like you can clearly see like the 2 weeks that about 2 weeks that they've had, the refinement is there in this game.
And we have to note, Omega got a little experimental here.
Yeah.
They played with a debut pick hero that, again, is not a debut across the history of MPL-PH, at least not for this team even, but in the whole metagame. So I'm wondering what the effect of this is on the mental game of Omega. Are they kicking themselves now, saying, yo, maybe we shouldn't have popped the Angela? And it came out last pick. That should have been the power pick. That should have been the closer.
Yeah, and it was because with that Angela pick, you could tell Blacklist International were going into that game already knowing that, yeah, this is everything just for the Kelra basket, for the 1-1 basket.
Yeah.
Putting everything in there. And it was a gambit that didn't work out because, again, they only had the Valentina's main source of major magic damage. Eventually, it was the Valentina Kai, your jungler, checking bushes just to get vision because the Angelo, of course, in that scenario, wouldn't want to get close enough and would just stay back. Even Lapu-Lapu of Renjo struggled because he ended up becoming a pseudo-roamer in a sense.
Yep.
I feel like, and I know this is because I suggested it, a Nakai in the roam and then a Hayabusa in the jungle would have been perfect against the lineup that Blacklist drafted.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was, you could clearly see, but again, it was game 1. And I'm sure, we'll have more to hear from the analysts later on.
Yep. Midnight's going to be breaking it down for us. Neil, do tell us what exactly went wrong here and what went right for Blacklist International.
Kakaiba ang game number 1 ng Blacklist International at Smart Omega. Maraming kakaiba nangyari at may mga kakaiba rin namang nagpakita. Ating yan ang idadisek dito sa ating analyst. Tado nga pala si Midnight. And upang ihatid sa inyo ang kakaibang analysis naman ay feeling ko kailangan ko humingi ng tulong mula sa kakaibang coach. Kaya naman in-invite ko rito ang coach, ex-coach ng Blacklist International na si Coach Bonchan. Bonchan, lagay rito. Yan. Kamusta naman, Bonchan? Kamusta naman yung game?
Okay naman, napakasayang panuorin. Masaya din pala na nasa audience side ako na nanonood, nag-cheer sa isang team. No?
Oo.
At sa ngayon ako muna yung magiging assistant mo.
Oo. Kasi kanina habang magkausap kami, sa sobrang kilala ni Coach Bonchan, yung kanyang team, ay parang kinakwento niya na sa akin kung ano yung nangyari dun sa game na yun. Actually, ito sa draft, pag-uusapan natin kanina, Bonchan, ito, trivia ko lang sa inyo guys ha. Magkausap kami ni Bonchan kanina. Literal 0.7 seconds before pinik yung Lancelot ni Wise, sabi ni Bonchan, Lance yan! Ano bang masasabi mo bakit nga ba Lancelot yung kukunin ni Wise dito?
Nasabi ko naman dati sa mga ibang interview or vlog na talagang nag-assassin si Wise. And then sa particular lineup na to, especially sa draft ng Omega na nag-pick sila ng 1-1, pinakamagandang choice talaga na mag-pick ng assassin sa lineup na to against Omega.
So sinasabi mo na si Wise talaga ay nag-assassin. And kinailangan niyang ilabas yung kanyang tank, yung pagiging tank jungler niya, pero pinagsama niya yung idea kasi, di ba, existing yan sa meta si Tankcelot na na hindi pa natin nakikitang ginagamit ng Blacklist International. Pero in this game, it made sense kasi ilang beses natin nakita na kahit pa lugi sila sa early game, nakakakuha siya ng mga lords. Actually, ikaw nga nagbanggit kanina, di ba? Parang binigay yung 3 turtle, okay lang. Kasi basa atin yung lord.
Tama. 3 out of 3 nakuha ni Ryzen ang turtle. Pero napansin ko habang nagta-turtle take, mas gamang pa din siya sa level. That means ang ganda talaga ng ginagawa niyang jungling pattern.
Yeah. Yung level kasi very important pagdating sa mga turtle and lord. And nabanggit nga ni Coach Bonsi kanina, kahit pa nakuha ni Ryzen yung 3 turtle ng for Smart Omega, si Wise ay hindi nagpa-behind sa level. Actually, pagdating ng unang lord, ay lamang pa nga siya sa level over Ryzen. Ito yung binabanggit ni Coach Boncha kanina na farming pattern. Kasi very immaculate talaga dito yung resource control ng side ng Blacklist International. And looking at the lineup, parang Omega nga actually yung pumapabor sa draft pagdating sa early game. Pero ano ba yung mga nakikita nating strengths ng composition ng Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan?
Tama. Kung titingnan natin sa draft, kahit papano, lamang ng konti. Especially sa early itong Omega. Pero pagdating ng first Lord, kailangan nila ng communication. Unang Lord attempt, ang nag-initiate si Kera at si Angela. At ang ginawa lang ng Blacklist, back. Pahupain lang natin yung sanib ni Angela and then tara, counter-engage tayo. At yun na yung unang clash na naipanalo nila at nag-turn around ang table na nag-result sa 4K gold lead. And then nung pumangalawang Lord, na nagtry naman si Ryzen na pumuronta. At nung pangatlong Lord, si Rencho naman ang pumuronta. This means kailangan talaga ng communication during Lord fight kung gusto nilang magsabay-sabay.
Yeah, and nabanggit ni Coach Bosch kanina yung 3 turtle na nakuha ni Ryzen, pero nakakuha pa rin ng Lord ay ang Blacklist International. And the MVP of that game is none other than Edward or Agent Zero for Blacklist International. Kakaiba yung naging performance ni Joy. Actually, pinag-usapan natin kanina yung backline access dahil nga yung awkwardness ng engagements ng Omega ay parang nagkakaroon ng problem, nagkakaroon din ng miscommunication on how they engage fights. Si Edward naman yung parang naging counter dun sa nagiging existing na problem ng Omega. Kumbaga parang binubutas niya lalo. Pinalalaki niya yung problema ng Omega.
Tama. Dagdag problema talaga si Edward dahil namimiss position yung mga heroes ng Omega. Dahil pagdating ng Lord fight, kung sino-sino yung binubuli niya, kung sino-sino yung dinidikitan niya, na nagre-result na follow-up naman ni Yue, kung saan napapabak na lang talaga yung Omega.
And kita actually sa heat map, may mga spots kayo makikita dyan. This is from minute 5 to minute 15. May mga spots na parang nandun siya sa base ng Omega kasi inahabol niya yung mga mispositioned heroes dun sa side ng barangay. And makikita natin yun dito sa MVP highlights natin. Again, this was a match na parang ideally, sabi nga ni Boncha, na parang kaya naman lumaban ng Smart Omega kasi they have ways of engaging. Pero ano nga ba yung mga tama at maling desisyon na ginawa ng Smart Omega rito? Bakit crumble sila sa lineup ng Blacklist International?
Yun, unang-una nga ang isa sa mga maling desisyon na nagawa nila ay ang Lord fight na ang ginawa nilang initiator, si Kyra na may sanib ni Angela. While kung inantay na lang nila na Blacklist ang mag-i-engage, ang dami nilang counter-engage. Like for example, iguman nila si Akai, sumanib lang si Angela, and then sila ang magka-counter-engage. But sa nangyari ngayon, sila lagi ang nagsisimula, pero sila din ang napapanish.
Yeah, medyo underutilized nga yung composition ng Smart Omega. Kumbaga parang nandun yung threat ng mga heroes, pero nagiging problem is parang ang weird nung starting point ng Smart Omega. Kaya actually, binangkit ng mga casters parang hindi masyado nakalipad si Kelda. Kasi parang ang hirap nga din naman pumili ng mga targets sa side ng Blacklist International. Just by looking at their lineup, medyo mobile din naman. Although may one time na nakita natin si Owl na may misstep na commit dun sa kanyang BMI or sa Battle Mirror Image. Pero it was still Blacklist International controlling yung objective battle against Smart Omega. And of course, yung resources, kasi nabanggit mo kanina, importante rito yung lead. Actually, paulit-ulit binabanggit ni Coach Bonchan nung early game, yung lead na hawak ng Blacklist International. Ba't nga ba importante yun, Coach?
Nung una hanggang sa 10 minutes, wala talagang nagkaroon ng lead hanggang sa dumating yung turning point, which is ang first gold na in just a snap, nagkaroon ng 4K gold lead. At doon pa lang naka-breakaway na sa item, although si Aul na hindi ganong payapang nakapag-farm or na-earlyhan siya sa early part ng game, nakabawi siya bigla, bawing-bawi doon sa turning point sa first gold.
And it's very interesting kasi parang pinag-uusapan natin na si Blacklist at Omega, medyo momentum battle to eh. And si Blacklist International, even though hindi siya nakakuha ng ganong kagandang start, you'd be okay with that kasi this time around, sila yung may hawak ng float. So parang, in a way, medyo baliktad yung scenario ngayon. Parang si Blacklist International yung naghihintay ng Omega timers and si Omega naman yung naghahanap ng dapat na lead nung early game. And interesting and kakaiba yung nangyari dito as Blacklist International really did take away from the game of Omega dito sa game number 1. Kakaiba yung naging resulta, but at the end of the day, it is a 1-0 win for Blacklist International. And speaking of kakaiba at mga interesting na nagpapakita dito sa ating playoffs, ay meron ding mga interesting guests dito sa ating audience area. Kaya naman kausapin muna natin si Mara Aquino.
Star-studded tayo ngayon sa SMX Convention Center. Kasama natin, former CEO ng Smart Omega.
Hello guys.
Hito and oh my goodness, Chuck Mamba. Every time tinatouch ko, biglang gumaganon eh. Kamusta na kayo? Kamusta?
Okay lang. First time lang namin ulit mag-meet ni Chuck no, sa personal.
First time. Oh, paano yung greeting nyo nung first time kayo nagkita?
Inag ko lang siya, ganyan.
Ganyan? Oh. How much did you miss each other?
Sobra-sobra ako na-miss siya kasi ayun yung kasama ko sa hirap at ginawa sa Omega.
Sa hirap at ginhawa. Ikaw, ganun ba rin masasabi mo? Sobrang miss mo din ba?
Hindi.
Uy, di mo pa ako na-miss
Hindi. Ba't hindi ka na na-miss? Wala ka kasing pasalubong eh.
Okay.
Ay,
Hindi, bigyan ko sa chocolate.
Binigyan mo ng tsokolate. Okay. Ay, may nakita kami. Actually, si Chuck na yung nag-point out. May bago sa'yo. Pakita mo nga. Pakita mo. Yung bagong tattoo mo. Ayan. Nakikita ba? Nakikita? Anong ibig sabihin yan?
Ano yung kalapate?
Kalapate. Bakit ka nagpatuto ng kalapate? Anong meaning? Anong meaning?
Para mataas yung lipat ko pagka fly high.
Ganon. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay, pero syempre, si Chuck Nu sa Omega bumuboto. Ikaw, narinig kita kanina, ayaw mo ngayon sa Omega. Blacklist ka ngayon.
Bago na yung bandwago na ako ngayon, blacklist na.
Bandwagon. Okay, wait, bakit? Dati ka nilang CEO.
Nagkaroon kami ng tampuhan ni Kelra.
Anong tampuhan?
Kasi siya yung naging main 5 na gold lane. Kung wala siya, ako yung gold lane sana dun.
So dapat ikaw.
Ngayon nawalan ako ng trabaho.
Dahil kay Kelra, may gusto ka ba sabihin kay Kelra?
Kelra, galingan mo na lang. Good luck sa'yo. Bahala ka dyan.
Okay, sabi mo nga kanina mananalo yung blacklist. Pero okay, kung ma-analyze natin yung first game, what's up?
Kuwang-kuha ni Ryzen yung inis ko. Naagawan siya ng Lord eh.
Chuck, ikaw, anong analysis mo? Anong nangyari dun sa first game?
Hindi ko masyado nakita. Puro likod lang nakita ko eh.
Kasi oy, bigay niyo si Chuck na ng-space sa harap. Okay, so ano ba dapat gawin ng Omega para makabawi sa blacklist?
Parang kailangan na nila ipasok si Coach Pacbet tsaka si Coach Tomax eh.
Okay.
Palarin nila si Coach Pacbet as jungler tapos first pick saber.
So, sure na panalo yun?
Sure yan, sure.
Okay, ano ikaw? Ano sa tingin mo kailangan?
Dapat umuwi si Ito. Nakaito yung malas eh.
Hilaan mo pa ako ah.
Tira ka na.
Agree, malas ka daw?
Kalati lang, kalati.
Kalahati. Okay, ano bang ginagawa ng blacklist na sobrang gusto mo dun sa game 1?
Si Wise, ngayon first time ko siya makita mag-super assassin.
That's right. First time niya gawin yan. Okay.
Magaling siya, tsaka si Super Edward, magaling din talaga.
Si Super Edward.
Magaling
Okay,
din talaga.
magsisimula na ang ating laro. So dapat, ito yung camera natin, ibato na natin sa casts, pero kayong dalawa yung gumawa. Okay, game.
Casters.
Ay, ulit.
Ulit. Round 2. Casters.
Pasok.
Uy, parang kalungkot mo ah.
I missed Hito so much. Chaknu, he's around, but Hito just, it hits diff. And welcome home.
I miss the robe. Remember the robe?
Oh yeah, the
where
robe.
it is.
I'm pretty
The
sure.
CEO robe.
I think that has been framed after being washed intensely and framed in the Smart Omega Bootcamp.
That's likely. I believe that's likely. With that being said, let's go ahead and reset. Again, real quick, I have to say, everything that Coach Bonchan and Midnight said, spot on. Let me remind everybody to go ahead and register your Smart and TNT SIM because the deadline, luckily enough, has been extended.
Yeah.
All right, so for those of y'all wondering if, is it too late? Is my SIM dead? Nah, fam, it's not. It's been extended to July 25th. Register now since this is the final deadline extension for reals this time around, July 25th. Keep your number and stay connected with Smart, all right? So just to remind everybody, it's not too late. Your SIM is not dead yet. So register now via smart.ph/SIMREG. Let's get back into the action here. Game 2, I think it's clear that the teams may have switched up their tempo this time around after the reset. Omega on the play. They ban out the Estes. They ban out the Joy. Thank God they ban out the Joy.
Yeah, they really had to. On the hands of Edward, that was a menace to go up against.
Monster.
Will Omega ban out the Arlot or first pick it for themselves? If I'm Omega here, I'd want to see them first pick the Lancelot. Take it away from the hands of Wise as an option to pick and put it in the hands of Ryzen. It is a comfort pick for him. Speaking of comfort picks, Blacklist International, despite them beating the 1-1 earlier, they still really do not want to go have that in the hands of Kelra, and they take away the Fanny from the hands of Ryzen. The ban here for Omega, if it's a Paramus, no, it's a Lapu-Lapu, interestingly enough. So it seems like their focus for the draft might just be glue, but I'm going to have to read body language here.
Read it.
Based on the little interaction that Ito Max, Coach Pakbet, and Miko had, it looks like this wasn't the intended ban here for Omega.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be dicey again. You know, you're one game behind now, and like we mentioned, you know, that early game was really detrimental to what I feel like Omega wanted to do. But right off the bat, they go ahead and pick up the Fredrin, so they're going to lock that in. That is still a great option, still flexible, but let's say it does go in the jungle, right? Goes in the hands of Ryzen. Great utility there, so you can go ahead and build your lineup around this. I would love to see them actually snag the. I know you said glue is open, but I would also like to see Renzio get his hands on the Arlot. Because I think, you know, that was a big thing that was missing from the previous game. Like you mentioned, you have that Angela, and if you have to force your jungler to be that sight, to also be that kind of front wall for a lot of the stuff, it doesn't work out the way you want it to.
It's difficult. It's a big struggle when that happens. And now the first picks here. Will they pick up the Valentina, Faramis again?
Arlot's still open.
But Arlot's still open, yes. So it's an Eve and Arlot. So it's two picks that were banned earlier, now prioritized by Blacklist. It's a different picture for their drafting here for Blacklist International. Now Omega, are they going to cover their bases here? Franco will still be available if they want to pick it in the early slots. They can actually leave the idea of Fredrin in the XP lane open. However, in terms of map presence, the Arlot will be felt more. The Fredrin will struggle against that Arlot a little bit in the times we've seen the Arlot-Fredrin matchup in the XP lane.
I was going to say, we've seen that like a couple times now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it usually doesn't work out in favor of the Fredrin here.
Yeah, this might end up becoming a Farsa pickup and then their Roamer. Or a Farsa and then their gold laner already on to show it. Oh, it's a Roamer. It's the Cho and the Beatrix already prioritized here. They don't want to go in the second phase with Blacklist taken away. Marksman. Owl can show his marksman here if they want to. They can just play it safe and go for the quad again.
Yep.
But if they want to, I think Blacklist International, especially, even with Super Red in the lineup, and Owl when he played it, it's looking like Brody seems like more of a comfort pick right now for Blacklist in terms of their marksman.
And with that Cho now in the hands of Omega, we can revert to the usual suspects as compared to Game 1. So still, Omega playing on the potential reset. Again, we also saw a possible mix-up with the banning. Hopefully it doesn't affect him too much. Now going into the closer for the first phase, looks like the Queen is going to get that Faramis back into her hands.
The Faramis is... I'm surprised, you know, in a way that Fairness especially all around, I feel like all around the globe is such still high impact. The fact that, you know, the way that the Stampede works plus your Cold Halter, it's so valuable, man. And I'm surprised, you know, that before we even had a time where Fairness was actually banned quite a bit, right? But now it's kind of let through the cracks here, and you got to have an answer to really deal with that.
There it is, an Eve ban, as expected for Blacklist International. Could have gone into the hands of Stone, even though Faramis Eve might give Avantina a hard time. You're giving away strong utility there. Speaking of a hard time, Miko's going to have a difficult time again if he's not too careful against the even Faramis with their pulls and their slows. He could get counter-punished just trying to get vision against early on. And now the quad ban is the ban for Omega.
So it looks like Omega are, what? Double-crossing us? The fact that they pick a Cho into the lineup that had potential to pick up the Eve and the Faramis, plus the fact that, we don't mind that all these gold laners are out. We'll still take him out. We'll still ban him. Yeah. I think we've come to the agreement watching Game 1 that, Owl can pick whatever they want. Owl can do whatever he wants. I think Omega has an answer, but I wonder why. I wonder why Coach Bakbet, Coach Tony, and Coach Etomax are still saying, we want to make Owl pick a certain hero.
You have to point that out. That is Coach Why Not. Coach Why Not, Coach Tony. Call him either. He's fine with it, right?
Coach Otit.
Coach Otit also, yeah.
Names,
that
man.
is a Tito backwards.
That's how long.
I was going to say, I get it.
That's how long he's spent
you get it, but we got to make it clear for the other international viewers. I just want to say there's a brilliant ban by Omega on the Akai. Good ban as well on the glue. Blacklist read the potential of that shift where, not a shift, but the glue could have gotten picked up. But again, you know what? Wise running back can go tanks a lot again. It should be okay. If not that, maybe the Barretts. Yeah. Either the Barretts or the tanks a lot look good.
I've been waiting for
Okay.
too long.
Well, they lock in the carry here. And if I remember, I think it was actually Owl's debut where he played that carry, and it was like, MVP. The headlines of Owl City, right?
Yep.
And so he brings out the comfort pick once again. It's this carry here. And going back to even the previous game, like we mentioned, the score doesn't really paint that picture well for Owl in the previous game because the rest of the team was really just kind of profiting on every single lane, and then Owl's job was like, let me just get a blazing duet off, and then I'm good from there. But now that he's chosen this carry here, he can be a lot more proactive in the way that he plays in these team fights.
And it comes with its pros and cons.
Yes.
He has to step it up. He has to make sure that when he engages, it's not as simple as a BMI out. Let's see what Omega closes up with. They go ahead and get that fire. And there you go. They're the ones who, pull a sleight of hand. Yes. It's an XP lane Fredrin for just the sake of stealing it away from Wise, and then they give Ryzen that Lancelot.
A very good sleight of hand there. The shift, the turnaround. So it's going to be Renjo right now as what we call the tanque. He's going to be taking a good amount of punishment a little bit. Going to be a while until we see the Fredrin or feel the Fredrin in terms of the map rotations. But unless Renjo's really prepared for this matchup. Now for the jungler here of Blacklist International, I mean, we did mention the Barracks is an option, or the I wanted to say, her name slipped my mind, Guinevere. Because they are up against that Farsa, the mobility that Guinevere brings to the table, and of course, just the setup knockup potential. They wanted to add a little bit more peeling, maybe even a little bit more crowd control provided for their carry. So this is a lineup that will allow Owl to shine.
So this now opens a whole slew of possibilities because you're introducing a new player in the ecosystem. This is the first time we've seen Jungle Guinevere.
Yeah.
In this metagame.
Yeah.
Second. He picked it once earlier this season.
In the regular season.
Yeah, in the regular season.
Yeah.
All right.
But we already, and that's what I'm wondering too, is like, even though we saw this in a previous season playoffs, like how has that changed?
It still feels like a once in a blue moon pick.
Yeah.
It is.
So it's like seeing it's like seeing a squirrel in the Philippines. We know they exist somewhere.
Yes, they do somewhere.
Right? But when was the last time you saw a squirrel in the Philippines, man?
I have a bad knowledge of ecology. I didn't even know there were squirrels in this country.
Exactly.
Huh.
So that's what this Guinevere is. It
That's
should
cool.
do wonders for Blacklist, given that it is a surprise pick. not like the Angela that didn't work out much for Omega. Let's go into game 2.
So this time, Miko pretty much doing the same thing he did previous game, but, won't go down first blood under the minute here. So, yeah, he's going to be in a better position, I feel like, on this Cho pick. It's just, again, like you mentioned, Renmar, during the draft, he does have his work cut out for him to be able to find, those pickoffs, especially with the way of Dragons later on when he hits that level 4.
Yeah. Oh, my Venus. And you have to watch other positioning, and as expected, Kelra and Omega doing everything they can to delay the farm and let Owl struggle, similar to what they somewhat did early on, but Owl's deaths early on came from a lot of engagements, really. Now this is just them poking him down.
Okay. Still, early game, poking back and forth. These are what both these teams like to do. I'm actually curious here, too, and from what we've seen with that matchup, the Fredrin and the Arlott, what makes it so that the Arlott is just better, I guess you could say, in terms of that matchup top lane?
It's his ability to clear the minion waves quicker while dealing damage to Renjo. And this isn't Fredrin with a concussive blast. Because of how fast he can clear waves while poking down Renjo, he can rotate faster, and that's a flicker burned by Kelra. A little bit too eager there, it looks like.
Yep, that's 2 minutes. 2 minutes that Omega have to be careful. But luckily enough, it's in the gold lane, far from where the big engagement is going to happen here. Renzo helping Ryzen out, get the pull on the first turtle.
Man, when you see that, you think, oof, because now, a troubling situation. Still going to be fighting for first turtle of the game. We know how the previous one went, all 3 over to the Omega. But Ryzen does secure it there. There's the way of the dragon. Miko's going to fall, though. First blood over to Yue. Oh, still going to be looking for more. Feathered airstrike going to come down. Edward flickers himself, survives. No kills, no one falling down just yet in this part of the fight. Oh, my Venus, though, could be focused down. Here comes Ryzen. Looking for Edward if he can. The final slash going to come out. Edward, though, going to fall here. Now Ryzen still on the hunt. Won't be able to get Oh My Venus, though.
All right, long turn, but eventually pays off for Omega. That's a better trade, right? An XP laner for a roamer.
Yep, a good trade. And they get the turtle as well, so that was a win for Omega in that scenario. And interestingly here, you see Al actually rotating out of the gold lane more to get farm through the mid lane. And good read by him to use the Cyclone Eye, feeling that Miko could have been potentially there. So this is Al being proactive with his farming. He isn't just farming solely out of lane. He's going to the mid lane as much as he can.
I've got to confirm, gentlemen. I think Wise has double orange on him. He stole Ryzen's.
Yes, he did.
Oh, no.
Bad move there for Ryzen. And the Little Wanderer also went to the hands of Blacklist International. So it's a slight lead right now for the jungler of Blacklist. So no full item for
Agent Zero paid for that. Agent Zero paid for that with his life to get the Little Wanderer and the double orange on Wise. Let's see if eventually it'll pay off. Still looking for that kick. Miko still hasn't got it yet, despite hitting level 4 about a minute earlier.
And right now, Miko's just positioning to look for that kick, and Oh My Venus, I think, reads it. There's a kick!
Yeah, way the dragon can come out. Looking for the kill. Can't get the Colt Altar off in time. Wise, though, going to get the knock-up. Miko takes quite a bit of damage. Couple hits away here. But they know they've got that little win. Omega with a kill. Turtle coming up in just a few seconds here.
Yeah, let's see if that was enough to somewhat delay the rotation there. But no, with both junglers in the bottom lane in that sequence, it's actually Wise going to be getting here first. So that is the orange muffler in the hands of Ryzen. Going on to the purple. Renjo's holding it for Omega. Good call there, bot lane. It's a 3-2 trade by Blacklist. They're sending 3 down to send 2 to the turtle.
All right, so it's turned eventually into a man-to-man defense. 3 down bot, 2 in the turtle. There's a pull.
They're going to go ahead and fight for it. Ryzen able to secure the turtle there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Oh My Venus did fall. Wise going to be the focus once again here. A couple hits away. Gets the knock-up, but doesn't have the sustain as Renzo grabs the kill.
What a turnaround there for the Barangay. They read the 3-2 trade of Blacklist. They often do this where it's just Edward and Wise contesting the second and or third turtle of the game while sending the rest of Blacklist International to the gold lane. But Kelra and Omega survived there, even getting a kill, Omega getting a turtle, and they even got the Force Owl back with a great feathered airstrike by Stone.
Yep, and they're putting quite a bit of damage on this bottom lane tier 1, and eventually Kelra's going to get it here. So Omega with a great reset. I gotta say, it's trippy, gentlemen. It's trippy. Watching both a Lancelot and a Fredrin on the same side, pushing for a turtle. That's scary.
And that's why the shift works so well in the draft. First pick that Fredrin, history, stats, everything. Tendencies of Omega have shown that was most likely a jungle Fredrin, but Omega said, you know what, it's a small thing. Our Angelo didn't work out in the first one, but we have our fair share of surprises prepared for the playoffs as well.
Yeah, I like it. And at the same time, with that, 6 minutes in, Omega has a nice little bit of a lead to work with here. So they can take this to their advantage. Bottom side, though. Wise going to miss that. Looking for Kelra. They might have to call this off. Another couple attempts here, bottom side. Miko's still going to be on the hunt. He's looking for that way. The Dragon used to conceal. Edward now joining the fight as well, but no one, again, they can't find anything, so they just back off.
All right, with that failed rotation, the engagement that Blacklist was looking for, I think Omega won. That was a small trade. That was like a phantom trade.
Yeah. It's not so obvious, but it's something, it's like a little thing that might have a big consequence later on.
It's like two Kung Fu Masters whiffing and they're like, oh, I see.
Yeah, I see what you did there. That means that's that.
Oh, this one, though, going to be full-on force, except for Edward. He's not going to be here for the fight. Pushing him back to another feathered airstrike comes down, plus Yue's real-world manipulation going to force Renzio to flicker around. Owl, though, taking the turtle there. He's able to secure that. There's the final slash. Stone has to fly away with the wings by wings. Not going to be enough. Wise grabs the kill.
Oh, he was shot down there, but I'm wondering, how did Owl do that? Whoa.
Yeah, that was incredibly shocking. Ryzen got his retry off first. It looked like, was that the dash?
I think it was
just
a dash.
A light wheel just flying?
Was that a stray light wheel?
It was a stray light wheel that somehow got the turtle there for Blacklist International.
That was probably like calculated.
Calculated. But that looked incredibly unlucky for Omega. That was their turtle to have. But gotta give credit where credit's due. If he was going to use the Phantom Step, that was the right time to do it.
It went from good to great for the agents. They got the pick off on Stone. Rather, the other way around. They got, random turtle, thanks. And then, boom, they barreled down on Stone. So, yeah. Oh, wait, looking for a kick here.
No angle.
All right, no one home. Okay, back to the reset. Blacklist still haven't capitalized on that win, but it's looking better. The map's looking better for Black.
Yeah, in a way, it's just, it whittled down that gold lead a little bit that Omega had. And you can see, right, the damage is starting to be there for Owl. There's a lot of focus here, especially against both those gold laners. Now they're still going to press the situation. Feathered Airstrike going to come down, trying to force out that Cold Ultra as it does. Kelra not going to find the connection there as Renzio falls. Trying to buy time for the rest of the team. Has to pay with it for his life.
Great team play right now we're seeing from the defending champions. And great call by the Queen to push forward. They saw Renjo was out of position. And even if Omega would have bodies to commit and to respond, it was a sure thing that they walk away with at least a kill. And they got it, plus a turret up top.
Oh, and just a moment ago, the King of the Jungle has demanded his tithe. He stole away Ryzen's purple. This is the purple-less Lancelot.
Oh, there you go. Miko going to find the way the dragon angle he was looking for earlier. Gets Wise all in time. Now that the Lord is up here. So now that the ball is in the court for Omega to play with, they got to hold on if you're Blacklist International for that Lord not to be taken. Wise should be up in about 13 seconds. They're going to force Stone back with the real world manipulation. Miko still waiting patiently. Does not have the dragon. There's the damage coming out from Kelra. Still going to be fighting for this Lord here. Miko trying to zone out the members he can. Still comes down. Miko's going to fall. Who grabs the Lord? It's Ryzen. Kelra flickers in, gets the double.
Filipino savage things. Omega knew that there was a point of no return. They had to capitalize on the fact that Wise wasn't there, and they leaned on that.
That was a great call by Omega. In the past games where you've seen Omega in that same scenario, they hesitated. They didn't hesitate there. Good dodge by Ryzen on the knockup. potentially from the Guinevere. Now Omega will be marching forward with the Lord. Gentlemen, we have to talk about this. With Omega in the lead and potentially could get a lot of towers here, Omega winning a game against Blacklist in this playoff series means that's their first win over Blacklist the entire season.
Again, history, folks. History. And they are, what? Just a few turrets away and a base from making that happen. They're going to play, starting with a feathered airstrike, just to check it. All right, so far, 3K ahead. Not exactly out of the woods just yet, but Omega should not let go of this lead.
Yeah, they can still get counter-punished
Like
hard.
this. This might be it. The flicker comes out. Kelra's in trouble. They find the perfect mark as they fall. Renzio still trying to capitalize on this. Miko there, focusing on Edward. Ryzen from the backside. No targets he might want to commit to here as Omega pulls back. Lord, though, top side. Blacklist International has to deal with it. Ryzen going to be hunting down the Queen. A final slash to put him away. The kick comes out too. They get the Colt Altar, and Lord is taken care of cleanly.
But they pushed that top lane tier too.
Yeah, they got something, but I think Omega know they could have gotten something way more out of that.
That's right. They were going from great to just good.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, all right, guys, it's fine. Let's just make the most out of this. But that was a beautiful call there by Blacklist International. The conceal, they got the target. And again, that's the punishment that you're up against. A Theramis and an Eve get caught in that real-world manipulation, you will get pulled back.
Dare I say that was almost Echo-like.
Yeah.
It looks like Blacklist have picked up a trick from their M4 rivals playbook.
Echo-esque.
Echo-esque.
Echo-esque. Well, as we go back to this, pretty much the reset here, right? I mean, until the next objective comes up, it's 30 seconds away. And at this point, yeah, what we've seen is Miko doing what he has to do on the show, right? But not every time does he find the angle he's looking for. If he can happen to do that once again, leading into this Lord or even during that Lord dance, that'd be great for Omega here.
He seems to need a little bit of help from Renzio. He needs the showstopper to set it up to get the perfect kick, but wait.
Oh, this might be it here. Why is going to fall before the Lord comes up in less than 10 seconds? Omega does it again, finding the pick off. Stome also picking up a big item, the Divine Glaive, as they make their way for the Lord here. But you also saw, too, Ryzen took a couple hits from Owl.
Yeah.
So now they got to work out for this. Renzio in that front line here. Owl just going to focus on that mid lane. The tier 1's going to fall here. Flicker goes in. Kelra's damage has to be respected. But meanwhile, Omega easily going to secure that Lord.
Deja vu. This is the same story from the first Lord.
Yep.
Wow, and that was their version of that clapback. That beautiful play just to get a crucial pick off. Blacklist did it earlier, and Omega for the second time, they found Wise, and that looked like the signal of a team who really studied Wise's movements here, Blacklist movements in terms of how they want to position themselves around Lord fights, leading up to the Lord even, and with that, here comes Omega, 4K gold lead, Lord marching up top, items still neck and neck, but Omega have a few edges there. Let's see who can get this.
It's one hell of a gambit Omega's playing with. How often do you play against a team as decorated as Blacklist and you say, you know what, why don't we pressure their most veteran player? How about we pressure Wise?
Yeah, might as well. They found him each time. Couple shots here for Owl. The feathered airstrike going to come down. Lord will fall here before reaching the turret. They did put some damage on the bottom inhibitor, but so far so good for Blacklist International defending. Not sure if Omega will be able to find the inhibitor turret, but many of these are still half health. Blacklist International holding on.
Great defense. Yeah. Clean despite the sinking of all three waves and that Lord crashing on through mid. Yeah. Blacklist still standing team.
Yeah, they read that really well. Miko might get caught out.
There's the feathered airstrike. The final slash was used as well. Owl there to back his team up.
Oh!
Real world manipulation going to come down. Ryzen will fall. Omega was looking for a moment to respond, but Blacklist International punishes them.
All right, a bit too deep there, but also a little detail we have to point out how well Oh My Venus played that. He held on to the tether of the Theramis pull for as long as he could, even waiting for the Phantom Execution, just so the Thorn Rose even, just so that once all that is gone, he can pull him back, and they secured the kill with that.
Oh, they're going to go in again, the flicker, but the Stampede is going to be counterplayed. Not what Oh My Venus was looking for, so Omega survives that. They've seen that in the playbook before.
Yep, she is her. While we were talking about the Queen and then right before the Stampede attempt, so far, the Queen has been reigned the #1 top assists in the whole league.
That's a whole lot. Final slash. Oh, that's tough. Stone can't fly away from that as he falls here. Again, still about half a minute before that Lord's going to be up. Blacklist International still looking for any advantage they can get before that next Lord take.
Oh, that's tough indeed.
Did Stone walk into that?
Yeah, he did. He was just doing what he's supposed to do, which is just clear the minion waves a little bit.
And then
didn't expect that members of Blacklist would just come out of nowhere and surprise him.
Oh.
Caught him with his pants down.
Blind spot.
A blind spot, yeah. Didn't have the vision there, and space open up in the bottom lane. Ryzen forced a clean up there. So Blacklist know the timers that they have. They have time. Now here comes the play by Blacklist.
Okay, Wise going to push Renzio back here. Oh My Venus as well. Flickers out. Can't escape it, though. Owl here having a great game on this carry. Now Lord going to go ahead and reset, but they have the numbers advantage they were looking for.
All right. 4v5. Wave down bottom.
Oh,
Taking
here
care of a
comes
kick.
Miko. He gets the kickoff. Immortality will be popped, but he's going to be punished as well. In the backside, Edward going to zone out Stone. Miko still on the run. Oh My Venus, one hit away. The burn is there from Ryzen as the Queen will fall.
10 seconds before Oh My Venus comes back. The Farum is passive in effect, and Blacklist International are rushing this Lord. Ryzen there to contest.
They know he does not have the retribution. This is going to be a hard battle for him. Wise going to zone him out. They find Kelra too. Lord going to be secured here by Blacklist International.
Blacklist slowly clawing back. And with that engagement, they now have the gold lead, and they also have a Luminous Lord.
The go signal for Blacklist wasn't that they got kills, wasn't that they got advantage, it was that they saw Ryzen use the retribution to commit the kill onto Oh My Venus, who had a lot of passive up, got to come back fast anyway, and this is dire straits for the Barangay as the Blacklist agents looking closer and closer to celebrating a Game 2 victory. Can Blacklist end it here?
Keep an eye on Edward. He might press his situation here with the final slash. Wise going to jump in. Inhibitor turret in the top lane. Going to fall here for Omega. Kelra has the damage here. This should be able to defend with only one tower falling, and we're back to it.
Okay. You see here the veteran wiles of Blacks International. I believe the call was, all right, we'll take it slow. We've played against Omega for the better part of the past 3 years. We know we can do this as we slowly claw back. They decide to just say top lane inhibitor, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, well, good call there by Blacklist International. Felt like that warning shot from Kelra was a warning shot that Blacklist felt. It's like, okay, the Matrix is built up. You saw that one sniper hit brought Al down to 50. Let's back up a bit.
We took it hard.
Yeah, we can build slowly onto this, and here comes a conceal play by Blacklist.
Conceal play going to come in. The Queen going to flicker in. They pull Stone. He's in trouble. Renzio trying to flicker out. Can't get it. UA grabbing the kill. He's having a massive game. And now the assault on the inhibitor in the bottom side. Owl unleashing. It's only 3 members of Smart Omega. There's the final slash that comes through with the knockup. Ryzen falls. The full force of the agents into the base. UA will fall, but the crystal is focused on. They're holding on, though. No minions are there. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Ring the bell.
As Blacklist International waits for the minions in, gets the music going, takes us to match point.
The Barangay is now up against the wall. Say what you will about them being comfortable here, but it's no secret, folks. One more loss and they are out.
The reigning and defending champions. Don't count them out. That was a game where Omega had the lead, but they found the turnaround. This bad news for Omega and Blacklist. You see them. They look lighter. They feel lighter. That was a big motivational win from them to turn the game around like that.
It's, when you're watching it unfold, that's really where you see that kind of how much of a masterclass Blacklist International can be in terms of the calls, in terms of when to engage, when to fully engage, or when your idea is, let's just get some spells out, some ultimates, and then play around with that. And then when they punish mistakes as well.
Yeah, and we saw again the familiarity of Blacklist. It seemed like at one point, everything just went perfectly for Oh My Venus and just remembered all of the scouting reports. This is where Renzo likes to position, especially this is where Stome likes to position. How many flicker shadow stampedes do we see coming out from Oh My Venus to get the right target in a shrub? Great play there by the Queen, but you mentioned it earlier, both of you, Yue was a monster in this game as well. Oh My Venus would set things up, and Yue with great timing on the real-world manipulation, showing why, for a lot of people, I think we've seen the discussions in the community boards out there, he's looking like the runaway rookie of the season.
I'll have to admit, a lot of this match, I'd say, was on the back of Oh My Venus' amazing pulls, right? And the fact that she was finding Stome more often than Omega would like, I think led to this win. Because what? Let's admit, looking at the game, rewatch it, folks, in hindsight, I'd say what? A good 60-70% of this game was on Omega's side. Like, Omega's game to lose, definitely. But they hit the barangay at the right pressure points. Like, that's all they needed. And eventually, that's how we ended up with a 2-0 so far in this best of 5. This is scary to think that Blacklist, despite ending the regular season on a relatively rocky note, is able to perform this way.
It's impressive, you know, to say the least. Again, we saw their struggles in the regular season, and they're getting it figured out here.
I wonder what their former coach, Coach Bonchan, and Midnight has to say about this as we throw over to them. They're at the analyst stand. They're going to be breaking down game number 2. They're going to be breaking down at match point. Midnight, Bonchan, it's up to you now.
2-0 indeed for Blacklist International. 1 game away from advancing to the next round. Kakaiba ang pinakita ng mga agents this time around, and ibang challenge naman ang kakaharapin ng barangay. Welcome back sa ating analyst stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight at kasama ko rin si Coach Bonchan. Coach, maihahalin tulad ko itong match na to na para kang isang estudyante, nagdala ka ng, nag-review ka sa exam. Pero si Blacklist International parang yung kaklase mo na matalino lang at pumapasa sa mga exam.
Tama, kung ako dyan, tatabi ako lagi sa Blacklist para palagi akong pasado.
Kopya ka, no? And interesting yung naging draft dito kasi actually pinag-uusapan natin kanina, yung naging draft sequence ng Blacklist International, it forced Omega to make a choice on specific parts of their game. Ano ba yung mga ano ba yung mga kailangang i-adjust ng Omega doon?
Well, ang napakaganda ng pag-last pick ng Blacklist International sa Guinevere dahil unang-una, mamimili ang lason ng Omega if magpi-flicker ba or purify. Now, napa-purify ngayon si Parsa. Ngayon, ang magiging problema niya naman ay ang ulti ni Eve and ni Arlot na pag nahuli siya, parang yung Purify halos wala ding magagawa. Nakita naman natin kanina kung paano na pick off. So, ang hirap talagang pumili kung anong spell ang pinakamaganda dahil sa Guinevere pick na yun.
Yeah, and ito yung choice kasi na ginawa din ng Omega when they picked up the Fred Rain. Tapos kumuha sila ng mga mobile-based, I would say, na hero na parang kailangan yung mobility para ma-establish yung control sa may front line. Pero nung napikan nga sila ng Arlot and then last pick Guinevere, suddenly parang nagkaroon ka ng dilemma. Do you go Flicker? Do you go Purify? And ang naging problem ni Omega is this directly goes against what you really want to do. Kasi si Farsa, usually, gusto mo siyang mag-frontline. Ang problema lang, pag may mga lapu-lapu, pag may mga yuzong, di siya pwedeng gumawa ng gano'n. Pero in this case, Arlot lang kasi yung problema niya. So pwede mo sabihin na pwede kang mag-flicker out, kahit yung Paramis, kaya niya i-match. Pero naging dagdag na problema nung nag-pick ng Guinevere si Wise dito. Actually, pati nga si Kelra damay eh. And si Kelra still opted to go for the flicker. Pero ang naging dilemma ng Omega is may nang force out pa rin ng mga battle spells coming up from Blacklist International. And we were talking about earlier na parang baliktad yung itsura nung draft. Kasi parang pwede mong ilagay yung pangalan ng Blacklist sa kaliwa. Pwede mong ilagay yung pangalan ng Smart Omega sa may kanan. Kasi parang late game naman yung habol dito ng Blacklist International with Owl playing that carry. And napag-usapan din natin to na yung early game kanina, umaarangkada si Smart Omega with their aggression. Pero ano ba yung naging turning point dito for Smart Omega? Bakit nakuha ni Blacklist yung kanilang late game timings?
Napakaganda talaga ng early, especially ni Miko, yung mga pick-off niya. But then pagdating nung middle part ng game, napaka-commendable ni Oh My Venus sa mga hatak niya, sa mga pasok niya. Flicker, hatak na nagre-result yun na nga, doon napapasok yung dilemma. Ang meron ka lang, flicker. Isang pundot mo ng flicker, meron pang meron pang Eve, at meron pang Guinevere. Napakadami talagang problema, napakasakit sa ulo.
Yeah.
At gaya ng sabi ko kaninang first game, communication is the key.
Yeah.
Nakita nyo pag may hinatak si Oh My Venus, Matic, ang dami talagang follow-up.
Actually, nakita natin yung maraming beses yung turning points ng Blacklist International. Omega, they were leading nung early game. Sila yung nagdi-dictate ng tempo. Pero I would say not as much kasi nga may inherent problems ka with how you utilize your heroes. Kumbaga, hindi maximized fully yung heroes ng Smart Omega. That's why medyo nagpo-falter yung kanilang mga heroes. And Blacklist International, they were actually maintaining their foothold. Kumbaga, may-maintain nila yung mga nakukuha ng Smart Omega. Parang it's not what you want, pero it's only what you can get for Smart Omega. And Blacklist International, umabot sila sa point na nakapag-farm din si Owl. Even though napakataas ang damage output ng Smart Omega, it was still Blacklist International that prevailed in this game. And again, the MVP of game number 2, ang abunjing ng mga agents na si Edward using the Arlot 328. Pero ang pinaka-importante dito, 79% kill participation. Kumbaga siya yung nag-hold ng game for Blacklist.
Tama, kung baga siya yung classmate na palaging present, complete attendance pagdating sa mga away.
Oo. Ilang beses natin pinag-usapan kanina, di ba, yung mga napa-final slash niya, meron siyang malupit na TikTok play kanina kay Renzo na hindi in-expect actually na Smart Omega na aabot yung final slash. Ang ganda pa ng angulo na nahanap niya. And of course, yung mga hawi dito, siya yung siya yung threat din sa mga nakatayo sa may bandang likuran. Kumbaga siya rin yung nagpo-provide ng setup para dun sa ibibigay na problema nila Wise, nila Venus, at pati na rin ni Yue. Actually, kanina nga, lupit nung ginawa ng Blacklist. Yung isang turning point na makikita nyo maya-maya in just a bit. Kasi si Omega talaga yung nagli-lead ng early game. Ang ganda, banggit mo, Coach Bonchan, na ang ganda nung momentum na pinakita ni Miko on this show. How well would you say yung naging performance ito ni Miko?
If I would rate it, I think I would rate it 6 out of 10. Dahil hindi ko lang ngayon nakita yan especially nung kalaban nila yung Echo. Sobrang ganda ng paggamit na ng Chu. Yun nga lang, dumating sa point na mid-game, naging objective-oriented ang Blacklist. So hindi na nagmamatter ang kills kung saan nag-semi-ube na.
Yep, ito yung sinasabi nating turning point kanina. Even though hindi umabot yung final slash, yung timing kasi nung flicker na call ng Blacklist International. Again, this is Blacklist. Alam nila yung mga timers nila. Alam nilang walang flicker si Kelra at that time. Flicker from Yue with the real-world manipulation. Doon nagsimula yung unang turning point ng game. And ang isa pang problema nila is yung zoning potential ni Arlot sa may frontline. Kasi hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na kaya mo palagaan yung Arlot. Kasi nga, again, may mga inherent counters doon sa may bandang likuran pa. May mga susunod pa galing kay Wise na talon. At may mga, may mga parating pang crowd control coming out from Blacklist International. Kaya actually, naging important dito yung binanggit ni Coach Boncha kanina na battle spell selection kasi ito talaga yung nagpapahirap sa buhay ng mga heroes ng Smart Omega. Now, 2-0 na ang Blacklist International. One game away, one match away from advancing to the next round. And kung ikaw ang, palit naman tayo ng pwesto, kasi Blacklist, di ba? Kung ikaw ang coach ng Smart Omega, ano bang masasabi mo sa kanila?
Communication talaga Kailangan nilang focus yung sarili nila. Ano ba yung objectives ng game? Tama naman na nakaka-early sila ng dahil sa kills. Pero pagdating ng mid, up to late game, kailangan nilang tignan paano ba natin i-maintain yung nakuha nating lead sa early nang hindi tayo napapahamak.
Kasi yung Blacklist International, ilang beses natin binanggit na laging nagtatranslate yung mga team nila sa objective. So that is the main key takeaway for Smart Omega. And speaking of takeaway, ay takeaway muna natin kayo sa ating game dahil marami tayong titignan dito sa ating venue as we head on over to Mara Aquino.
Thank you, Midnight. Nag-recall na kami ni Sona dito sa Smart Base sa tapat ng Function Room 5 sa second floor ng SMX Convention Center. Kayo din mag-recall na kasi meron kami nakita dito. Pwede kayong pwede kayong makakuha nito. Oh!
Saan galing yan?
This for the photo booth from them. You can get this from them and premium items and vouchers. So, si Rai, let us know what's happening here dito sa Smart Base.
Bali, kailangan nyo lang po mag-register ng SIM card nyo dito sa Giga Arena po. And then, you can get a voucher po ng 50 dias po. And then, the same time po, you can get a premium item from Team Omega po. May meet and greet po tayo. Ayun po. Ayun po, bali, yun po yung pinaka-mechanics natin. Bali, mag-register lang po kayo and then top up at least for the Power All 99. And then, yun po, you can avail the...
Ito yung voucher. Ano makukuha?
Bali, ang makukuha po natin is 50 diamonds po.
50 diamonds!
And mind you, Mara, tingnan mo, bronze, silver, and gold. So pataas ng pataas yung prizes kung sakali na
Galing
makuha mo
ng
yung points doon.
Ito yung isa na pwedeng makuha.
Pag nag-register po kayo ng SIM card nyo po, ng smart SIM card po.
Nag-register ng SIM card. Paano makukuha yung 50 diamonds?
Bali, ano po, mag-register lang po kayo ng number nyo dito sa Giga Arena and then mag-top up po kayo for at least 100. And
then meet and greet.
Yeah, and then meet and greet po for the Team Omega po. Get a chance po to have a premium merchandise po.
Oh, premium merchandise and meet and greet. Okay, so run us through. Saan tayo pupunta para makuha ito? This is really nice. I love it. Love it. Sa kabila,
Dito tayo punta.
punta tayo dito sa Recall Base. Bam, 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 bam. Oy, may nag-ML. Feeling ko ito na yung model natin. OSX, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Di ako titingin. Nag-ultimate. Sa minions.
No look ultimate.
No look, no look.
Okay, since nandyan ka na sa base, okay, sa smart base natin, kailangan pakita natin kung paano natin to makukuha. So, give us your best pose. Ikaw naman yung mag-picture.
Alright,
Okay, camera please. Ito.
Alam mo kasi hindi ako ganun kagaling mag-picture. So, since nandito na si Rai, I think he's the best
Si Rai,
photographer in
habang
town.
kinukuha ni Rai, eto, alam natin, sobrang ganda ng ating Smart Giga Arena. Tell us about that.
I mean, honestly, Smart Giga Arena is a platform especially for the casual gamers lang on a daily basis. Pero lalayo muna ako ng konti.
Ayan, pipicture na.
Moment ni OSX to.
This is your moment.
But
Ooh,
going back to what I was
wow.
saying, there's a lot of tournaments na hinohold ng Smart Giga Arena for a lot of the different gaming titles. And who knows, may chance pa silang manalo ng limpak-limpak na ba-premyo by just playing wherever they are.
And what's great about the Smart Giga Arena, it's for anybody with any skill level. Pwede kayong mag-attack ng barangay nyo. You could make a group of 5.
Even
or
solo.
Even solo or 3. Mag-accumulate kayo ng points doon. And you can win lots of prizes. So it's all skill levels. Kahit saang parte kayo ng Pilipinas. What do you think about the Smart Giga Arena?
Para sa akin, ito yung platform na kahit wala ako, hindi ko sama kaibigan ko, pre-register tayo sa website. Sama-sama tayo lahat. Nandun tayo sa opening kung paano ginawa ito yung Giga Arena. It's all about how you get connected to people. And this was the perfect way to actually have a good time. It was the post-pandemic na kung saan tayo we're slowly healing. And this one platform na parang napakalupit ng Smart.
And what I love about it also is that it gives opportunity for everybody to become a player. So when you go here, you take a photo, you get this copy. You can also have a meet and greet with Omega. So go ahead, second floor ng SMX Convention Center in front of Function Hall 5. Come on over here. Pero ngayon, mabalikan tayo sa ating casters. Pasok!
Back on desk here for game number 3 in this best of 5. It's still us, We Bear Bros, bringing you the action. Naisu, Rama Santa Cruz, Leo calling it here. I'm afraid that the match point might get to Omega's head, but we're hoping that that's not the case. Real quick, let me remind everybody about the Hanabi New Moonlit Wish draw, all right? Get a chance to win it. You can enjoy a discount of about 50% off for your first 10 draws in first daily ×1 draw. The discount will not be applied when you use your All-Star promo diamonds, though, so watch out. Also, same stands for your Moonlit Wish tokens. The draw event will last until May 8th, so just about until after the playoffs. Get your new Hanabi skin now. That being said, quick recap. Again, Blacks International standing at match point. And so far, they have just been firing off on all cylinders, whether it be with new picks like the Angela, got him. Bringing back old favorites, Jungle Guinevere, got him. What else is left in the tank for Omega?
This is tough because, like Renmar mentioned before we went to the analyst there, yeah, Omega had that game, like the early game to even possibly the mid game there, but unfortunately they just couldn't get past that wall, if you will. Once it started to pretty much show up in front of them. So there's a lot here. I feel like that Omega actually has to answer going against Blacklist International because it looked like they had it figured out the previous game.
Yeah, and they should take a piece of advice, Omega, from Fredrin. You should try to find a way to turn this game around. And I think Coach Bonchan mentioned, got to simply say it earlier. All the things that we've pointed out from Omega, Coach Bonchan said, Omega just really needs to improve on their mid-game communication, because it seems like it's around that time. It's when things start to crumble, and you see it. You don't get to hear their comms, but you see the result of it. Stone being out of position sometimes. Miko going for an initiation, getting vision, but then it seems like there are members of Omega not fully ready to commit just yet. Renjo doing the same thing. So if Omega can fix that and again replicate a good early game again, this might be the game for them to turn things around. But they need to work on that mid-game calm.
It's uncanny and just the same amazing to see that we all see the same thing. That Omega, great, early to mid, and then it slowly breaks down. I wonder why that is.
Which is weird because, again, Omega is a team where, yeah, people kind of connected them with the phrase, Omega timers, right? So you're like, a lot of people are thinking, 18-minute mark, maybe even the 16, 17-minute mark. Like, that's when there's going to start popping off. But, unfortunately, at least in this series, it really hasn't happened that way.
Yeah.
This series might even, I dare say, this season. It feels like the Omega timers isn't a thing for this lineup.
Yeah. It seems like Omega timers now is early game, weirdly enough. Just be comfortable in the early and then a good early mid, but then mid to late, that's where it goes down.
And that's why it's so tough to be a Barangay fan in this series specifically because, yeah, let's say Omega timers comes in a little earlier, right?
Yeah.
14, 15, but games don't end at 14 and 15 here in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, not anymore. I think this season, if I'm not mistaken, the average game time that we've had is now getting closer to 20. It's around 19 minutes, 20, 30 seconds, somewhere around like that.
Like, I know it doesn't work logically this way, but 19, 20, I would just round up to 20. I know we're supposed to round down, but it's like, it feels like games more and more now hit that 20-minute plus mark because especially the way that the meta has gone and, these lineups are really great at defending that high ground defense. You see a lot of Farsa, a lot of Eve even. The wave clear is amazing. So even with this, right, on the first pick, Black International taking the Arlot for themselves, why not? It's worked so well from you from the previous game. We saw how many great, final slashes were utilized for the way that they wanted to play that. And that, again, goes to the fact that those calls to, even if the final slash was to peel, a lot of the times, you saw that interchange where whether it was to engage, to peel, to do something.
And re-engage.
They did it so well. So, a great priority pickup here for Blacklist International.
So, will it be a Valentina for Omega? Will they steal away an Eve? Or will it be for them?
Among the planes
That's an Eve, it is, and a Faramis. So it's Omega trying to put together their best Blacklist International cosplay.
That's right. They're stealing it away. If we can't beat you with our game, we'll play your game.
They're basically the iteration of Valentina herself.
Yeah.
They are you.
They are we.
Yeah. They're we.
Does that check out? Grammatically speaking, I'm not sure. But, again, when you're up against the wall, it's match point. I don't blame Omega for going this way. And here's the thing. If it works out, they can become the Omega Enigma.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. And I like a Valentina Lolita pickup here potentially for Blacklist.
One half of it. The Lolita.
Lolita, come on.
I
it
would.
looks beautiful. Oh, okay. Good. Good pickup there by Blacklist. They don't want to put it in the hands of Ryzen. And so that means potentially he's going to end up having a tank slot on his hands again.
Likely.
Highly likely.
We're about to close up the first phase. No prio for any gold laners quite yet because that's another option that Omega can go for.
Yeah. Oh, but they do it here.
Indeed they do.
Okay, they decide to go ahead and take up the quad, which, interesting because now that we go into this second phase of the pick and bans here, you're going to see how this plays out, right? Because with Omega, they've got that gold lane option locked in. They've got the Faramis and the Eve pickup. So we're probably going to see Blacklist International at least maybe narrow down the jungle options here like they already have, or of course the roam, right? Because what we were expecting, this is back in game one, was that big pick, that roam pick that would solidify that lineup that Omega had before, but they locked in the Angela, right? So then it was like, oh no, we're missing some of that frontline kind of tankiness that we needed. So now, what does this leave open for them?
Okay, so Omega chooses to ban out the carry. Blacklist International. If I'm Omega, I'd also take out the Brody.
Yeah.
Because Omega went for a lineup that have you have to think of Eve as a late game mage in a way. I know it sounds weird to think about, but she needs farm. Unlike Farsa, unlike Valentina, she needs to farm. And so that gives two of your major damage dealers being farm heavy. If you're a lineup up against a Brody now, and especially a Brody that can stun on a Claude, you will struggle if you're Omega. So they have to take away the Brody in this scenario. If they don't, that means they're ready for it. But right now, Blacklist International have drafted a lineup that looks good for a Brody and Lolita last 2 picks. Now that the glue is also off of the hands of Omega.
All right, if they get, that's you with the Valiant. I'm gonna recover. All right, the Lolita is still ripe for picking, and just the same, I think a Purify can solve things.
Yeah.
But might that be too honest for an Omega that is just in dire straits, right?
Yes.
If you play that way, is it too honest? And will it be okay? Interestingly enough, look at this.
Look at the last band.
The response.
They take out the Leslie.
So are they saying, make my day, Owl, pick the Brody?
It's like they're welcoming it. They're welcoming a pickup there. There's no record of a Leslie pickup here for Owl, but it seems like it's more of a Omega felt like something was happening.
For the good people in the stands, yes, indeed, Mirko is watching, Indonesia's finest. We'd like to say hi to Mr. Herbert Wagner. Trex, he's watching as well, all the way from
He's
North
staying up
America.
late.
Yeah.
It's late over there.
Yeah. And for everyone who is here with us at SMX, expect to stay late as well.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I expect this to go 5-man. We all want it to go 5 deep inside.
It's looking
like it. This
I'm
might end
hoping.
here, though.
Yeah, it's a dire situation,
Not
but
like
that's
this.
not. Yeah. But I gotta say, if there's a team right, and we talked about how the identity of the Omega timers aren't there, well, there is still the Lassen identity. Lasson.
Lasson.
You think it's there?
I don't know, man.
You're not feeling it?
I woke up and I felt like it was, but at this point,
Terizla?
I have to say, okay.
So they're just trying to match the wave clear for wave clear.
Yes.
This puts so much pressure on the jungle of Omega. They're gonna have to go tanky here.
And whoever it is, we don't know who it is.
Yeah, Dire Straits. Come on, the Lolita. Are they hovering a lane? Really? That would be interesting.
For Wise?
But there's already a Kai. But we mentioned Lolita Brody. They still look like really good picks here. Unless they're thinking something else, maybe Moscow for Al, but they don't necessarily need to.
Yeah.
If they want to be safe and they want more wave clear, they go Beatrix, but
she's open.
Yeah, they can end this quick. They can just go for it.
Always on the way.
Alchemy.
Okay.
Oh, it's Matilda.
Wow.
How about an old classic? How about we get on board Matilda Airlines for once?
Yeah, this is your favorite.
Yeah, your favorite, Leo.
This is your favorite, Leo.
I'm expecting a lot of great sounds coming in from Ranmar Santa Cruz tonight.
And he means himself. That's Leo. This
All right.
Matilda pickup is great because it still adds the spirit of what we mentioned of just end this quick. Set the tempo. Rotate quickly. Pressure Kelra. Delay that Claude. Make Omega really crawl back from a deficit, which, against a lineup that Blacklist fielded with an Arlott and a Brody together, even a Valentina, let's count the Valentina in there, it's going to be dire straits and a tough time for Omega if Blacklist get an early to mid lead. They could get swept here, and the pick will be a Baksha.
Hey, going back to it, looks very, right? Looks very, in a way, like you said, the Blacklist cosplay with a couple changes here. I'm actually interested how the Terizla will fare against the Arlott.
Yeah. Wave clear, they get to match up. I actually have fun facing Terizla and lane when I play Arlott. Although I haven't seen enough matches out of it, all we know is the most important detail is wave clear, rotate, that's it. You can match it and sometimes even go faster than an Arlott.
But like, think about just those two heroes alone. Like, Arlott is so nimble, and Terizla just feels like how he looks, basically. Like, he's just a huge guy with a mace, I think, or something.
Huge hammer.
Huge hammer.
And that's what makes Omega's approach to the current situation interesting.
Yeah.
Is they're leaning into it.
Yeah.
You maybe, just in our opinion, you want a hero that might be able to try and play around the fact
Yeah.
But no, they pick it up first in the second phase. So going into Game 3, it's all or nothing for Omega from here on until the series end, which is nigh. Blacks International threatening the elimination.
Okay. Well, early game, if Omega can get that lead again, I would love to see them be able to utilize this lineup that looks reminiscent of what Blacklist International had before to take control and not let it slip out of their hands here. I think that's one of the biggest things, especially not overextending, you know, and I feel like at the same time, with all that being said, the Baksha pick, your rotations are great. You're going to be able to get around the map here, but you know, you really got to be careful of positioning. As I was saying, Ryzen could be in trouble here. First blood going to the hands of Agent Zero. Already a minute in, picking up a kill.
This is exactly what Blacklist wants. They want you to respond, and they force a rotation from the mid lane, and they get away with that kill for free.
Yeah, that was a turnaround for Blacklist in the sense that Omega, Ryzen, Renjo, they decided to path downwards towards to Edward was behind his turret because it looked like Blacklist were already pathing towards up. But of course, you're a Matilda and you have your teammates with you. They can get a little bit of extra mobility, and they did. They shifted their gears. They went for a U-turn, and Omega were just caught out in the bottom lane.
And it looks like Omega's trying to recover. They are going to make at least somewhat of a effort to contest. Looking at Ryzen, he has it level 4, got that retry on point as well.
Yeah.
But the positioning is off. Blacks International are just first at the scene. They have a better placement here.
Yeah. Gonna have to keep an eye. Renzo gonna go in with a penalty zone, finds 2, but doesn't have the damage to back him up. They get the pin down. Ryzen will fall. Heavy spin coming out from Wise. Still quite low here. Renzio, though, not going to be enough. Wise grabs the turtle. Final slash comes through. Renzio will fall. Edwards still on the hunt. It's a triple kill for UA.
That is not what you want if you're Omega. A triple kill for the Valentina. The first turtle to Blacklist International. And we were talking about it earlier. Blacklist drafted the lineup that if Omega aren't careful, can snowball quickly, and I think we're starting to see the beginning of a big snowball. My question is, why, Omega, why try to contest that, knowing that the positioning was off?
Yeah.
You were outnumbered.
You entered Blacklist's house in this very moment. The turtle pit was theirs, and they got punished hard for that.
See, that's what I'm talking about. As we just saw from the replay, hold on, top side, they get the flicker out here from Owl. Okay, going back to the point,
you were saying
that replay, we saw how well it worked out, right? Final slash comes through, everybody's low. UA just kind of dips in, slides in, whatever you want to call it, and capitalizes off it. And now, like Renmar said, look at that. You've already got this nice gold lead advantage here against Stome across from you.
That's, as far as I'm concerned, just miles away. 2K in 3 minutes?
Wow.
That hurts. Now Renzio forced to flicker away, and it's not much better for Miko.
Blacklist's rotations are on point. No kills yet for Omega. Seems like everywhere we go in the map, every crucial area, there's a member of Blacklist there. Oh My Venus pushing back. Kelra way behind turret. Positional advantage in the gold lane there for Blacklist International, forcing a rotation from Miko up top. Turtle will be up. It will be a big wonder if, actually, they will contest this Omega.
Oh, they might be looking for just putting pressure here on Kelra. He's going to go ahead and be forced to use that Blazing Duet. Clearing his lane. Owl taking quite a bit of damage, too. Oh, My Venus might give the go signal here. Stone going to hold them off, though, so still no commitment just yet. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, turret's going to be fought for. Heavy spin comes out. The dashes as well. Renzio will fall. Ryzen now left to 1 versus 2. Gonna get whittled down. Turtle still worked on. Ryzen will secure the turtle himself. Now Miko there to help him out, but Edward goes in, grabbing the kill. Was it worth it?
That was so well timed. The Blacks International understood that there was no cult altar. Ryzen wasn't gonna get away with it.
Yeah. You posed the question there, Nice. Was it worth it? More like 60-40, 65-35 that it wasn't. They got the turtle out of that, but at this point, with your opponent snowballing and you yourself giving another kill, also to Edward, that's tough.
Oh, right now.
Oh, the
Oh, my
pull.
Venus going to get pulled back. Flickers out. She's going to be just fine. Still, Omega showing some life. Again, this is 5.5 minutes in. They're already working against a 3K gold deficit here. Oh, my Venus taking a couple shots. She'll be fine even without that flicker. Owl, though, had to flicker himself. Going to get locked down here. Stone able to punish. Finds Owl.
Yeah, the right call and the right play this time around by Omega. They get their first kill and onto the opposing gold laner. Not a shutdown by any means, but it's something. It's something to build on. Slight lead for Kelra in terms of the gold.
Uh-oh. Man, this is crazy. Edward just kind of whittling down Ryzen here. That's how much of a lead he has, 2-0-4 on this R-Lot.
And there's an off-camera circling eagle on Miko. I was about to say, man, I'd hate to be bad news, Bob, or to rain on Omega's parade as they try to make for a comeback. But we really haven't seen Matilda Airlines take off just yet. So there is a looming threat of Oh My Venus making a call. They can break the momentum that Omega is slowly building up.
Yeah, and so Matilda Airlines with the Valentina rather as the passenger. The last time we saw it where Stone fell down in that first turtle fight. Ooh.
Okay. Still, I mean, even look at the bottom side. They're still going to be going one-on-one against each other. Top, though, Yue going to force Stone back a little bit half health here. All of this pretty much resulting into positioning for this turtle. Owl going to be in trouble here. Still going to be alive. Had the shields available. Cold Ryzen comes out. Ryzen was there from the backside, so Owl is out. Blacklist International down one member. Might just want to give this turtle up. Looks like that's what they want to do, but Blacklist wants to fight for it. Wise going to push them out with a heavy spin. Secures the turtle. Now Renzio will fall in trouble. Edward with the final slash, displacing two. Focusing on Ryzen. They're punishing him here. Ryzen will fall. Edward again on this R-Lot.
Deja vu. It's another situation of was that worth it, but this time around, it was for Owl. Omega put themselves in the situation and Blacklist capitalized.
Oh, wow, Yue again. The confidence is massive and apparent here. Again, 5-0-3 this time on the Valentina.
He has two of his comforts in one hero, the Valentina and Eve. And we have to point out something in that last turtle fight. Wise didn't get his retribution off. Ryzen did. But somehow, Wise, I believe it's the passive taking true damage onto objectives from junglers that secured that. Ryzen got his retribution off in time, but a little bit too early, and so the passive by the retro came in for Wise.
Okay, penalty zone was committed. The Queen had to flicker. Edward was there for the backup too, gonna force them back. They know those resources are down. And still Blacklist International now a comfortable lead, 8 minutes in, leading into that first Lord here in just under a minute. Omega has the work cut out for him. Again, it's match point here.
We're close to a Lord, about 40 seconds out, and Omega still have a lot of work to do. You mentioned in Nice 2, not a single turret down. So a lot of the rotations are going to come at a price.
Okay, real world manipulation is the answer there. Stone, though, doesn't have it now. Again, we're half a minute away. A lot of poke back and forth. Still holding on to the tier 1 turrets, too. That's great for both teams. But ultimately, Blacklist International having a nice little lead here.
And now Omega, all they can do is just hold on and watch. Maybe try to defend. They have to be smart with their timing of their abilities and their entries to the 5K gold lead. It won't be as easy as, oh, we caught them in the real world manipulation. Let's just rain down hell on them. Blacklist will have built enough items to survive that and fight back. Omega don't have the damage just yet.
And it's easier said than done. I mean, yeah, they have been catching Owl twice now in this 9-minute game, but really, there's more to that.
Oh, Ryzen gonna get locked down here. There's nowhere to go. Owl takes the kill. The rest of Omega on the run here. Renzio looking for an angle with the penalty zone, but look at the damage. It's just too much. They got to give up this first Lord, and Kelra on the run for the hills as well.
So you can only imagine the kind of pressure that Kelra is under. Oh, Lord.
That's the pressure right there. Kelra looking to get a kill. Renzio was aiming for the Queen. Gonna miss though. Edward flies out of there. Man, that's tough for Omega.
We rarely see Oh My Venus play the Matilda these days. But a good old classics, running it back. Wise tried to steal the purple buff away from Ryzen, but Ryzen gets it as we look at the instant replay. Edward there getting away just in time, right at the edge of the guiding wind when Oh My Venus landed with the first activation.
This way, Abunjing, this way.
Smooth.
You're not dying today. Not here, not in this team fight. About 7K ahead. Blacklist International threatening a push. If Blacklist gets their way, there's going to be at least one inhibitor that falls.
Yeah, they're going to have still, again, work cut out from here. We're only 11 minutes into the game. Omega on the defense. They're relying on that clear from Stome and Kelra as Lord makes its way bottom side. They could press the situation here. You got to keep an eye also on Edward, but looks like they take the discipline route. Let's just back off for now.
All right, you got to wonder. Omega, they have a lot of resources to work on, but they have to be more careful with it. Miko uses the Cult Altar an average of what? Maybe 2-3 seconds off of its cooldown every single time.
Yeah.
That's how much damage Blacklist is presenting. That's how big this 7K gold lead is.
And why now it looks so, look at Oh My Venus just right in front of Miko there. It's getting close to a, if you're going to put a number onto it, like a 10% chance Omega will find a way to come back, but Ryzen and the rest of Omega chasing.
Ryzen wants to press the situation, but was it the right call? Edward can jump in. Does he have the final slash? He's holding on to it for now. There's the bulldozer comes out. Double real world mutilation gonna fall. Renzio is out of here. Owl still gonna miss that, but it's a monster kill for Yue. Member will fall for Omega. Kelra trying to get back. He can! Wise finds him, and he falls. It's only 2 members left of the Barangay.
Way too big of a gambit for Omega to attempt such an engagement at an 8K gold deficit.
Too eager, too hungry, but now it looks like the reigning and defending champions will end them here.
Oh, Stone's in trouble. He's got a little bit of the shield there to help him out. The inhibitor turn to the mid lane is going to fall. A huge penalty zone, but no follow-up.
The minions.
Blacklist International is looking to end the series in a sweep, but they don't have minions just yet.
Close
so we
call.
go back to it.
Close call, the Barangay holding on. But is it too late? Is a 10K gold lead too big to claw themselves out of this?
It's looking like that might be the case. 2 turrets left. Omega cannot contest this. Stone just picked up a glowing wand. Renjo, we said it earlier, he could have the hard time here, and he is 0-5-0 on this Terizla. Ryzen struggling as well, 1-6-0. And even with a massive blazing duet in the last fight, again, it was Yue with fantastic positioning, going off to the side, close to where the members of Omega were, just to bring down a massive real-world manipulation. It could be an MVP performance in the making here for the rookie mid laner here of Blacklist International as Omega, as you said it, Leo, backs against the wall.
Is it too much of a stretch to say that Blacks International in this 14-minute game have been using Owl as bait? He's the only 2 deaths.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. All those zeros for Blacklist International from everyone except Owl.
It's clean. At the cost of Owl, I take that trade any day.
It's worth it. I mean, they've kind of been doing that here through the series. Now, once again, on the defense here.
Nice.
Ryzen going to get pushed out away from his team. Colt Altar is used, still going to be working for it. Yue once again finding a kill. Penalty zone
Renjo.
comes through. Kelra takes too much damage. Edward finds the kill. Renzio, couple hits away. Still going to be looking for it as he will fall. Yue is massive, and in a sweep, Blacklist will take it.
The defending champions still stand tall. Moving on to the next round.
In the first match, Blacklist gets the last laugh. Their rivals fall, dominated and swept. 3 games is all it took. The play-ins, a first-time appearance by Blacklist International in this scenario, and they fly away in the Matilda Airlines, happy, smiling, into the next round of the playoffs.
And that's a GG well played for Smart Omega. The Barangay have to take this loss with grace, and we wish them the best. This is uncanny. This is history. Folks, gentlemen, I have to confirm, this is, what, 7-0 between Blacklist and Omega in Season 11.
Yeah, it's crazy how, I would just say, clean the gameplay of Blacklist International looks now. You know, it's unfortunate that we didn't get to see the 5 games here between them and the Barangay. You know, just a classic matchup in itself. But again, the stage was shaking here. The desk was shaking here. Just, you know, after that winning moment there for Blacklist International.
Agents came in force.
Yeah, I feel like there's also a sense of relief coming in from the agents, knowing that the discourse, the discussion in the community and the entire world, everyone was looking at Omega and thinking, yeah, they struggled. Yeah, they're going into this with no wins against Blacklist, but there is a chance. There is a hope. We saw a glimmer of it in a fantastic game too, but then the classic Blacklist International instincts, their fundamentals and principles kicked in. Championship heart and gameplay trumps the poison today.
You can change a bit of the names, few of the faces, maybe mid-season, but it still stands. This is a legacy of greatness, and again, they are the defending champions, and they treat all. Hey, let's throw it over to Marakin on stage.
You've had a great run this season 11. Marami kayong fans na nagmamahal sa inyo, nagsosuporta sa inyo. What is your last message to everybody? Kelra.
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa amin kahit wala si Chaklo and ito Max. Salamat pa rin sa nagtiwala sa amin. Babawi kami next season and yan.
For the final time this season 11, everybody, one shot! Let's give them a big round of applause. Smart Omega has done well, but today, this is their final walk for the season. And we expect them to come back even stronger for season 12. And now, let's call the winner for the first day of the playoffs. Blacklist International. First, kausapin natin si Wise. Wise, my gosh! Sanay kami, mga ginagamit mo, Fredrin, Akay. Pero anong masasabi mo na na-debunk mo yung sinasabi nila na hindi ka marunong mag-assassin dahil phenomenal ang thanks a lot na ginawa mo for game number 1?
Chamba lang yun, malakas lang yung ka-team ko.
Very humble, si Wise. Ito naman si Owl. Owl, you've been so impressive. Pero today, natalo mo yung current holder sa MPL ng gold standard. Masasabi mo ba that you are now the gold standard? Natalo mo yung gold standard. Ikaw na ba ang bagong gold standard?
Hindi ko alam pero tinalo ko na siya nung una.
And Yue, you've been so impressive all season. Now, bukas, you're gonna be facing Bren sa ating game, sa ating series number 1. Gaano ka-tough do you think that will be, considering what happened dun sa regular season and the preparation na ginawa nyo the past 2 weeks? Anong masasabi mo para sa laban nyo bukas kontra sa Bren? How tough do you think that will be?
Paghahandaan namin para sa laban namin bukas, tsaka gagawin namin yung mga preparation na ginagawa namin lagi.
And we're looking forward to that. And this is the question of the day. Mom Shoe. May lumabas sa social media. May nagyabang. Ang sabi niya, kayo daw ang unang malalaglag. Kung hindi, kakain siya ng bubog. Anong masasabi mo ngayon na na-sweep mo ang inyong opponent after leaving that comment and he's not here today?
No comment. Kasi bukod compare sa ibang tao, takot ako sa karma.
There you have it! Once again, from Blacklist International, congratulations! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International takes the victory with a sweep. They move on tomorrow to face the top seed Brand Esports. At tungkol sa pagkain ng bubog, Mom Shu, no comment. Dahil takot daw siya sa karma. So she's keeping it simple and letting the results speak for itself. So we're gonna break things down for you. We're gonna go back to our casters. Pasok.
Thanks, Mara. Now I'd like to say sorry to all the agents and to Billy. I tried to save you, man, but my powers couldn't take it. Blacklist was just too strong.
Hey,
Oh, man.
my prediction. I didn't expect a sweep. I'll say
Not
that.
like this.
Not like this. But again, I'm just gonna say, it's after seeing this series, now I'm kind of like, oh, how is tomorrow gonna go against? Mara mentioned Bren, right?
Yeah,
Bren tomorrow.
It's
so
up to Bren.
Wow.
Yeah. And Bren Esports have been keeping their fingers hot with victories outside of the MPL-PH. So it's going to be a beauty of a match for sure.
Yep. So with that being said, let's go ahead and throw over to our analysts as they break down Game 3 and, of course, the whole series. Coach Bon and Midnight, it's up to you now. Talk to us.
It is Blacklist International winning the series against Smart, Omega, and a fantastic performance from the team as well. Again, di natin in-expect na magpapakita ng ganitong discipline ang Blacklist International from Wise's thanks a lot. And ngayon nakita na natin ng game number 3, dinismantle nila yung lason ng Barangay. Again, welcome back dito sa Analyst Stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight, kasama ko rito si Coach Bonjan. Coach, ano masasabi mo dun sa game 3 na laban ng Blacklist at Omega?
Napakaraming tanong ang nasagot sa match na to. Unang-una, nag-a-assassin nga ba si Wise? Ang sagot, ayun na, sa first game. Pangalawang tanong, sino ang mas nananaig? Si Gold Standard or si Golden Boy All? At mas nanaig si Golden Boy All. At may pangatlo pang tanong na hindi nasasagot para sa akin.
Ano yun? Ano yun? Ano yung tanong na yun?
Kung ano ang lasa ng bubog.
Ay, hindi natin. Hindi natin malalaman, pero ang masasabi ko lang ay sana may flavor yung bubog. Pero going back dito sa ating game number 3, ang ganda actually nung naging draft sequence for Blacklist International. And I would say, hindi ko lang kung mag-a-agree ka sa akin, pero I would say for me personally, medyo out-draft yung nangyari. Kasi parang di natin nakita, walang semblance of any response coming up from Omega. Ikaw ba, Coach, ano ba tingin mo rito sa draft ng Blacklist?
Ang nangyari, kasi dati nung nakakalaban namin ng execution din, naging Omega, pag nahihirapan sila sa isang hero, i-deny pick nila. Sila yung mag-este, sila yung magpo-popol. This time, ginawa uli nila. Napahirapan sila ng paramis, dineny pick nila, si Miko ang nagparamis. Pero ang tanong, kaya niya bang gamitin ng maayos ang paramis?
Yeah, that's right. Kasi naalala ko parang ginawa nila yun sa inyo nung MEC din.
Tama.
Na biglang si Chakno nagpo-popolin kupa na Rome. And ito yung parang ito yung naging response nila this time around. Na kinuha yung paramis nila Venus. Pero ang naging problema is hindi rin nila na-execute maayos. And medyo na-awkward na rin kasi yung approach dahil nga hawak nila Eve Paramis. Medyo mahina ka na ng early game. And then bigla mong sinuplayan ng Claude na goal lane. Nandun naman yung concept na meron pa ring late game timers na iniintay ang Omega. But the problem is, paano ka tatawid ng early game? Yun yung nakita nating inherent problem dito sa side ng Smart Omega. And for the majority of this game, Blacklist International, sila talaga yung kumuha at humawak ng control. Kitang-kita naman sa kill score, 21-2. Yung kill score ng ating game, 21 kills going in favor of Blacklist International. And masasabi ko na actually ang daming damage dealer din sa side ng Blacklist. Pero may hinighlight si Coach Bonchan dito. Actually kanina kasi pinapoint out ko yung Brody, maganda. Pero ang problem is walang dash. So ano nga ba yung ginawang solution dito ng Blacklist, Coach?
Tama yun. At first, sabi ni Midnight, pwedeng mag-Brody ang Blacklist. Pero nung nakita ko yung Eve, teka, walang dash si Brody. Pero nung nag-pick ng Matilda ang Blacklist, ayun, may dash na si Brody.
Doon na nagbalik ang Matilda Airlines ni The Queen, Oh My Venus. And it felt like na-miss niya talaga tong hero na to. And nakita ko yung performance talaga kanina. Ang dami niyang sinalba. Yung save niya kanina kay Edward. Kasi si Edward, ang ganda rin ng play eh. Even though nakasagot yung Omega, kasi parang unexpected nila na masyadong lalalim si Edward. Nandun si Oh My Venus for the saves. And because of that, halos lahat ng team fights na nilaban ng Blacklist, nandoon yung Matilda. And makikita nyo, yung dynamic duo ni Oh My Venus at ni Yue, talagang present for the Ube strategy. 90% kill participation on both the Matilda and the Valentina. Samantalang sa side naman ng Smart Omega, dahil nga yung ideology ng team fight nila, it revolves around the Cloud. Of course, 100% yung kill participation ni Kelra, pero hindi natin nakita yung threat nga nung Paramis tsaka ni Terizla. As you were mentioning earlier na parang hindi nga nila nagamit ng husto yung Paramis kasi parang hindi ganun ka-refined yung play style for Smart Omega. And of course, the MVP is none other than the reigning queen of MPL, Oh My Venus on the Matilda, 1018 KDA. And gusto ko rito yung coach yung naging itemization niya talaga kasi alam niya ang kalaban niya early game, Paramis at Eve. First item, Radiant Armor.
Hindi lang yun. Idagdag mo pa si Baksha. Kahit yun mga continuous magical damage, napakasulit ng Radiant Armor para sa tatlong hero na yun.
Ang ganda ng build-up niya, no? Meron siyang Oracle din, additional sustain, tapos Enchanted Talisman. Kumbaga nandun yung sustain, nandun yung poke, nandun din yung constant presence ng saves with the Guiding Wind. And dito natin makikita yun sa ating MVP highlights. Again, the story of the game was just Blacklist International controlling the team fights against Smart Omega. Parang hindi natin nakita na may bakbakan talagang magaganap dito kasi parang hindi rin kaya sumabay ng hindi kaya sumabay ng Smart Omega dahil nga siguro dahil hawak nila yung Claude. Pero ano ba bang mga naging problems dito sa side ng Smart Omega?
Nabawasan ang aggressiveness nila unang-una dahil sa pag-deny pick ng Paramis. Unlike nung mga nauna nilang game like nung Choosy Miko, napakaganda ng early nila. But this time, naging silang passive. Ang naging nilang initiator, si Baksha na wala ding nagpa-follow up, naiiwan siya sa harap.
Yeah, parang ang nangyayari, Baksha versus the world.
Yes.
Tapos parang pag nag-drawing ka ng chart, yung team fight ng Omega, medyo manipis yung linya. Tapos yung farming nandun sa pinakasagad na dulo. And yun nga yung nagpahirap sa buhay ng Smart Omega kasi parang naghihintay sila ng timing na pwede silang lumaban sa Blacklist. Pero the sadder part is, even though kahit sabihin natin makakuha ng farm si Kelra, parang umabot tayo sa point na, actually pinoint mo ito kanina, nalulusaw siya doon sa Valentina, ang sakit na rin nung damage ni Yue.
Hindi na talaga kinaya. Dumating sa point na isang buga lang ni Valentina, talagang half na agad yung bawas para kay Claude. So kahit na mag-online siya, napakasakit na ng damage ni Valentina na hindi niya na din matatagalan once na hinarapan niya ng Blazing Duet.
Yeah, very intense and amazing series overall for Blacklist International. Nakita natin yung kanilang dynamics and yung flexibility kasi nung Game 1, Game 2 parang sila yung Omega playstyle. And ngayon nakita natin yung peak Blacklist performance, I would say na talagang kumokontrol dito ng objectives and of course yung momentum na nagtatranslate towards their victories. Any final thoughts dito sa ating series, Coach Bonchan, especially with Blacklist sweeping the barangay Smart Omega?
Yun lang, talagang sabi ko nga kanina, nasagot karamihan ng tanong pero may isang tanong na yung nasasagot. Anong flavor?
Anong flavor nung bubog, no? And sana may tubig.
Dapat lang.
Sana may tubig, di ba?
Hindi masakit sa muna.
Anyway, that is it for the first series. Hindi pa naman tayo tapos. Dahil may ikalawa pa tayong serye na matutunghayan mamaya. Again, it is an elimination match between RSG Slate Philippines and MPL-PH. Kaya guys, wag na wag kayo alis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 11.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Magandang hapon, Pilipinas, and to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. I'm Mara Aquino, and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11 Playoffs. Now, after witnessing Blacklist International put an end to Smart Omega's playoffs journey to advance to the upper bracket of the playoffs, it's time for another elimination round. Now, the Raiders' journey en route to the play-ins was undeniably hard-fought. They had to endure hours and hours of scolding just to realize this matchup versus the Sonics, who punctuated the regular season campaign with a 2-match winning streak. And now, to further highlight the drama, the stories, and the numbers behind RSG Slate Philippines and Onyx Philippines, let me call on our panelists, Womi, Leo, and our special guests for today, Hito and Miko Phobia. Okay. Whoa. Let's leave the tension to the players that are playing. Hi, guys. Hito,
Hello.
Miko,
Okay lang?
kamusta na kayong dalawa?
Okay lang. Ako
Di
hindi
ako
ako
okay.
nalaglag.
Di ako
Hindi ako
okay.
naglaro.
Akala ko ba
Dapat
besties kayo? Ano yun? What was that?
Mainit ang ulo ko sa kanya.
Bakit?
Sa ano siya nakaboto sa Omega eh. Dapat parehas kami blacklist.
Okay. Okay, pero RSG na ngayon versus Onyx. So dapat, let's leave that later now. Welcome back to MPL. It's nice to have you. So how does it feel? You guys are on the stage right now para sa MPL.
Sobrang nakakamiss maglaro. Pag napanood ako ng laban, parang gusto ko na ulit bumalik sa MPL. Yan.
Para sa akin, sobrang na-miss ko to kasi hirap na hirap ako magsalita dun sa Malaysia eh. First time ko lang ulit magtagalog. Yeah.
First time niyo lang ulit mag-Tagalog.
Napakadali magsabi ng nararamdaman kasi Tagalog na.
Oh, mas okay na.
Mas okay na siya.
Leo, Womi, it's nice having them back. It's nice to have old players come back here, eh?
Nakita nga natin ang dami nating guests so far and may mga iba pa na nanonood lang talaga at na-interview na rin kanina. So sobrang hyped ako na makita ang mga old players natin dito.
Actually, this is a little personal dahil through the years, I've grown close to both Miko and Hito. So, una namin nakita niya, uy, kumusta? Paanal tayo mamaya? Tapos sabi niya, anong gagawin natin, boss? Anong bago? So, ayun, ginawan sila.
Bagong gimmick na.
Oo.
And ngayon, ikaw, Miko, nasubaybayan natin yung MPL MY debut ni Hito. Anong comment mo? Anong nararamdaman mo doon?
Ako yung nahihiya.
Oh!
Hindi, joke lang. Malakas sana sila kaso hindi nila ako kinuha eh. So yun.
Parang ikaw pa yung bayani ngayon
Siyempre.
Teka. History lesson. Team Hack, champion ng season 10, di ba? Tapos...
Champion.
Oo nga, ano nangyari?
Ito na, chance mo na to.
Ano nangyari?
All plan.
Magpaliwanag.
Kasi pag nilaglag ka sa Malaysia, ano pa kasi siya, hindi pa siya franchise. Pag nilaglag ka, magka-qualifiers ka next season. So, ang plano ko, mag-qualifiers and then champion.
Oh.
Para mas maganda yung documentary.
Mas maganda ang istorya ng buhay.
Yan. High five. Pero tayo dyan.
High five daw!
Medyo matagal yun, ha?
Sorry na.
Okay lang. May jet lag.
May jet lag. Now, ano ba nga ba yung pinagkaiba ng Malaysia sa MPL Malaysia sa MPL Philippines?
Ngayon, sa nakita ko so far sa playoffs, parang parehas lang kasi halos lahat ng nandito, parang hype na hype din, todo suporta sila sa mga gusto nilang team. Kaya para sa akin, Pilipinas pa rin malakas.
Dito, how about play style? Kasi 3 games kanina, yung best of 5. Madami bang sweeps sa MPL MY or medyo mas git-gitan doon?
Anong regular season, parang boss yung dun, SMG. Sila, super undefeated. Wala talaga silang talo. Pero nung dumating yung playoffs, biglang lumabas yung Todak. Sila na yung naghari dun sa Malaysia.
Naglanggar.
Sila na ang
Langgar. Now, let's go back to the Philippines and let's talk about the upcoming matchup. We have Exort, who's trying to lead RSG back to the Southeast Asia, the world, and Ryota, who's trying to fulfill Onyx's destiny of winning a title. Ano ang thoughts nyo about this matchup?
Oy, thoughts mo daw.
Binaburger ka.
Sa akin, tingin ko mananalo dito, Onyx, kasi grabe yung puso ni Ryota at ni Prince sa paglalaro. Tapos yung kung paano sila magpursige. Kitang-kita ko yun.
Sinabi niya kung sino sa tingin niya yung mananalo. Ikaw, anong sa tingin mo with this matchup?
Para sa akin na RSG. Kasi kitang-kita ko rin kay Exort kung paano siya kumayod, paano siya magtrabaho, paano siya mag-grind. Talagang kitang-kita ko sa mga mata ni Exort. Kaya RSG ako ang gusto ko manalo. Tsaka sa Onyx kasi, Ryota parang walang gana eh.
Ay!
Grabe!
Wala daw gana si Ryota, boy! Ay, kadoon!
Hindi, matatalo na RSG, sure, kasi mananalo lang yan pag naglaro si H2.
Kasi naka-team mo dati. Okay, wait lang. So, si Exort, nabanggit mo, syempre, veterano na yan. Kilala natin siya bilang isang Kadita God. May mga Kadita God din ba sa MPL mo? Ipapalag ba?
Sa MPL MY, parang wala eh. Parang wala. Walang makaka-level kay Exort.
Wala. One and only.
The one and only Exort.
The one and only Exort. But can Exort lead RSG back to the Southeast Asia, the world?
Tignan natin, kasi ang makakatapat ni Exort dito ay si Super Friends na nabanggit mo rin kanina. Ano nga ba nagpapalakas kay Super Friends na kailangan nating abangan?
Yung mga positioning ni Super Prince yan, sobrang hirap huliin ni Super Prince kasi nakalaban ko yun sa scrim sila 5, ako mag-isa eh. Nahihirapan na huliin si Prince kasi ako lang mag-isa talaga eh. Ngihirap.
Okay lang. Para sa akin, si Exort pa rin lalamang dito. Kasi ang mga hero ni Exort, mga assassin eh. Mga Kagura, Kadita, yung mga nangaabang lang sa bush. Si Super Prince, lang naman yung assassin niya, Selena lang. Walang gana. Tapos, Parsa, tsaka Eve, kahit grade 3, kaya gamitin yan eh.
My gosh! Walang preno But, Leo, what can we say about their stats right now?
Panis si Prince. Ayun o, top 1 si Exort.
Miko, bumanti ka naman.
Panis yun sa'yo, tignan mo.
Wala, dalawang person sa akin, sa'yo. Ayun, may 6 ko. Hanggang dulo. Sa dulo, para 6.
Oh my God! I can't get enough of these two. Pero, syempre, we also can't talk about Onyx without mentioning Ryota. Just like Exort, Ryota has been in the league for several seasons already. Pero this season, we saw him remain explosive despite Onyx struggle. Now, Miko, nakalaro mo na si Ryota back then when you were playing for Onyx. Anong masasabi mo with seeing Ryota's prime right now?
Ayan, para sa akin, kasi si Ryota, kasama ko na yan since birth.
Since birth?
Sabay kami matulog, sabay kami kumain, sabay kami maligo. Tapos,
wow, very close.
Overthink body ko yan. So, alam ko na. Tapos, ito yung pinakamalakas niyang season para sa akin. Kaya, sure win na.
Oh, okay. Now, as we know, Ryota was the lone member left from Onyx Season 8 roster. And I can remember that last season, they were promised not only to carry on with their legacy, but also to fulfill Onyx's long-awaited championship title. Now, Miko, with the General playing his best season yet, will this be the time to see Onyx or his Atoy Army raise the trophy?
Siyempre, matik na yan. Itataas na nila ang trophy ngayong season na to. Mandaan na hito. Ay, hindi pala.
Uy, ba't ako? Di mo na ako lalaro eh.
Teka, nananamig si Hito dito eh. Wait lang. Sige. Hito, kumpara sa mga XP laner na nakalaban mo, nakabangga mo sa MPL-MY, anong palag ng mga players nandito? Let's say si Ryota or kahit si Der or si Nats.
Si Der tsaka si Ryota, walang gana. Si Nats pwede pa. Si Nats. Pwede pa. Pwede pa. Si Nats kasi ano siya gumagana ang utak, nagpa-function. Nagpa-function ang utak. Pwede rin siya. Pwedeng lumaban si Nats.
Oh, ayan. Stats.
Panis na naman si Ryota. May 6 na naman. Wala, talo si Ryota na naman.
Miko?
Hindi, yung kay Ryota, isang game lang yan. Yung stats niya, isang game lang.
Stats yung mali. Buong season na pala yung kay Nats. Buong season.
Sige nga, break down the stats. Break it, that chart.
Parang lamang talaga si Nats eh. Kitang-kita sa kill participation. Kill participation.
Kill participation. Tatagtagal ka kasi sa Malaysia, yan tuloy.
Napuro basa na kasi salita ko. Ang hirap na magtagalog.
Ano pa?
Kaya yung damage taken, lamang din si Nats. Tapos sa hero use, isa lang ang lamang. 12 si Nats, tapos isa lang si Ryota. Halos magkadikit lang.
Okay. Now, eto. Pag-usapan natin yung kanina, si Zapnu. Okay? Nung nilatag niya yung kanyang prediction, sinabi niya kakain daw siya ng bubog pag nagkamali siya. Now, Hito Miko, we're gonna ask you for your prediction. Pero dapat may twist, okay? So anong gagawin niyo pag mali yung prediction niyo?
Siguro ako, kakain na lang din ako ng catfish para cannibalism.
Catfish. Hito, anong gagawin mo?
Kakain na lang ako ng fries.
Fries?
Kakain ka ng fries.
Fries taking ka pa. Parang...
Hindi, masarap kasi yung fries.
Anong
fries?
Anong klaseng fries?
yung fries the king.
Kailangan the king.
Gusto ko rin labanan yung negosyo niya eh. Tatayo ako ng fries the queen.
Patay tayo dyan, boss.
Parang lumaban ka pa.
Or catfish fries. Okay, so now that we have that, kakain ka ng fries the king, ikaw kakain ka ng catfish para cannibalism. Prediction!
Para sa akin dito sa RSG ako dito 3-1.
RSG!
3-1.
Okay, 3-1.
Sa akin, Onig ako dito. 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Gaya ka.
Kayong dalawa, no team?
Secret.
No, walang team, pero what? Sweep? Let's just say, ano sa tingin nyo? Pero wag tayong magpangalan ng team.
Ako 5 games. 3-2.
Oh, okay.
Ako rin, 3-2. Gaya-gaya ako sa kanya.
Pir.
Alright, so that's how it's going to be. Alright, final messages to the people that are watching.
Supportahan nyo pa rin guys ang MPL Philippines. Yan. Patuloy nyo i-share lahat ng social media accounts nila para bigyan tayo ni Munto ng Diamonds. Yan.
Tama.
Ayan. How about for you?
And maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa MPL Philippines. Yan. Patuloy nyo lang supportahan para mas lalong ganahan yung mga players na magpursige para mag-champion. Tsaka sana guys, pag napunta tayo sa Rizal, kumain ka ng fries the king.
Ayun! May plug! Kumain ng Prize the King, pero alam nyo, ito yung bibigyan natin sa ating mga manonood. Gusto nyo bang manalo ng diamonds? Just comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL Philippines playoffs sa hashtag of the day. Ito yung post na patatagpuan natin sa official Facebook and Twitter accounts ng MPL Philippines. And you can get a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. Now our hashtag for today ay hashtag na MPL-PH Laglagan. So, sali na kayo! Alright, malapit na mag-umpisa ang ating game. So, can the new general and the rest of the Ato Army take a step closer to fulfilling their long-awaited destiny? Or will Exort keep the Kingslayer's dream alive to see the world? Alright, pero bago natin umpisahan ang ating laban, subaybayan naman natin ang ating mga manlalaro. And now, let's see them walk in. This is RSG Philippines versus Onyx Philippines.
Defend the sea and fulfill the destiny. This is the second series of the day. Let's welcome our teams. They are back where it all began, in the building where they became champions. Can they repeat the result of last season's play-in match against Onyx-PH? Rise, slay, RSG Slate, Philippines! and their opponents. They could be the new potential Lason in this playoffs. Hitting their stride in the second half of the season. Can Onyx Time pull off something magical? It's time for Onyx Philippines! And welcome to the stage their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Bluffsy. And of course, since this is going to be a heated match, welcome to the analyst ramp. Ako din ang analyst niyo para sa laban na to. Ako po si Reptar. At dahil ang dami nating kailangan pag-usapan na detalye, especially with these two teams going against each other, well, let's lay down the details. Nakita nyo na yung mga lineups ng dalawang team. So pamilyar na kayo sa mga koponan na maglalaban ngayon, and especially the players of RSG Slate and Onyx Philippines. Tignan natin yung lineups so that we can run down some key pointers that we have to talk about. By the way, Reptar from the English stream here. It's an awesome vibe here in SMX. Thank you. I'm so glad you guys cheered for that. And by the way, as we look at the lineups now for RSG Slate Philippines, it's Eman, Naths, Exort, Light, and Irad is going to be their jungler. Sinabi na ni Coach Panda ano dinadala ni Irad para sa lineup ng RSG Slate Philippines. They bring a more selfish jungler, but that's not a bad thing. Sabi ni Coach Panda, he's selfish in a good way. Kasi alam niya yung halaga ng kanyang damage na nilalabas. You see there in the top heroes he's picked in the few games he's played. Joy, Lancelot, he knows how to focus on the farm. He knows how to keep himself alive para makakuha siya ng mga items kasi pag naglalaro si Irad, nababalik yung dating idea of the classic core type of jungler with the damage dealing heroes that he can play. Yung katapat naman niya sa Onyx Philippines is one of the best junglers of the season. First in total lords taken pagkatapos ng regular season. Second in most turtles taken after the regular season, or at around third. So somewhere around at that point. So ganun kalupit si Sansui pag ginagamit niya yung retribution niya, at kita mo rin parehas yung hero pool nila in terms of top performing heroes with the Joy at saka yung Lancelot. Pero isa sa mga dapat na ingatan dito ng RSG Slate Philippines ay yung tricky drafting ng nilalabas ng Onyx-PH kasi ang dami nilang flexible heroes na pwede nila ilagay sa mga iba't ibang positions sa mapa. At pinag-usapan naman kanina din yung importansya ng laban ni Ryota at saka ni Naths. That will show up here. Because these are two teams who put a lot of importance sa mga objective team fights. Turtles, Lords, most of the time makita natin dyan, 4v4, baka 5v5 na nga. Team head-to-head, very close in terms of their stats. But one thing you have to watch out for here is yung mga most banned against at saka most picked ng Onyx Philippines. Grok, it's a priority pick for Onyx-PH because of how many roles it can play. Yung Natalia din naman, priority pick para kay Kekadut. Sobrang respected yung Natalia ni Kekadut because of the pressure that he applies into the jungle of the opposing team. And of course, kung saan ka man sa mapa. Alam naman natin dito gaano kasakit pagkalaban mo yung isang Natalia. Lagi ka nag-iingat, lumilingon ka sa likod mo, nagtitingin ka lang, meron ba Natalia dito? Efas ba ako dito? Suddenly you get bursted down, you get silenced down. Team head-to-head also in terms of the kill participation. Onyx-PH top in kill participation for the regular season. At dahil nga madalas nakikita natin yung rotation nila, yung tinatawag kong outside to in. They make sure na maganda yung pastuhan nila at saka yung sitwasyon nila sa side lanes para mag-iikot yung side laners, either Ryota or even si Nets, into the jungle, into the river, into the mid lane. Doon sila mag-aaway at maglalaban. RSG Slate Philippines, though, what they do really well is pick off. Surprise pick off, surprise setup. We all know how good Light is at that. Gaano ka signature na para kay Light yung surprise na setups from out of nowhere. Flicker, akala mo safe kayo, in the lead kayo, from right behind you, nandun din si Light. So the more we talk about these two teams, the more we realize parang meron din silang mga similarities rather na kailangan talaga tignan natin. So, let's look at the Infinix keys to victory so that we can hammer on the most important points na dapat sundan ng dalawang teams natin. For RSG, you have to beware of Onyx Flex heroes. We mentioned the Grok. They also potentially could flex heroes such as the Akai. They can flex that Joy potentially. There are things that we haven't seen yet, I feel like, from the side of MPL-PH that baka masurpresa ang RSG. They have to be careful. It will start in the draft. Para sa Onyx Philippines naman, you cannot allow RSG to build a front-heavy lineup kasi naramdaman na nila yon. Merong isang series na nakalaban nila ang Fredrin Tams frontline against a Farsa at saka Melissa backline. Sobrang sunog dun ang Onyx. They have to be careful because if RSG can fight slow front to back, mahirapan dun ang MPL-PH. And of course, conserve key abilities for the right timing. These are two teams who I feel like they could have been placed higher in the brackets. RSG could have gotten top 2, Onyx maybe even top 2 or get into third, fourth if they conserve their key abilities for the right timing sa mga team fights. Kasi madalas, magbaburn sila ng dash or isang crucial na ability na kailangan nila pero dahil nagamit na nila, mapapaikot ng kalaban yung team fight. So they have to be careful of that. Those are our Infinix keys to victory. And with all of that clear, the story is set. Mag-uumpisa to sa draft. Coach Panda, Coach Blovesy, they have their work cut out for them here. This will be an amazing series. So, before we throw it to the casters, SMX, Magingay! I love it. Okay, alam niyo naman yung signature ni Mara, di ba? So, isigaw natin sabay-sabay. Casters, pasok!
Fulfill the destiny or defend the title. Which of these two teams will defy the impossible to live another day in the playoffs? Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Sona for the match of Onyx Philippines and RSG Slate Philippines. How are you feeling about this match right now?
I am feeling very happy to see these two teams, and I'm sure we'll see more of them later on today.
Since we're talking about the C, the MSC 2023 is happening this June in Cambodia. Two of our representatives will have the hashtag See the World to defend the title against the best of Southeast Asia teams, and for all awesome teams out there in Southeast Asia. And for the very first time, we're seeing a lot of new players, unsung heroes, and a lot of challenges. Representatives from the North. We have also from America, from Turkey, from MENA. All of these awesome players gathering up all together in MSC. Another exciting June for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sona, you're feeling good about this game.
Bro, I was about to say, Rockhart was a little too calm with that introduction a while ago. I'm ecstatic. I'm super excited for this game. RSG Slate Philippines versus Onyx Philippines. This is probably the sequel. Because again, they've met in Season 10. And during that time, it was very difficult for the side of Onyx Philippines because they unfortunately got swept. But this time around, with experience that they have in their hands, it's probably going to be a different game, but who knows? RSG also has something in their plate.
Well, speaking of something on their plate, this season, RSG, they have to defend their MSC title. It's coming up this June. And for this season, Onyx's 8th straight playoffs appearance allowed them to fulfill their long-awaited destiny of winning a title. We've been waiting for Onyx Philippines to actually grow on their challenges, right? For me, it's all about completing the story again and fulfilling the destiny. They've been here for the playoffs. It's been like a year since we've been here in SMX.
Yeah, we have seen them time and time again in almost every playoff from recent memory.
Yep.
And they've really had the promise, right? There have been promises from different players,
Oh,
like
yeah.
Beloyski, like Dilar. They've been promising that they will take home the trophy. And hopefully, right, this might be their time to do it.
And especially with this roster that we've had from last season, there were some speculations before the start of Season 10 if this roster would even make the playoffs for the first time. But they continue to show and defy the odds time and time again, proving everybody else wrong as we take a look at the player head-to-heads. It's Nats and Ryota. I feel like there's going to be a lot of creativity with what's about to happen here in the XP lane because from both of the teams, or among both of the teams, these roles are where the most pick heroes are starting to come from. We start to see the Arlott, we start to see the Yuzhong, and also the other different kinds of trajectories that these possible players could go for depending on the situations that, you know, the draft is about to give them. So, given that this is the player head-to-head, some of the statistics will definitely go into Nats, but also Ryota has that kind of player mentality that doesn't really show in the statistics, which is also why he is the anchor of this team's offense and defense.
Yeah, an anchor, a big brother, one of the players left back on how Onyx Philippines started their new year back in Season 10. We call him Atoy R. It's the reverse of the reversed IGN of Ryota. Now he's being one of the pillars of this team to fulfill the story or finish the story on how Onyx Philippines wanted to succeed in the playoffs. Now let's head into the drafting phase. You've mentioned how Sona, you've mentioned how we were talking about how the players of RSG will differ. H2O is not here, Rockhart. It's Irad, which we saw on the last week of the regular season?
Yeah, and he really did show up. And a lot of people are really comparing him and H2O. So the question's still out. The jury's still out whether or not we'll see H2O later on. But for now, we will have to see if Irad will be able to do what it takes to really defend his spot on this team.
This is going to be a very interesting draft, given that both of you guys have mentioned Irad has never played against Onyx Philippines. They were always going up against H2O, which is somewhat similar to how Sensui is playing because they're more of the utility type of the junglers. H2O has that little bit of flexibility with having the assassins as part of his arsenal, but we know that Irad, from the sample size of his hero pool that we've seen in the regular season, it's somewhat the use of the assassins that is really leaning towards this jungler. So let's see if there are going to be some sort of differences here for the Onyx Philippines' draft because we're starting to see the fanning already. I'm kind of interested to take note if they're gonna be banning the Joy here because RSG hasn't really held that Joy for a long time, and Onyx, apart from the information that they've had or the information that we've had, they've only used the Joy once. So this is an ample opportunity for RSG to just open up a bunch of heroes because technically they're on the red side.
I love what you're going through, Son. It's about opening the possibilities of how Onyx will utilize another set of new heroes. And we've seen the prio bans of Onyx. It's a Valentina. They're crossing out what they can copy with the ultimates of RSG. So even Reptar mentioned Grok nowadays has been a thing.
Honestly, it's very deserved. I love the bans of Onyx right now. Focus on the mid. Because a lot of players, a lot of people who are watching, they're really watching out what Exort's going to do, right? Exort has been like the unsung hero of this team for the longest time. From bench warmer to main 5, Exort really is the guy to watch out for. And that's exactly what Onyx is thinking about. Some people would say, you know what, why don't you ban out Irad? Maybe he has a slimmer hero pool. He's the newer player, right?
Yeah.
So maybe if you ban out his assassin heroes, like you mentioned, OSX, maybe you remove the Mortis, remove heroes like this, maybe that would be the case. But no, Onyx, they're going straight for the veteran of the enemy team.
I love that you're going through Rahul. Target the playmakers of RSG Slate Philippines. Sona, you saw something right there for the last prio ban of RSG.
I mean, Joy is open here. And it's going to be up to Onyx Philippines to pick this right away. I'm actually very surprised with this Joy pick here because we usually know Sensui to have those durable and tanky heroes moving forward into the jungle. Same thing goes for Ryota. So this is more of a deny pick, something that we haven't seen from Onyx Philippines in a very long time because both their jungler and their XP laner are really lenient towards those durable and tanky heroes. Now for the side of RSG Slate Philippines, they usually tend to prioritize an Exort hero and also the ones for Eman. So Eman could potentially pick up the Beatrix or the carry here. I mean, the Kaja still is open, and Light also uses that as well.
And don't forget about the Farsa, by the way. You want to deny these heroes, because these are heroes that Super Friends loves. The Faramis is also open.
There's a lot of things open.
Think about that, man.
they're letting all the power picks back in the regular season open, and whose path
Right.
are they going to take? It's a
There's a
Kaja and an
Kaja.
Arlott. And Sona has been feeling it on the first series of the day about his predictions, which is totally coming true. You have a stats to climb up, Sona, and this is this one of what you're doing right now. It's all happening. And with the Kufra for Onyx Philippines, this corners out ours to not use the Lancelot at all.
I mean, not only with the Lancelot, but also with a Farsa pick that could potentially go to the side of RSG.
Right.
If
They
you
have to
tend
take that.
Yeah, I mean, they need to take this right away to go into the hands of Super Prince. But even if, RSG gets to pick it from them, it's still going to be... It's still going to go good for them because they already have access from the backside to the help of the Kufra.
Oh,
so they're going to settle with the Claude.
Yes,
Not
speaking
the
of backline, that's a Claude, Rockhart.
Yeah. I love this because
Nice
RSG
throwing.
is thinking, you know what, we
Ooh.
don't need to wait. You don't need to focus on the
I
mid.
heard you, bro.
Remember what Hito said?
Yeah.
Exhort has picks like the Kagura, right?
Ooh.
He has weird assassin picks. Obviously, the
Unorthodox.
Kadita's already banned out,
Yeah.
but those are the things that highlight Exhort as a player.
Yep.
And RSG is very confident that they don't need to. Sorry, Onyx confident that you know what, whatever Exhort puts out, we can counter that. We can outpick him in the mid.
You're so prepared right now. Onyx
So
Philippines were
prepared.
feeling a different vibe on how they go up against, again, the defending champions of MSC right here on the first day of the play-ins. And it's just the first day that you can be eliminated. So now they
There it is.
prioritize all the guns here. RSG has taken the carry with them.
The bang bangs.
There's-
They got the bang bang.
And the
There's a
Frisbees.
real buffet here for the third pick from the side of RSG State because you would love to pair up the Kaja with either a Brody, a Beatrix, or a Carry. 3 heroes that could potentially burst down an opponent once the Divine Judgment comes into force here, coming in from Light. So this is a very good secure here coming from the side of RSG Slate. Now, both of the teams are kind of missing a little bit of that durable side. I mean, Kufra's already there for Onyx Philippines, but we still aren't determined, or we still aren't sure yet if this Joy will go to the XP lane, the jungle, or the mid. That's how flexible this hero is. You'll never know unless we really tend to figure out. So now, the Mincetar is going to be banned. Very interesting because, Atoy R has picked it up from before, and that was the hero that they used to win against Bren Esports during their streak.
Yeah, we've seen how the coaches, Coach Ducky and also managed to just play Sudoku and a crossword puzzle in their newspapers, and Onyx Philippines took a hit with a dominating performance, and that is a 2-0 on the last day of the regular season.
Oh, man.
So there's no surprise that coming in to this day, they have this morale, they have this energy, and also they are really powered up to conquer the Kingston Sea. So they've banned up the Mincetar. They've talked about it in the panel, and also Sona, the assassin heroes. They're trimming down the choice here of Irad for this one.
Lingban is the weirdest for me here because I think Sona already mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
RSG's lineup is already so squishy anyway. So I don't think a Ling would have fit in this lineup in the first place, but you know what? Maybe Onyx knows something that we don't. But I think the biggest contest here in this draft right now in second phase is going to be the Faramis. Who's going to pick that up? Because the Faramis is great against the Kari. At the same time, you know what? I would love to see a Faramis on the side of RSG so they can deny it. Because the Claude also, you kind of need safety against the Claude, and the Faramis can give you that.
Will that be possible, Sona?
Yeah, because honestly, there's still a lot of open picks here in the mid lane. Mind you, aside from the Faramis that you've mentioned a while ago, we also have the Eve and the Farsa still open. There's no need for Exor to go and unleash those pocket picks such as the Kaguras and the Sicilians because there's still the meta heroes available and they're still not part of the ban as of the moment.
Yeah.
So once the side of Onyx Philippines tends to ban either an Eve or a Farsa, as it is going to be the ban, there's going to be an immediate pickup
on the second
with the
base.
Eve. Honestly, I'm going to be very surprised if this is not going to be an Eve, but given the composition of Onyx, going back to the Link statement from a while ago, Onyx draft is kind of a front-to-back composition because they really have to take care of the Claude from the back lines for him to unleash the damage in the late game. That is probably the reason or the mindset behind the Link pick, because there's going to be early access towards the back lines. But now, RSG, you're leaning towards the squishiness that this specific lineup has. They need to secure kind of a very durable hero that could potentially help them, or just double down on the damage.
Oh, double down.
Could potentially or definitely attest to that. And yep, Eve's going to be the answer to that one.
All right, now, and this is, come on, if this is not the Faramis, I'm just going to throw the whole book out, right? There
it is. There it is.
And now the only question is who's going to fill the hole. There's a hole of whether or not the Joy is going to go jungle, or there's going to be an assassin jungle once more. There it is. There's the jungle that we've been looking for Onyx. There's the Lancelot from Sensui.
In the first space, we were talking about why the Kufra. Well, here's the answer. For Onyx Philippines, they have the Lancelot with them. All answers secured if ever they could be countered. So now for RSG, will it still be the Kaja? Will they open up something? A Franco and Atlas maybe? But I don't...
Well, Kaja's probably, I think...
Yeah, I'm thinking...
Yeah.
I'm honestly thinking
Definitely
a
Rogue,
Martis
right?
on this one,
Martis
or
is
maybe a
better.
Hellcurt. I mean, we've seen Hellcurts being countered going up against the Lancelot. Martis can also help in securing the objectives, especially with the Turtle and the Lord objective. So it's going to be very important for them. But apparently, none of the above. They're going to go with the durability and answer to what was needed from a while ago, which was the durability.
At least, you know, RSG recognized what Sona mentioned earlier. Guys, our lineup is like super duper squishy. What? We need someone to really front. And the box is great, right? Because the jungler is the only role available. Maybe Akai would have been better, but they banned it out. But so there's the box.
Hold my raid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Completely a different flavor for RSG, but this is a sustain for RSG's lineup. Let's see on our predictions. It's just me.
It's a 50-50.
Yep.
I understand.
For Onyx.
Cupid by 50-50.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
I love how this match is gonna go with this on this day, because in the play-ins, one can say goodbye in the first day. Smart Omega was the first one, and who knows what could happen in this game. It was a straight 3-0, and the panel and the cast mentioned it could be a straight 4 to 5 games.
Yeah, for sure. I love what they said. Free two, free two, guys. You guys ready? We don't want to go home early today. We're in SMX.
Yeah.
We are in the playoffs.
I'm down for it.
Let's go ahead and go 5 games here in series number 2.
This is gonna be a rumble, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now, especially with the build-up here for both Onyx and RSG, we're starting to take note of Ryota holding on to that Joy, so it is confirmed that it will go into the XP lane. Two magic worship emblems here are unlocked, but the pressure is going to be given to the bot side for Ryota to not move as much, as Light is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, speaking of movement here, early take on 2 purple and orange for Irad, while they had to hold the mid lane. Sensui, on the other hand, though, trying to poke in and force out something out of Irad, but meanwhile, mid lane, Super Fins and Exort on the pokes.
Yeah, definitely this is something to watch out for. Sensui on the Lancelot is relatively different from what we normally see from Sensui. You know, right now, Kekido obviously gonna go for the engage. Only level 2. He has to be extra careful here because right now Exort seems to be very proactive in making sure that no invades will happen here, at least for the first few minutes.
That frame before we went to the bot side was very surprising because we knew that the backshot together with that shield unity could go easily from one place to the back from another. But this is why the Lancelot is picked up so many times all throughout the season. Level 4 immediately, no need to use for any extra, mechanics or kind of, flashy plays for him to be able to secure at least 1 or 2 objectives. Sensui already level 4. Irad finally catching up as the turtle is about to spawn here. There's still a lot of members open, but Sensui is feeling the pressure.
All right, no major gaps here in terms of experience, but right now Sensui is being zoned out. Diving by Ryota, tries to slow down Irad, but Turtle will go over to RSG.
Oh, look at that, a pull.
Oh, they're not done. Ryota will be saved here a little bit by the Cult Altar, but will be finished off by Exor, showing up right now with first blood.
We were talking about the real manipulation would affect the setup of Onyx Philippines and taking in objectives. Onyx struggled to find an angle to take the back lines of RSG.
This is what we're talking about, right? Ryota, we haven't seen him use heroes or squishy heroes such as the Joy, and it doesn't really, reflect to his playstyle because we usually see him go with the Terizla, go with very tanky heroes such as the Yuzongs and the others, but this time it's going to be a challenge for him on how he could maneuver, on how he would try to position himself with such a very squishy hero that deals, again, a lot of damage, because even with a Vengeance, he definitely had a hard time into trying to soak every single damage dealing coming from the side of RSG, which is why they not only got the turtle, but they also got the extra first blood gold in the process. Eman already securing the corrosion site, an extra basic attack boost for that carry. It's going to be very crucial for RSG, which is why now they're going to be going into the position to go into top and try to give pressure to the Claude.
No wonder Light and the people of RSG are focusing. Oh, that thought.
That was a lot of movement being forced by RSG, a lot of ultimates also being used with just slight adjustments here from Onyx, and so far they are playing it very, very safe.
Yes, speaking of playing very safe, Kekidut, on the other hand, is slowing down information being seen by Light, and mostly he holds the upper or the gold lane most of the time. This is how they control the river. You know, so how RSG wanted to secure the borders of as of this time?
Yeah.
It's always about how they wanted to cross the bridge. If Onyx wants to have a way of getting into Eman on the other side.
And Kekidut is also the kind of player that really relies on utility. So with him holding this Franco, this is going to be a very different approach for Onyx Philippines, which is why now they're trying to position themselves in this turtle.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, turtle will definitely be a big contention since Sui still gets it right under the hands of a scary Arlot. Right now, they will be punished. The flicker in! The flicker out, rather, will fail as Kekidut will fall. Probably going to be worth a turtle. Again, RSG, or rather Onyx, they actually just want to prolong this game. They don't really want to go and fight, right?
Yeah.
So this is actually fine for Onyx, if you think about it.
No chase, no counter set. RSG's leading by almost 700 gold. And what's going through the mindset of Onyx right there? Let the light guide you.
Let the light guide
Oh, man, that was a very good quote there. Yeah. But going back, not going to the light, we saw Onyx Philippines, especially Sensui, go into the orange buff right away. Right after the turtle take, right after Kekidut was brought down by the Divine Judgment. So this is the kind of the next play. What is going to be the next position here for the side of Onyx Philippines to go against RSG? Because they can't go for the extended team fights just yet because they don't have the necessary damage to go through it. So now they try to, use the cult altars to just make sure that everybody else would stay alive while the others roam around the map, try to get as much objectives as they can so Onyx could still maintain a fighting distance, because as we take a look at it, there's already 2 turtles secured by 1 team each, and 570 is just the goal.
Actually, that's interesting because watch this, right? The top side of the map for Onyx, they want to play it slow, while the 2 assassins are on the bottom side. That was so funny to watch right now. And it looks like Ryota, again, we're not used to seeing Ryota go down like this. He's usually very tanky, but now getting killed immediately by Nats.
On the other side, Onyx was up top, and you guys both mentioned that Onyx Philippines, the Yellow Hedgehogs, is waiting for the right window to strike because the items, even the damage is not enough to even suffice RSG right now. So those missed positions needs to be, well, refrained from happening all the time.
They just need to buy so much time for Nets.
Yeah, but RSG right now, on the other hand, Eman has his golden staff, Sona.
And this is where things are going to be a little different because the bottom lane turret has now been taken control by the Raiders. And with that, there is no way that Onyx Philippines could potentially contest that one. That's an easy take for Irad. And this is where the mobility and the rotations will finally come into play for Onyx. It's very easy for them to go into one place to another. And there's going to be a secure lockup here through Light with the Divine Judgment as well. So that is a consistent thing that Onyx Philippines needs to worry about as it's slowly falling into their grasp because RSG has developed a respectable amount of gold lead.
Yeah, talking about how they reinforce Light and the members of RSG right now, Nats, even Ira, they're all over the place. And this is what you don't want if you're Onyx Philippines. How would you get targets? How would you reach those kinds of potentials and getting those items in?
And mind you, they have 4 flickers, so they can play aggressive however and whenever they want.
And they're holding on to that for the longest time right now, which means they are waiting to go for that one big play. When will it be? It's all up to Light. Light is the point man here. Whoever gets divine judgmented here is probably going to go down.
This is a face-off.
This is a whole face-off. Who's going to pull the trigger first?
A showdown you guys are going for. Because right now, if the Kufa or Kekken
there it is.
He only has rated R with the pull!
There's the pull that we were talking about. Look at that Emman, just so scary with that carry right now. But of course, we'll buy some time with the Cult Altar, but the time has run out. Now the RSG will get that kill. Even with the Cult Altar, they were able to take down Kekedon.
That is one of the worries with this Onyx Philippines lineup because they don't have, again, the damage just yet to go with the composition brought about by RSG. You have Irad, the answer to the squishy lineup. We haven't even seen Emman Exhort or Emman and Exhort taking a lot of damage because it's always the rest of the 3 members soaking it up for them and making sure that those 2 main damage dealers from the Raiders are going to be safe. As now, they're continuing to maintain their lead, and Onyx Philippines, fortunately for them, they're still managing to get their objectives. But RSG, the Lord, is specifically on their side.
I just want to commend how the lane control is working. Even the river control of RSG, it's flowing. Flowing like a strong river that you can't even walk through it. There's no towers taken from the side of RSG.
Yeah, you must be swift as a coursing river, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. With all the force of a great typhoon, but the typhoon's not playing today, so maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, H2O's here, so
H2O's
technically
here.
the water, the flow.
The coursing river, he's still here. Some at the back. Somewhere.
Yeah, he's the one. They have an irrigation on how they want to have their
Bro has
way.
a whole water tank.
Yeah, a water tank, a whole water source.
Yep.
Irrigation with Irad. That's why he's here.
Irrigation.
Irrigation, man.
Beautiful.
And how we look at Irad right now, even in a 003.
He's doing his job, I have to say, right?
It's a different Irad that we're seeing. And most of
Light forced the flicker out just to not die there. But of course, the punchback is very, very strong from RSG.
Look at him
Emman just dashing in, rather, against Sensui. They're playing it so smooth here. You saw what they did? Right after Emman dodged Sensui, he was like, I'll go for the tower. I'll just chill.
Yeah.
I won't
What
even
is happening
mind
here?
someone taking damage from me.
Yeah, they forced out a flicker, but the turret was so important for RSG to just push forward. Look at that, another one down bottom, and they're closing more of the turrets down of Onyx Philippines.
They're just, brute forcing their way into the base.
Styling and profiling.
Especially with the build-up of the items here, because we're starting to take note of the Blade Armor and the Radiant Armor, both of the two items that is keeping Irad. Also, unlocking that Dominance Ice as part of his arsenal is something that, Onyx needs to penetrate through before they could get to the main damage dealer, which is, again, is going to be a very difficult time for them because we're starting to take note at the Lancelot, starting to build up those offensive items first, but Sensui's in a little bit of a pickle.
Well, RSG starting to build that lead. They're starting to also be very, very fickle. Onyx right now just trying to fight with as much firepower as they can.
Ow.
But Nets just does not have enough in the barrel as of yet. He doesn't have the shotgun charged up yet. He can't punch through the armor of RSG.
Nets and Kekedu down. RSG not wasting a second to take down the vital members of a comeback for Onyx Philippines for mid-game. It's just 11 minutes and 30 seconds, and they're at the base.
They need to build up something here that could, lower those defenses down. Maybe a halberd going here to Nets if it would be essential, or maybe a Demon Hunter Sword just to make sure that the attack speed would really come in handy, because Onyx Philippines, they can't really get through the major wall that is the RSG wall. And so far, it has been RSG's game that has been very smooth, and not to mention, Irad and also the other members could definitely go ahead and try to figure out how they could approach. Once Onyx Philippines tends to make their move, they wait for the right timing, and once they get the vision that one of the members are out of their position, that's the perfect time for the Raiders to strike and finish the team fight once and for all.
I mean, you gotta commend Onyx. At least they're trying, right? They know they're behind, but they're still trying to make some plays here and not being very passive.
Yeah, they can't keep doing that. Like, if you're worried about time, right now, Kekedu's jump is so vital that he needs to catch one perfect set. There's no one here in Onyx Philippines as of this time to hold the damage. Look at that, a face-off.
Oh.
Nats and Sensui, and RSG still gains control of the river and this Lord.
That's a show of force right there for RSG. Look at Nats. He's just so confident in front.
Nats can even play man-to-man defense
Melted
against
so
Sensui.
quickly.
Oh, no!
Boy! Sensui again, he is in trouble right now, being dove in by 4 members, being at 5 members of RSG, and Exort's on the side. He's trying to box everyone in, and there is a counter punch once more for RSG.
Trade of one. Sensui was the casualty. Can they still make it?
Bro, we saw Ryota try it from the back line. He did his best to unleash those sounds, unleash the noise from behind. But again, it wasn't enough because all he saw from the backside was none other than Nats. Once Nats unleashed the final slash onto the front lines, he immediately went to the backside because he knew that Ryota was about to make a play there. And Atoy Army so far is being penetrated by RSG's offense.
He needs to have a good amount of defense here. If he is waiting to outlast or outmaneuver Nats on those fatal final slash, he needs to make a good angle or even a good sustainability to have a comeback set, because right now Kekedu is having a bad time in having a perfect angle.
Look at Ira, just no fear going in. Full trust on his teammates to make the push happen. That's exactly what's happening right now. Eman as well. Again,
no!
He misses! He misses on the Eman, and then he will go down. Immortality popped as well. Super Friends falling right behind him. Ah, my goodness. RSG is almost 10k on the goal lead right now, OSX.
Not looking good for the Yellow Hedgehogs right now. A lead of 10k, and they're knocking into base. All 5, look at that. Nats going in, targeting Super Friends. Ammon on the other hand is going out of distance.
Nice catch. All right, going insane right now. Nets is still alive, so there's still some damage coming in from Onyx right now. But again, will be slowed down with another kill. Oh, there it is. There you go. Nets is still fighting back here a little bit by bit.
RSG.
Low HP members for RSG are still going in. Ammon takes out Super Prince though. No more Cold Altar available for Onyx. And that might be it. RSG just trying to clean it up as much as they can. And they clean it up. Ammon with a maniac. Close out that game. 10k goal lead up. It's RSG's game number 1.
Taking the first point in this series, RSG manages to even secure most of the possibility of the comeback of Onyx.
What a dominant game. Starting things off with securing every single objective and then ended it with a maniac. Eman plus maniac is a maniac.
A maniac! A maniac! That's with a double M.
He is him.
And that was the photo finish, right?
Yep.
That was picture perfect.
Beautiful.
That was a cherry on the top of
the ice cream.
Yeah.
Or even the cake.
Beautifully
Shout
done.
out Kim Chu. I don't know, man.
Maybe she's watching. You never know, right?
No, Echo has Jericho Rosales, and who knows?
Yep.
Kimchi could be
Kim Chu
supporting
could be
this
there.
team.
You never know.
We might
The
see
icing on top of the cupcake, bro.
There it is.
We might see possibilities of public personalities in the Philippines coming to the MPL Philippines.
I mean, I'm sure they're watching. I've seen a few. So far, I think this is one of the more dominant games of the day. Obviously, with a 10k goal lead for RSG, there was barely any moment where Onyx looked like they could come back. I mean, maybe after Nets got that kill, but
yeah. And most of the time, Kekedu is really struggling to find that perfect set. He had the immortality on the last minutes, maybe 12.
Yeah.
But the only item he has was he had boots and also Radiant armor, and it could not even match the defense on how RSG is going for that lead.
Yeah, and in addition to what you guys have mentioned, I feel like Onyx Philippines played RSG's game. It wasn't one of those heroes that they've had, and hopefully they could bounce back, but RSG is very cool in this game.
They have a title to defend. They have one, and we have one team to fulfill a story, man, in the best of 5 games. Let's break things down a bit. For our analyst, go ahead on how and tell us what happened to game number 1.
Just like the great Tupac once said, I see no changes. It just feels like the MPL Philippines Season 10 play-ins match all over again. A dominant RSG Philippines team against MPL-PH. Welcome back to the analyst stand. Ako po si Reptar at kitang-kita kung paano na-take down ng RSG-PH yung MPL-PH. Let's start first, of course, with the drafting. With MPL-PH, of course, you'd want them to prioritize the joy. And then dahil sa pinakita ni Kekedut sa huling laban nila kontra sa Brand Esports nung regular season, tinuloy na lang ng MPL-PH yung comfort pick niya. So might as well pick it up as well. And at the same time, knowing nakalaban nila yung Arlot. And I feel like there was a sense in MPL-PH na nakita na rin nila yung potential pick-up of the carry. They went ahead and picked up the Kufra. In terms of the drafting, honestly, no major notes here other than the fact that it was a good call by RSG to eventually pick up the Eve. Akala ko nga magkakagura sila. It was an option brought up by our casters in the Filipino desk. But then the Eve picked up, worked really well with the Kaja of Light. And Light, again, grabe yung timing, yung communication nila. Of course, we don't hear their communication, pero nakikita naman natin yung resulta ng maayos na communication nila. Kada pick-off, kada pasok ni Light with the Divine Judgment, merong mahuhuli. Pero sa mga panahon na hindi niya masyado nakikita yung vision, alam niya may bouncing ball pa si Kekedut, nag-iingat din siya. Kung wala siyang flicker, pampasok, hinihintay niya yung perfect moment to dash in and then get the Divine Judgment. But the key pick here for RSG Philippines has to be the Baxia pickup. It was mentioned by the casters on the Filipino broadcast, and I'm sure the English broadcast mentioned it as well. The speed of rotation for the Baxia, doon ata rin na sorpresa yung MPL-PH. Dahil alam naman natin, para sa Kufra, simple lang. Pasok ka sa shrub, i-charge up mo yung Tyrant's Revenge mo, and then just wait it out. Ang ganda naman yung reach. But because of the speed of rotation of RSG Slates Philippines, sila talaga yung nag-set ng tempo alongside, of course, the Kaja. And great timing by Exort, kada gamit niya ng real-world manipulation. Alam din niya, sa mga panahon na nagti-teamfight sila, pag alam nilang meron pang electrifying beats, yung ultimate ng Joy ni Ryota, merong mga panahon na nakita natin ang bilis ng bitaw ni Exort with the real-world manipulation. Mga 2 o 3 hits lang, tas ibabawi niya kagad kasi alam niya, dapat mag-ingat siya, buhay pa dun si Ryota. And because of everything that RSG Slate Philippines set up for themselves and especially for their marksman in Eman, siya ang ating MVP ng laban, 702 and KDA. And of course, for the marksmen out there, kung meron kayong kalaban na mage, please pick up Rose Gold Meteor. Ang gandang item niyan for marksmen. And if you really just wanna reduce the magic damage you get dahil nga dun sa shield na binibigay ng isang Rose Gold Meteor. Eman here, you see here in the heat map, first 10 minutes, gold lane lang naman talaga. Simple lang trabaho ni Eman dito. He's gonna be farming up, staying alive, and then eventually, pag oras na naglalaban sila as 4, as 5, 5v5 team fights na, handa na si Eman, itutuloy lang niya yung pag-damage kasi ang ganda rin naman ng frontline at ang setup ng RSG. At yun yung difference ng dalawang lineup na to. Yung Onyx, sila yung mobile diving lineup. Medyo magulo-gulo yung team fighting nila kung ma-execute nila in the way that they wanted to. Pero katulad ng sinabi ni Midnight, yung lineup naman ng RSG Slate Philippines, sila yung mas surgical at methodical kasi naglalaban sila around key ultimates. Number 1, the real-world manipulation. Number 2, the divine judgment. They fight around those 2 ultimates. If they don't have those 2 ultimates, easy-easy lang sila. They're not gonna fully commit unless, of course, nakakuha si Nats ng magandang setup dun sa final slash at meron pa namang ultimate dito si Carry, then might as well try out fighting kahit wala pang ultimate yung Kaja or yung Eve. We saw in some moments though, MPL-PH, dahil dun sa ultimate ng kanilang Faramis, they would be able to find the second round in the team fight. Pero dahil, balikan natin yung keys to victory kanina, yung conservation ng key abilities, hinihintay nila yung pinakamagandang oras para gamitin yung mga key abilities. Hindi lang yung ultimate, kahit isang dash pabalik para makaiwas sila ng damage. Isang mabilis na crowd control, a small source of damage. Of course, the first kill stun coming in from the Arlot of Nats. Sobrang ganda rin ng timing ni Nats dito with those stuns. Doon, nakahanap ng panalo ang RSG Slate Philippines. They followed the keys to victory. Minention natin yung Grok kanina, tinanggal nila doon sa drafting phase. MPL-PH were not outdrafted here, but undeniable, they were outplayed and outclassed by RSG Slate Philippines. That was only game 1. 5-game series pa naman ito. We still have more action coming from MPL-PH and RSG-PH. Pero for now, punta naman tayo dun sa ating Infinix booth dito sa SMX.
Inside SMX Convention Center, nandito tayo sa Infinix booth kung saan pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo and get to know about the top-of-the-line cell phones that they have. Now, here, nandito tayo ngayon sa, let's call in somebody. Eureka! Hello! Come on over. Okay, can you let us know about what's happening here right now?
Para po maka-avail sila ng free bag, kailangan po nilang i-scan muna yung code para makasali po sila sa mechanics ng games.
Sa scan yung code?
Opo. And
Okay.
then po, i-like po yung page ni Infinix. And then po, dapat po 1 minute mabuo nila yan. Kung pag nabuo po nila yan, may free bag po sila at saka shades.
Okay, so scan the code, punta sa Facebook page,
Yes po.
i-like yung Infinix Facebook page, at dapat mabuo nila to in 60 seconds, in 1 minute. And then, what do they get?
Ano po sila ng free bag or shades po.
So, they can choose one?
Yes po.
Oh, okay. So, maglalaro tayo dito. Butters versus Leo. Ito yung picture. Pakita natin kung anong itsura ng picture. There you go. So, kailangan napakadali lang ata nito Ibubuin natin to in 60 seconds. Now, let's jumble it up. Let's jumble it up for each other. Jumble it. Okay. Kailangan matapos nila yan in 60 seconds. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, habang ginagawa nila yan, alam naman natin kung anong itsura ni Zilong and ni Mia. Punta naman tayo sa kabilang side. Babalikan natin si Leo and Butters. I want to know which one I should get here para sa ating, I want to play ML. So Jam, our specialist, let's talk about this. Gusto ko yung pang ML, mabilis, tsaka gusto ko yung, mahilig ako mag-vlog, camera. What can you show us?
Ayan, ma'am. So, ito nga po si Zero Ultra, ma'am, na naka-Dimensity 1080 5G processor plus 120 Hz refresh rate. So, kapag ito po yung gamit natin sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends, hindi na po tayo dadaan ng Mythical Honor. Mythical Glory po agad tayo.
Wow! Mythical Glory agad. Wait. Anong pinagkaiba? Bakit siya perfect for gaming? Dahil?
Naka-Dimensity 1080 5G processor. Plus 120 Hz refresh rate.
120 Hz refresh rate. Ang alam ko yung normal is 60
Hz. Yes.
So doble siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect na perfect pang
Perfect
ML.
na perfect, ma'am. Hindi na po kayo dadaan ng Mythical Honor.
Oh, okay.
MG agad.
Mythical Glory ka agad. Okay, ano pang great about this
And when it
phone?
comes to camera, ma'am, so far, highest megapixel, 200 megapixel.
200 megapixel?
Yes, ma'am.
Front and, ano yung front, ano yung back?
32 megapixel.
Oh, okay. Now let's check it out. Pipicture na natin.
Yes po.
Ayan. Oh, wow. Kitang-kita yung mga pimples ko dito. Very good. 200 megapixel for 21,999 pesos. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jam, na balikan natin. Balik naman tayo dito. Atras tayo. Alright. Did we get it right? Silipin natin. Uy, parang may mali dito May mali ba dito? Si Silong! Nagmukhang Mia! Si Mia! Nagmukhang silong. Well, you know what, guys? If you think you can do better than this, come on over dito sa SMX Convention Center, dito sa Infinix booth, and you have a chance to win these wonderful prizes and check out their phones as well. Babalik tayo sa ating laban. Punta na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, Leo, and Butters for forming that possible puzzle really quick with an exchange of faces. We're back on English Desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Sona. Now to break things down. Yeah, to break things down a bit, as we enjoy the feeling of being in the venue right now, enjoy the power of Smart without changing your mobile number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Again, go ahead and change it. You still have time. Do it. Now, going back to our games of the day, RSG Slate Philippines got 1 point against Onyx Philippines. We're not used to seeing how Atoy R or Ryota moves like this. Again, they're up against the Kings of C. I was expecting like to get the first bite out of that game because we've seen Onyx Philippines had an edge in the micro and macro plays. They're good at that, and we see that throughout the regular season.
Actually, the biggest question mark there is what was Ryota doing. It felt like it was the different Ryota that we're used to. A different Ryota that usually sets for his team. When he's on the assassin role, it's just not the same, right? I feel like I want to see Ryota back on the Lapu-Lapu, back on the Terizla.
Yeah.
I think Onyx has this strength. They should play around that.
He's technically the anchor of offense of Onyx Philippines.
Yeah.
I mean, with the extra tanky heroes that would be very much necessary for him to make the moves, that is where the rest of the members of Onyx Philippines will continue to strike. So at this point, it didn't work as much as we wanted it to, or as much as the Onyx Philippines' team wanted it to, but we're starting to see two sides of the coin here. RSG Slate Philippines, no matter how the changes in jungler may be, they want to show us that they still got Onyx number, just like how they did in Season 10.
Again, Onyx Philippines is so impressive with a setup, those surprise, jumps that we were expecting, that we saw in the regular season. Well, it all boils down that Coach Panda really prepared for this match. Again, they were really struggling. He even said on the interviews back in the regular season that it wasn't really an easy season for him and for the team, and how he managed to get back on this game. It's one thing that we see that RSG is learning from what they have went throughout those games.
Yeah, I wondered what RSG actually learned in that last series because it felt very easy for them. For me, if I was Eman in that game, it's like so easy for me, right?
Yeah.
He looked like he barely broke a sweat.
And you've also mentioned this like off the broadcast, wherein they were trying to kind of figure out the perfect mix between H2O's gameplay and Irad's kind of assassin type of gameplay, and elaborate on that a little bit, because there's been a bunch of talk regarding that one during the offseason.
Well, speaking of being an off-season, we're back on the game face of the day. Who is going to be our first winner in the playoffs? Right here, we're on. The camera is focusing on 2 awesome people right here. And also, we have 5 awesome people from Onyx Philippines gang as well. So let's see who's going to win. Right, once the camera's right in front of you, make sure you have that game face and that hashtag. And we have our winner of the day.
That is what we call in Filipino, the tropa premium.
Yeah. I just want to play ML, bro. What's with the, I wish I had friends like that.
Yeah. A supportive group of friends,
I mean,
right?
you got us, man.
Oh, yeah.
You always have us, Because right now...
But would you do that on camera?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
All right, maybe later.
We'll do it tomorrow when we're off the desk. We'll join the game face of the day.
Game face of the day
why
tomorrow.
Not now, but okay.
Tomorrow, game face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because right now, if only we could do that, because if you win, you get a redeemable code from Smart. And going back, I know, Sona, you want to elaborate more on how Coach Panda and the team of RSG is doing well. And Raptor also mentioned that RSG is, you said, based on momentum, a team who is methodical in all of the approach. So will this be a good start for them right now?
Honestly, this is where the sermons and the lectures are starting to come into play. It's the ceremony. It's the ceremony
Ceremony.
of ceremonies that we've seen finally working into the hands of the Raiders. Because, again, they had to endure a lot of, those words and for them to be stronger and better players, not only physically, not only mechanically, but also in the mental state. They know that if they, in case, lose this game, there's still a bunch of other chances. But on the flip side, if you want to get a streak right away for the series, there's no better way to go. So this time around, when you take a look at the draft, there's still going to be some sort of similarities, but instead, it's still the same sides.
Oh, okay. A different way of Onyx Philippines will want to handle game number 2. But in bans, we're seeing staple ones. The Canada, the Joy. Oh, the Joy is out this
Joy is
time.
out.
So we're seeing the Onyx Philippines would have this adjustment. And I'm seeing a 2 thumbs up right here, right now from you, Sona.
I love that choice. Joy, you can't give it to RSG because RSG is going to be using it 100% with Irad as part of the lineup.
Yeah.
Onyx Philippines, it didn't work for them the very first time around, so they're going to try to bring RSG into their gameplay instead of playing theirs. So that is one of the potential steps that they could go for. Valentina is still open, and we know that Super Friends can use that hero very
Have you been
well.
watching a lot of Irad gameplay on MDL?
Yeah,
you like his
dude.
Joy?
Yeah,
dude.
Sona is really on track on how the games are going.
He's a radical person.
and that is speaking through performance and
Yep.
stats. That's why he climbed up from MDL to MPL on even the last week of the regular season.
Yeah, and also I think this is the reason why he also really wants to perform here. He wants to cement that that spot, right? He wants to show everyone that, you know what, I deserve to be here in MPL after I fought my way through dozens of enemies in MDL, right? It's a huge step up for this guy, and I think he is in the right direction. He's in pretty good track.
Yep, and we're starting to see that with Irad right now, especially in the gameplay that he's had in game number 1. But this time, let's talk about Onyx Philippines. Instead of going for a Valentina, they're going to be choosing an Arlot, a hero that is very well fit for the general of this Atoy army. He finally has a hero that is very well durable, quick, and
We talked about it.
Right.
Yeah.
We talked about it because you mentioned, right, that Ryota is like the offensive initiator.
Yep.
And Arlot is perfect for that.
Yeah, the one who makes the surprises in all of your parties. In this kind of scenario, Ryota got his hands on his comfort pick, and they're willing to gamble this up against Coach Panda, and they have taken the Fredrin with them. And could this be a mid lane hero for RSG to take?
I mean, they could pick up the Valentina here because it's still open for them, but instead,
no.
It worked the first time. Why not do it again? With the bans that Onyx Philippines has had, given that they chose the blue side with the first pick, they had to ban out the Joy. So instead of, RSG prioritizing the meta heroes that we've seen all season, they tend to focus their 2 first bans in the first phase towards Sensui. Taking out that Akai, taking out that Grok, opening up a lot of possibilities not only for Irad, but also for Light using this Kaja. So this time around, it's gonna be a long rumble because we're starting to see both of these teams finally having their comfort picks. We're starting to take notice of the Valentina being held by Super Friends, and he has held this hero for more than 12 times this season.
Yes.
And he knows how to use this hero. Whoever the opponent may be, he's gonna know. He's just that guy.
Man,
Basically
stats.
comfort heroes for Onyx, and I would say that's also the same is true for RSG. I mean, Eman loves that Beatrix. Light has been a staple right now with that Kaja, so I would say no one really won in the first phase. I think both teams,
They drafted good.
They got pretty good stuff on their own.
Yeah, they've stolen 2, and this is the comfort picks of Onyx Philippines, which they're really good at back in the regular season. So now let's give a way of looking how RSG is going to ban out the second phase, because right now they've taken out the Grok and the Akai. There's no hero yet for Sensui for this one, because again, he was trying to get his moves in with the Lancelot and with the Kufa combo, which didn't work out in game number 1.
Yeah.
And in addition to one of those things, I was about to mention the Lolita being banned out here by the side of RSG because it's going to be a good counter towards the Beatrix and also an extra initiation. But the Mincitar is also going to be part of the essence here. There could potentially be another RSG Lancelot pick with the Fredrin still being a little bit flexible here and could potentially go into the hands of Nats. We've seen Nats use the Fredrin as well as other heroes. I mean, I'm actually very surprised that Glue hasn't been picked up as much. It wasn't banned in the very first game. This time, it's still open, so that there might be a chance for them, and that is how flexible this RSG draft is. I'm talking about the Fredrin, but for the other side, Onyx Philippines still doesn't have their, extra durable hero, which is why the Kufra will come into play.
They banned out the Kufra. Oh, I'm thinking too much. They've used, RSG used a Fredrin on the EXP lane back in their games, and it wasn't effective, so I'm not thinking that this could be still a Lancelot pick for Irad, because in that game they lost. So now we've talked about the glue that you point out, Sona, which is very, very important. So now XP lane is being leveled right now for Onyx Philippines. So what's it going to be?
Why don't we try to go for something that might be just a little bit more engaging. It's something that can go with the engage of the Kaja. There it is. I love that. If you imagine this scenario, right? If you Divine Judgment someone and you pull it back into a real world, they're done for. They can't escape that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh!
There it is.
Okay, so that was their gold signal. That was their gold signal. And they've taken out the crew for this setup for Lazo and Franco, which also, it's all comfort picks for Onyx right now. Is this their way of getting a comeback?
I'm not sure, man, because if you look at it, Onyx lineup is like a glass cannon. They don't have much in terms of defense. All of their eggs are in the let's pick someone up. Let's, as they say in the Filipino, pitas, let's
pick off.
Pick off someone.
The gank,
That's the only win condition they have. Their team fighting is actually, honestly, quite horrible. Aside from the bloody hunt and maybe if Super Friends can pick up the real world, they don't really have any tools for team fighting.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I wasn't overthinking.
You're right. It's right.
I was expecting for them to pick up the Lancelot, but okay. It's an XP lane Fredrin for Nats.
XP Freddy.
Okay, so Hayabusa for Ear, back at the Assassin Heroes. Sono, come on.
This is
what
the
is
Irad
this?
we know.
Let's
be real. This is the Irad we know. It was kind of a trump card dealt in the first game with that backsha pick coming from the side of RSG. But going back into the other side, they're finally going to be having an Assassin moving forward into the jungle. And this is where things are going to be part of a major mix-up here, because this time, Onyx Philippines finally has the set of heroes that they're very comfortable using with. We have the Valentina for Super Friends. We also have Kekidut. But again, the composition and the complexity of this lineup matters, because how would you go and try to engage, as Rockhart has mentioned a while ago, how would you try to find the pickoffs if you don't necessarily have the vision just yet? So the Franco will really come into play very importantly in this matchup as they try to figure out how they can maneuver and finally, or hopefully, equalize in this game.
Let's see how they bounces back. Onyx Philippines would want to bounce back, but on the other hand, we have two members aided Hayabusa or Irad to get that first objective in his own plate. Meanwhile, Light and Kekidut, he was having a hard time up against Light in the first game. And as you say, information is much more important this time around.
Yeah, you know what's so funny, guys? I just wanted to say this story. In a regular season, I was really saying to Kekidot, I say on broadcast, I don't like Ruby on Kekidot. Kekidot loves picking up the Ruby. They lost a lot. Oh, look at that. Our Onyx is actually ranked first. Oh, that's amazing.
Huh.
One for all and all for one.
That's it. That is the mindset of the squad. It's literally a glass cannon. They're trying to serve up every single thing just to give Nets a bunch of space and hopefully unleash the Onyx banana split that we always see them do. Unfortunately for game number 1, it didn't work for them, but Super Friends starting to feel the pressure.
Look at that.
Exort though.
Well, this is what you were talking about earlier. Super Prince getting his hands on Valentina, forcing Exort to go back to base with that early poke and peel.
Huh. Unbending Will is also the emblem here coming forward for Ryota. This is something that we don't really see very often because most of the time it's a tenacity build that is built by XP laners such as Nats, such as Edward, but this time they're going to go with a little bit more offense to their side as Nats taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, if we're talking about offense, Nats
Whoa.
might be doing way too much.
Look
There
at
goes
the
the
life
Appraiser's
steal.
Rat, good
Oh.
life steal, but Irad will be taking that turtle and first blood as well. Light with a flicker out will even survive that damage from Onyx.
Oh, man. RSG with an aggressive move, Exert with the flicker, real world manipulation. Plus, I was expecting Nats to fall down. Would you look at his lifesteal? And on back in their previous games, it's one of the things that we could consider 50-50. How is he surviving this?
It's the benefit of having that tank emblem. It gives you a little bit more tankiness, and also building up on those steel leg plates will really help you tank the damage coming from both Sensui and Nets. Super Prince so far doesn't have the necessary output just yet. He only has that very first item together with that mana regeneration necklace. So far, Onyx Philippines needs to take care of themselves for them to secure every single objective. They're making necessary moves. They're not giving as much, but as of the moment, RSG needs to make sure that they could still keep up the pressure, keep up the pace, and hopefully increase the gold gap, just like what they did in Game 1.
Yeah, you're talking about pressure, you're talking about lane control. Game number 1, they have full border on the river. How to make their way of having their momentum flow. But on the other hand, Onyx Philippines, if they have an avenue to strike here and slow down Eman, I believe this is one way of putting back their A game. A hook misses, Light in other way is protecting Eman most of the time in the gold lane.
Yeah, Eman here will have no problems for the meantime. But again, on the bottom side, it's going to be a 1v2. Ryota not going to be able to sustain long enough against Nats and Irad on the XP lane.
Oh man, that's very unfortunate. We're starting to see the pattern of rotations coming from RSG slate. They just want to give the pressure to Ryota down bot because they know that he is the anchor of the offense, and once that branch starts to fall off bit by bit, that is the opportunity for them to actually go ahead and strike as the turtle is cut into half health.
Yep, Nats is going to start that up again, slowing getting everybody in the middle of the fight there. Inside the box, since we will get that turtle. Of course, they will not go away unscathed. That is a 2-for-1, and the turtle going over to Onyx.
That is exactly what we're talking about, right? As long as Ryota is alive, there's a very good contest chance coming from the side of Onyx Philippines to secure their very own objectives. But RSG, quick on their feet, they've managed to secure not only half, but at least 75% of that energy shields going into the hands of Eman. And Eman building up with that Weapon Master as his emblem is something that is very good for him because he will continue to secure those items together with the itemization that he wants to go for here. He might go for a Blade of Despair in this very first few minutes of this game. And also Irad. The mobility that this jungler has showcased to us together with that Hunter Strike will not only help in those basic attacks, but also the extra, damage to the junglers or damage to those minions that will be very necessary for him to not only secure those camps, but to also make a faster rotation around the map.
Well, speaking of rotation, Nats has the Dominance Ice right here to even slow down how Onyx attacks. And Sui, oh, look at that. Focus and pressure on the gold lane, but look at Nats coming in from behind. Sensui trying to give vision. Also, man, their reinforcement or their rotation is much faster now because they're aware on how Onyx is right. But look at that.
Oh boy, Nats ran into a free-man bush, but he is still
can't go.
alive. Sensui actually will be the one who might have been punished there. And the free-man! Oh my god, the energy eruption. He pulled in 3 members of Onyx, and it just resulted into a disaster for the Hedgehogs.
Nats is a bully.
He flickered in the free-man bush. He survived, and he also just chased him to oblivion.
I don't know what he did during the break, but this XP lane, Fredrin, in the hands of Nats is something else. Up against Oh, the Arlet!
And it's funny because I usually hate XP lane Fredrin.
Same!
When they pick it in Indonesia, I'm like, why are you guys picking XP lane Fredrin all the time?
But if Nats is using it...
But if Nats uses like this is the right way to do it.
An exception!
This is the exception to the rule. This is beautiful.
This is an offensive Fredrin. We usually see Fredrin just holding down the line, making sure that everybody else is staying still, you know, at the comfort of their very own grounds. But this time, Nats just want the smoke. He just wants the smoke at this point. He taunts every single person that he sees. He tries to engage, and there go again!
Oh, beautiful disengage coming in from Atoy R himself. Makes it a 1-for-1, at least for that exchange. I would say that was actually good reaction time from Ryota. I don't know if you guys saw that. That should have been an instant replay. He canceled the flicker with the final slash.
Just imagine how his mindset was going through, because they used the conceal earlier to go up top in that L bush, because but how RSG wanted to have that strike back, they used conceal and they waited for Nats to zone them out, and that space of hesitation took them by surprise.
And we're starting to, you know, take a notice little by little with the damage potential that Nets can start to dish out here for the side of Onyx Philippines. He was one of those main damage dealers before that start of that team fight. Right after that final slash, those shurikens really came in handy for them to be able to take it down. A golden staff together with a corrosion scythe, it does increase his chances in terms of attack speed and sustainability to remain in the team fight, but Sensui is stuck here and he gets knocked up.
Oh, Sensui's on the run, using a forward row to get out damage. His way, Exort gets eliminated by the carry. Nets is going with insane on the backline. He gets a double kill, but so does Eman. It is going to be a 3v3 on the Land of Dawn. Flicker in by Nets, secures the triple kill.
Surprise, surprise! Backline access by Onyx Philippines. Who knew what's coming? Who knew?
The bros had a backstage pass.
Backstage
pass. Knew.
Oh
they knew
God.
that everybody else would go to the stage, and they didn't even focus on what was behind them. A very good rotation play coming in from Onyx Philippines, but again, Irad with a major play, stealing the purple objective.
That's
just
massive.
when Onyx Philippines had the momentum, just when they were finally about to start their revenge tour, their revenge arc, RSG remained in their anime sequel.
Oh, it's Atoy R. He's the main target. He gets eliminated almost immediately, securing the Lord will be Sensui, though. It's going to be a very angry RSG coming at you, but looks like they won't be able to get any more kills, as they will lose out on the Lord take.
Well, out of position, Ryota. RSG has eyes on what the game would turn around in their favor. Man, they're out of position. Kekidot only got Nats from that one.
Yeah, I think that was worth.
Yeah, but not even a kill, but only an ultimate.
Fortunately for them, though, they got the Lord. That was the best case scenario. So even though one of them lost their lives during that team fight, none of the others did. And also, they got an extra ally on their sides with the super minions heading forward into the enemy base. So RSG's momentum is stopped a little bit. This is where the adjustments are going to come from the side of RSG. Game number 1 was a very smooth sailing game from them, but now that Onyx is starting to build those items, they're starting to play a little aggressive.
It's Momentum Light is going to be the one who is attempted to be attacked here, but looks like RSG, they're very angry. Eman goes down. Oh my God.
That's how you split a banana open. RSG was divided. And Sensui got the fresh catch.
They even went to the basics. It wasn't even a banana split. It was just a banana peel.
Yeah,
they just peeled the banana.
Yeah, they separated the power force of RSG.
And it became a banana shake.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
It's Merienda time.
Merienda time here in the Philippines right now.
is Onyx Philippines on the Merienda time right now? Oh, Irad!
Sensui, where are you going there? That's going to be Exort finishing him off. Again, Irad, just good maneuvers on that Hayabusa. He's able to catch Sensui off guard without the 4 rows. Even after using the 4 rows, still gets eliminated.
Look at that, gold earnings. Irad sitting on top. Nets, on the other hand, is chasing him down. We had the lead RSG almost 2.7k. Now it's trimming down to 1.9. Is this good news for the Yellow Hedgehogs right now?
This is very good news for them. I mean, They're starting to take a bunch of those inner and outer turrets coming from the side of RSG. And not only that, RSG is forced to make a move like this!
Oh, wow!
That was quick!
That was assassination nation here.
That was
for
speed of
RSG.
light! That was
The
speed of light!
The speed of light. Who knew?
There was no space for Onyx to react.
Oh!
And now Onyx trying to make a play of their own. They're getting kills 1 for 1 so far, but Nets right now looks like he's in the better spot. He's going for the chase right now. Even Irad might be in trouble here,
Nets
but
left us
he's in the shadows. He's flying in. There it is. He used the
Irad
wind of
is trying to
nature.
pull.
Irad will not be able to re-engage.
Yo!
Exort, he's trying to play it out.
Oh!
Re-engage down Nets. Oh my goodness! And the plays are not done. Irad playing with fire right now as he tries to go for Riona, but will be able to make it out alive.
The duo and the combo, Irad and Exort, almost a slither of life, and they managed to pull the attention of Onyx Philippines. Just right that moment. How is this going, Irad, you monster?
Yeah, we just saw the speed of light there.
That was money heist right there. I mean, Nets at that point, he saw two opponents very low on health. He was like, who am I going to be taking first here? They're both low on health. And then both Irad and Exor were just dancing to the beat of Joy, even when Joy isn't even here. They knew that the right step was to go front, then back, front, then back. They shot the damage right away.
Oh, they're going front all the way right now with Sensui at the back. He's trying to look for an opening to go to the RSG lineup, but looks like RSG will not give him that for now.
Oh, now I'm getting chills on how Light and also Kekero is exchanging conceals, knowing where to strike and where to land that hook. They're awake, and they want to take this game back.
I love this game because both of the marksmen, they love to flicker in.
Talking about aggressiveness,
They're
bro.
just so aggressive right now, man.
But the question is, who is going to take this Lord this time around? Riona, the final slash,
question
though.
mark right now.
Whoa!
It's Nets! Of all people, it will be Nets taking the Lord. Gekadot will fall. And looks like Onyx are very happy with that take. Even though, again, they also lost Gekadot, it looked like it was very worth it, at least for the Hedgehogs.
If you're Onyx, you'll definitely take it. That is a major win in their book, minimizing RSG's goal lead to just by 100, or hundreds rather. And Onyx Philippines also has a chance to increase their goal lead or even put the goal lead on their side. As we're starting to take a note here, Nets already has an entire full build on his arsenal with a Rose Gold Meteor as his final item together with that Wind of Nature just for emergency purposes. So he has an answer to what the rest of the members, specifically to what Irad and Eman could probably give to him. But this is where Exort could come in. 6-1 and 12 KDA. A masterful showcase on how to play the Eve. Masterful positioning as well. This could potentially be one of the saving graces that RSG could lean on if they want to continue and defend in this game.
Well, speaking of leaning on, Lord will be melted down by RSG Slate Philippines. And tying the lead right now is on just 700. And to see how Onyx Philippines managed to control the waves right now, we're left to 3 turrets for RSG to look at.
And in addition to what you guys have mentioned, RSG still has that gold lead on their side. One of the reasons that they were able to defend that without any sweat at all is because of the immense amount of AoE damage, the wave gear that is leaning towards their side. They have Eman with the Ribero's Passion. They have Exort that has, low cooldowns with the first and the second skill. So this is going to be, hard work that Onyx needs to make sure that they could at least take down one inhibitor turret, maybe one major team fight, or even just a pick-off, because they technically have Gekadut on their side. And with that Iron Hook, it could come major in this play right now in 15 minutes.
Okay, all boils down to the roamers of these two teams. We're looking at how Onyx Philippines, they're back in the playoffs, and this is their time to finish their story, fulfill the destiny to go forth and go forward for the lives in their playoffs. And even on this second game, they don't want that momentum being taken away. But RSG, on the other hand, that was a close one to take Nats in the wrath of Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, if you're RSG, you need to be on high alert, right? Anytime that you kind of just falter on your defense, if you get hooked by Gekadot, that might be game. if for example, if Eman gets hooked, if Exhort gets hooked, there's very little that they can do to fight back. So they need to be on high alert right now, and they need to make sure that they're always together.
I love how these duties are really based on the setups of Kekedut and Light. Because on some games that we see, it's either a team fighting capable set, but this time they really could rely on the roamers to change everything around. And how they managed to see this Lord being on the side? Onyx.
Oh my goodness, Irad gets it! He stole it right under the nose of the Hedgehogs! But the question is, will RSG be able to survive the attack? Nets is looking really scary right now, although Ryota will get taken out as well by Irad. Irad with Immortality will still survive.
A trade of 2 plus the Luminous Lord for RSG Slate Philippines. And they're back on the lead.
Oh man, that was very unfortunate. They were rushing
Irad,
the
man.
Lord. It was so close.
Irad.
What just went?
I don't know. Irad just was insane in that last exchange.
He was literally hiding in the shadows,
He was
waiting
in the
for
shadows.
the time to strike.
Amazing, spectacular. And they want to close this game.
Magnifico.
Oh my god.
Bro
is majestic.
He deserves he deserves his own moniker for sure.
Oh,
we haven't figured it out yet, but that play, he almost single-handedly took that Lord, right? That was almost all Irad.
All Irad, all eyes,
Irad.
all ears on Irad, and how he managed to slip his way through the defense of Onyx Philippines. This is dangerous. How will they catch him? How will they? How?
Instead, they get
It's
caught.
a big question right now, because right now
Oh,
RSG
no!
wants to take the fight into Onyx. They are going to be able to take out 2. It's going to be Super Prince Kegula and Sensui all alone. That's going to be enough at least to clear the minions for now.
Oh, man, on a momentum, the Raiders are now knocking in the 2 turrets and they're breaking down the last one down bottom.
They're doing what they do best. They're going on a raid. They're raiding the base of Onyx right now. Flicker into the Iron Hook, but looks like that is actually not really good for Onyx right now. Although again, Kegula will be able to survive at least for a few more seconds. But it's going to be the offense for RSG who will take out this base and who will take game number 2 for match point.
It was so close for Onyx Philippines to take back that game.
Wow.
And RSG felt a possible comeback. And they felt that. They felt that happen, and they want to have a secure way on finishing that game.
I have to say that Nets looked very promising in that last game. It was close. I have to say it was very close, but it was not enough.
It was the question that we've had at the start of game number 2, right? Knowing that RSG is a very momentum-based team, how could they go back once their momentum is disrupted? And that is exactly what Onyx Philippines did, because Nets had a very masterful game.
He had.
But again,
They were flickering forward.
Irad chose to be different in this game. Irad chose to be built different. He's built different in game number 2. This is why he's using those assassins. This is why he was, called as one of the most aggressive players by Coach Panda, because this is one of those risks that he's willing to take. And with that risk comes a big reward. They take game 2.
And they're reaping it, and they're really getting through all of the challenges right now, because at some points, Onyx Philippines saw a way to divert RSG Slate Philippines in terms of how they wanted to attack those objectives. Again, they had a struggle from mid-game, and how RSG Slate Philippines amazingly takes this game, about to have a dominating run, break things down a bit on what happened to game number 2, Renmar. RSG 2-0.
Ito yung ginawa ni Irad, mabilisan na replay lang. Ganito yun. Sipin mo, okay, laban. Ganun lang, retry. Naka-conceal yung Hayabusa niya. Unang beses ko nakita na isang Hayabusa na naka-conceal, tumakbo at nilakad lang papuntang Lord, kinuha kagad. Because, Midnight pointed out, 371 HP. Sana sakto yung nakuha ko. That number will haunt MPL-PH potentially for quite a long time. Sensui in that scenario, kailangan na niya talaga mag-retribution na and just hope that the little passive that he gets from the damage he deals into objectives that junglers naturally dish out will be able to secure it. But at that moment, naramdaman din at nakita ng RSG, nandito yung Onyx, nakakonceal yung mga ibang miyembro nila, and just in time, they were able to secure it with a beautiful retribution from Irad. In this draft, tinanong ako ni Mara Aquino kanina, we were just talking about the game. Sa draft, sino yung lamang dito? May lamang ba? What do you think about it? Sinabi ko lang kay Mara, pagalingan lang to ng pindutan ang makikita natin. And that's exactly what we saw. One of the craziest technical showcases we've seen in MPL Philippines Season 11, and we got it from that game number 2 between MPL-PH and RSG Slate. The amount of individual plays that we saw, technical mastery, kasi sa lineup na draft ng dalawang teams natin, yun naman talaga yung hahanapin mo. The first 8 minutes for RSG Slate Philippines was a technical mastery of Naths on a Fredrin XP lane. And by the way, I just need to mention RSG, thank you for giving us the anime battle of the Lancelot versus the Hayabusa. They flexed that Fredrin into the side lane, they drafted the Hayabusa, and we got to see the Eradicator show off with a high technical hero. And it wasn't just RSG Slate, it was Onyx Philippines as well. Grabe yung mga hooks na nabibitaw ni Keke Dude sa mga panahon na naglalaban sila. Nasusurpresa ako, nahuhuli pa din niya si Eman. And this was actually the relationship of this game. It was who will get their suppress off first. Sino ang makakakuha ng crucial na panghuli sa tamang oras? Keke Dude ba o si Light? Light and Eman here, grabe yung tandem nila. And of course, Exort with its 96% team fight participation na katulad lang ng game number 1, naglalaro lang sila around the Divine Judgment, around the Ultimate of the Eve as well. Pero dahil meron kang isang tanky XP laner na mataas yung damage niya with the Ultimate, of course, the more damage Fredrin gets, and an assassin that can make plays on his own, they don't always need to play around those key ultimates. You can make highlight plays on your own, and Irad made highlight plays on his own. 8, 1, and 9 on the KDA, and hey, look at that, another Rose Gold Meteor, my favorite item right now. And of course, kailangan niya talaga mag-build ng penetration at that time because of the front line that MPL-PH had. In this entire game, kung balikan nyo lang yung laban na to, even though there were scenarios where RSG Slate PH had 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, dahil sa draft ng lineups ng dalawang teams, dahil nagwala si Nets, ang ganda ng farming time niya, at saka for most of the time, naiwasan niya yung mga miyembro ng RSG Slate PH, nung nakuha niya yung, hindi ako nagkakamali, yung triple kill niya that eventually ballooned into 5 kills, that came at a time na wala pa siyang deaths. So, RSG Slate, at one point, nahirapan sila sa Onyx kasi sobrang ganda ng pwesto ni Nets, hindi na mahanap ng RSG Slate yung marksman ng Onyx na kahit mag-umpisa yung RSG with one pick-off, either onto the XP lane Arlot or the Franco, meron pang naman pang damage ang MPL-PH na kahit nawalan sila ng isang frontliner, sa sobrang sakit ng damage naman ng Onyx and because of the crowd control na meron rin sila, kaya nila mag-extend ng laban. At doon natin nakita yung highlight play triple kill ni Nets. But RSG Slate PH got to turn it around as well. After MPL-PH, nakakuha sila ng mga Lords, nakapush naman sila. So MPL-PH were doing it right. This was a much closer game compared to the kill scores that we saw. But near the end there, naging outplayan na lang eh. Kung sino sa atin mananalo sa laban dito, who's gonna get outplayed first? Dito nga, si Eman, nahook pa siya, pero siya yung nakakuha ng kill dun sa Franco na yon. They were just trading all throughout. At ito yung mga laban na alam ko, lahat ng mga Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans and MPL fans really look forward to, yung bakbakan. Pero yung bakbakan na hindi hindi madumi, malinis yung execution nila eh. It's just that, at the end of the day, meron talagang isang team na magwawagi and another team will lose. That's how good these two teams were in this game. So, I want everyone here right now in SMX to please give these two teams again another round of applause sa sobrang ganda ng pinakita nila sa game number 2.
Right now, we have Onyx back against the wall. RSG Slate with a 2-0 lead. Who is going to win? We'll find out in just a bit. But first, let us go on over to Butters and Mara.
Maraming salamat, Renmar. And sa totoo lang, gusto ko nang pumunta doon sa may game. Kaso ang problema ay kailangan muna natin magpahinga at mag-chill at mag-hangout with the community. Kasama natin ngayon ay isang female team which is Index Esports, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Ayan. So,
Tama po.
Index, magpakilala muna kayo. Ano nga ba yung mga IGN nyo at mga role nyo? Sige.
Ano po, Super Soapy, jungler ng Index Esports.
Ano guys, di na ako bago dito. Sayer, mid lane ng Index Esports. Zin po, mid lane din po ng Index Esports.
Hi guys, ako si Jazz, isang gold laner ng Index Esports.
Hello po, ako po si Nix, ang ex-laner and captain po ng team.
Hello po, ako po si Lucky Roo, ang coach and analyst po ng team.
Ako po si Astrid, ako po yung gold lane ng Index.
Well, actually, kaya kayo pina-interview sa akin is sinabi nyo daw na kayo daw yung counterpart ng Onyx pero female team. So bakit nga ba kayo yung counterpart ng Onyx?
Ano po? Kasi,
Ano? Kaya mo yan?
Ano po kasi, parehas po kaming
Ano?
mababait.
Hindi man lang malakas or anything.
Ayaw po, malakas
Mabait.
po.
Mabait. So ngayon,
Humble po, humble.
tatanungin ko kayong dalawa.
Ay, ano po yun?
Kung meron kayong isang player na nakikita sa Onyx na naglalaro ngayon, sino yung tingin yung kahawig nyo yung laro o same kayo ng playstyle? Ayan, yan. Kayong dalawa.
Para sa akin po, kasi jungler po ako, so si Sensui po.
Sensui. Bakit naman si Sensui?
Jungler po ako eh.
Tama naman. Tama naman. Hindi naman mali. Jungler naman nga siya. Ikaw naman.
Siyempre po, same din. Hindi si Sensui, si Super Fins, kasi pares na kaming mid lane. Tapos yung mga heroes na ginagamit niya, halos kahawig ng mga heroes din.
Ano ba yung mga heroes na ginagamit mo?
Farsa, Valentina, mga Faramis.
Mga pambatak, mga hero yan na hindi ko nagagamit kasi mabagal na yung daliri ko eh. Pero tanong naman natin dito, kung merong isang player doon, nakahawig mo yung playstyle, sino naman yan?
Si Prince po.
Mage ka din? O dalawa kayong mage, ang galing.
Oh,
Bakit? Bakit si Prince?
na-seminar ako ng dati.
Na-seminar! So ngayon, guys, dahil kasama natin yung Index Esports, ang gawin na lang natin is ibato natin kay Mara kasi may kausap din daw siya.
Kasama natin dito once again.
Hampi's here, yeah!
He's back! Hampi is back! Now, last time nakausap ka namin nung battle trips. So, what's new with you? What's happening?
Actually, pagtas ng battle trip, as we can say naman, from week 5 to week 8, medyo, nasabi namin natin na medyo nag-downgrade yung laro ng RSG, pero mas lumakas yung pag-support ako sa kanila.
Oh, in fact, present in every single series. Yeah! Nandito siya sa lahat. Okay, paano nagbago yung RSG ngayong playoffs?
Siguro isa sa pinakamalaking factor kung paano sila maglaro ngayon ay si Red talaga. Dahil lumawak yung hero pool. Basically yung buong team, lumawak na rin yung hero pool dahil kay Rad. And basically nagkaroon na rin ng confidence para lalo silang gumaling ngayon. And feeling ko nung week 5 to week 8, wala, strategy nila magpatalo talaga, guys.
Dahil, bakit? Kasi?
Wala, tinatago lang nila yung tulay nilang lakas. May pa lang nila pinapakita.
Para itaas ang lakas. Yeah. Okay, kung ma-analyze natin yung laro ngayon, kunyari ikaw yung analyst.
Okay.
What are they doing right? Kunyari ikaw analyst i-welcome mo sila and everything. Go.
Siguro yung yun nga, katulad nga sinabi ko, sinasacrifice nila yung yung dati kasi puro Fredrin, puro Lancelot. Pero at least yung Hayabusa, gumagana na ngayon. So, ibig sabihin, pagdating sa Hayabusa, syempre, ipapartner nila yun sa iba't ibang hero na babagay sa Hayabusa. Nakikita naman natin ngayon, di ba? 2-0 na.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Ay, naalam ko meron kang nag-trending ka sa grupo nyo sa RSG.
Yeah.
Meron kang ginawa doon na challenge.
Yes po.
Okay, kwento. Okay, wow! May performance?
Yeah, Akay Challenge!
Okay, yeah!
Yeah, Akay Challenge!
Alright, yeah! Okay.
Come on, give me some food.
Give me some food. Wow! Okay. Ay! Okay, now, we want your energy still. Yeah! Kailangan pa-cheer mo sila lahat para supportahan ang RSG.
GG! GG!
RSG!
GG! Yeah!
Okay, now, we're gonna throw it over to the casters. Kaya mo ba? Kaya mo pa? Throw it.
Casters, pasok!
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's how you hype up the crowd. We have an amazing group of supporters from the Raiders. Who is he? Who is he?
I don't know his name, but all I know is
Yeah. He's I love you,
He's
yeah.
him.
You, yeah, the man.
I'm calling him ESG.
ESG.
Okay.
ESG.
Okay.
Whoever you are, I hope this is your name.
7 out of 10.
Whoever you are, yeah.
Man, his confidence is off the roof. And
That's
so,
how you do it.
And so is RSG Slate Philippines. A 2-0. We've talked about how this team is so momentum-based. How about this?
They look real good right now, right? I mean, the momentum is on their favor. I mean, all they have to do is just keep going, right?
I mean, it's the best case scenario. This is the dream run for RSG to repeat the same, series that they've had from the previous season, going up against the same team, which is Onyx Philippines. But for Onyx Philippines this time, what is their, or when is their year moment gonna arrive? That is the question. Like, do they still have enough fight in them to make 3 consecutive victories to bring the raid down? Because again, this is what I realized right when I was thinking. You can't spell raid without Irad.
Right. And
I mean, it's just...
What's your command?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is
Yeah.
Again,
that was a year thought.
When Irad debuted in MPL Philippines, he got the 1 point, and we're calling him Irad with the 1 for an I. The 1 stands for the 1 point that RSG needed to get into the playoffs. It all makes sense on how this team right now is really dynamically strong. And on this game number 3, you're talking about how to wake up Onyx Philippines right now. They're on the brink of losing to close their story again in the playoffs.
Take a note of this, though. Onyx Philippines is very persistent. They're not letting go of that blue side.
Yeah.
They want to stay in that blue side to have a possibility or have an opportunity to have that very first pick that is very crucial that from what we've seen, right? There was an Arlot pick that was picked up in the early portions of the game in which there could be a chance that it would be banned out by RSG given on how much problems Ryota created for the rest of the Raiders. But now, RSG, knowing that they're very comfortable onto this red side, they could potentially pick up some of the heroes that are used by both Exort and Nats first before prioritizing Irad's heroes, because that is what Ye mentioned a while ago during his interview, right? The hero pool has vastly increased. There's a lot of other options here for the raid to go, and this is something that RSG could exploit or RSG could use to maximize, Onyx, because they're on their last foot.
Yeah. Exploit, maximize, it's go big and go home. Or go home for Onyx Philippines right now. It needs to go all out. They need to go all in for this one possibly ride that they can do in order to make it to the next stage in the playoffs. This place is so crucial today because in the first day of the playoffs, everybody could go home right away. And this also makes sense. They need to squeeze out something new from their own page to go up against RSG. Will this be a Kadita ban, which has been a staple way, and it's still going to be a Kadita ban, respecting Exort's comfort pick and how they really managed to go through all the weeks. So what's in for RSG now?
I mean, the scary thing about RSG is that Irad hasn't even shown us some of the strongest picks that he has. I mean, I love it when he first came out with the Mortis, and we haven't even seen any of that here. So if that pops up, I mean, I hope Onyx is ready for it.
This is the little difference that I see now for Onyx Philippines, because they're no longer going to go up against the Kaja, which created a bunch of problems when Light was using it in the very first 2 games. So there's going to be some sort of difference in the approach that RSG is going to make. There is a chance for them to go with team fight heroes such as, the Lolita, or maybe lean with a pick-off once again. You still have Cho that could be used by Light in case, Onyx Philippines goes with that squishy heroes front-to-back composition, or back-to-front maybe, once the Cho can go into the backside of Onyx Philippines. But now Onyx has the ball. They have the Valentina as their first choice, but instead they're gonna go with Joy. They're gonna try to make the same scenario but with a better result from game 1.
We know Onyx Philippines on their own run back in season 10, on how they had this new era with them, and this is one team that we look up to. Like, they do not really tend to look on the dark side on how they have their loss in each game. This is one team that they're trying to strive that we can make our composition work, and for the could be their last time in this playoffs, they need to have this perfect chance to go through.
Yeah, it's actually, Onyx is in a scary spot right now, obviously, but it's also a good test for these guys if they can withstand these nerves, right? They deserve to be in the playoffs still if they can survive this. Right now, coming in from RSG right now is 2 powerful picks, I have to say, right?
Amazing.
Obviously, this is going to be solid Jungle Fredrin and solid Arlot on the XP. So it's actually a very difficult lineup to fight against. And they need to show us, they need to prove to us they deserve to still be here. Otherwise, RSG, they will take this series.
But that is where Onyx could potentially go in with their creative side, knowing that the XP lane and the jungle are starting to be, familiar heroes or familiar roles that RSG has already filled. Maybe the side of Onyx Philippines could go for the immediate counters. I mean, we've seen Terizla from before used by Onyx Philippines, one of the heroes that are very good. But this time, they're going to go with the Eve and they're going to go with the Claude. They're going to try and, riddle out what's going to be the EXP, what's going to be the jungle position for the side of Onyx Philippines, picking up 2 heroes that are very good in terms of team fights.
Well, speaking of team fights, Claude and Eve, the combo that we could see from Onyx Philippines to go through in the team fights. Right now, RC has one more call to do this. Will they take the Beatrix now for Emon this time around? And oh, look at that. Oh, that's
Wrecker.
1 point. We have Wrecker, a former member of RSG. Slate Philippines.
Hey, yo.
Yo.
Hey, yo, you gotta chill, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And also, that was Demon Kite.
Right.
Yes. Full support from former teammates, obviously. It's just a one big family right now for RSG. I love that support.
Yeah.
And I love the crowd, obviously.
Everybody else coming through for both of these squads. I mean, we've seen Butters interview some of the people that are supporting Onyx Philippines, but going back to support, it's going to be the Franco that's going to be picked up here by Light. This time, there's no longer going to be any type of hook coming in from the Kaja, but instead, the Franco will do it. There's going to be a huge amount of, there will be a huge amount of vision that could come forward and an immediate way to potentially pick off a hero that was also the same recipe that they've had in game numbers 1 and 2.
Well, speaking of game 1 and 2, Lolita, on the other hand, what you guys saw about is banned out by RSG. And they're exchanging with the comfort picks and power picks of RSG. So now, if we're looking for an avenue for a roamer, could an Atlas be an option of Onyx?
Honestly, yes. Actually, it is. Considering that there's no availability of a Diggy, Atlas is actually surprisingly strong right now, or supposed to be surprisingly strong. Teams are just looking for that moment where they can use it. But yeah, Atlas definitely something that you can think about here in this lineup.
And Atlas has never been used before by the side of Onyx Philippines. So if they use it now, it's going to be the best case scenario
It might
for
be
them.
a good surprise, right?
It's a good
Yeah.
surprise. Something that could work out for this composition, given that it's like a 50-50 chance going up against the Franco. You love it heading up against the Fredrin and the Arlot because you could either put them closer to you or just isolate them
Whoa.
away
Oh,
and
man.
dish it out as much as they can. And now we're starting to take note of the Ruby. You've mentioned this a while ago, Rockhart, wherein Ruby has had its fair share of wins and losses.
Oh, yeah.
But this time they're not going to take their chances. They want to force Kekedut to use another hero.
A Ruby ban. I was shocked with that. I did
This
not
is-
expect that.
RSG
Use
is-
something else, Kekedut.
Yeah, they're squeezing something out. They want something to go up against an Atlas really good. They take out the Beatrix for Eman. So there's a lot of things that is still open for Eman to use. So will it be the gold lane route? Oh!
Oh, it looks like the champion on the camera.
Speaking of supportive friends, look at that. Oh, Raha.
Oh my
Yeb.
goodness.
Coach Yeb of
The
Onyx.
champions of MPL Philippines.
That is what
MPL
Onyx Indonesia, the two-time Onyx Indonesia
Road to
champion.
Thanos.
Onyx and Kyrie together with Manjin.
That is what you call a humble flex. He
Yeah.
didn't even flex the ring, but as soon as the camera went to that specific angle,
He had no
the
choice.
Sky King just went there.
We have the family of Onyx Philippines back
It's
before. Whoa,
Kufra.
and Naizu as well, man.
What a bro is majestic.
Yeah, look
I
at
will
those claws
always
on the
say
side,
that.
man. There's
Yeah.
very scary claws. On
Those
the
are some claws, man.
Very beautiful claws.
Yep.
It's difficult to get scratched by the claws of Naizu.
Yeah.
Claws too, dude.
And Paquito is back
Oh.
for Onyx Philippines. Is this the recipe that we're looking for?
So we're still not sure. Is this a Joy jungle or a Paquito jungle?
Oh, it can be swapped, yeah?
They can be
swap
swapped
now.
flex.
depending on the situation. But knowing now that the Arlot is going to be the matchup to go here for the XP lane, you would prefer one or the other. But this time, the Melissa is still not banned.
Oh, yeah.
Ammon could potentially use it.
Auntie Mel.
Or instead just go for the Brody because it can support the Franco right away. There are
Exactly.
two choices that could be made here by the side of RSG. Which
I-
one are they going to go for?
I like the Melissa because it has go away.
There you go.
So that's going to slow down the Paquito. It's going to slow down the Kufra as well.
Yep.
So that's pretty good.
Man, this is a big question right now for the Yellow Hedgehogs to force a game number 4 because they're hanging on a thread here. They're really on the cliff to go and cross their lives for the playoffs.
Can you imagine the draft that RSG just did here? They banned out the Grok, they banned out the Akai, they even took the Fredrin from Sensui.
And as our Cebol team is happening right now in Cambodia, our hashtag is Taon ng Tagumpay or Year of Triumph. So continue to support our Cebol men and women MLBB delegates in the upcoming 32nd SEA Games happening from May 11th to 14th in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Wherever you are right now in the Philippines, continue to support our team representing the MLBB division, men and women, raising our flag in Cambodia.
Go for gold and just keep the win streak in our favor. MLBB Philippines has been such a strong force in the world right now, and I think we can keep that up.
The ML is MLing, if I should say.
Right.
Yes.
This is Lakas ng Pinas, the strength of the Philippines, the home of champions. Now,
We even have a song for that.
yes, go ahead and stream it on YouTube. Because now it's RSG's momentum up against Onyx Philippines. How's the start right now for the Yellow Hedgehogs?
I mean, Eman is already there assisting everybody else. So, I mean, Light is assisting Eman because you're going to start to see Eman's damage in the later portions of the game. But if it arrives early, this is going to be a heavy team fight composition kind of RSG that we're about to see. But Light, though,
Oh, Light actually is taking up a lot of damage, but the funny thing here is Irad's a little slower compared to Sensui this time around.
Yeah, more
right?
of the fundamental, more on the side of being in a Fredrin, from being an assassin to a Fredrin right now in game number 3.
Oh, look at that.
I say Sensui and Keket is really having a good start on getting the visions in part of how they lost game 1 on retrieving the information for RSG.
and it's starting to make sense on why they picked up the Paquito instead of any other hero because the Paquito could knock up the Abraser's Wrath that could be brought about by the Fredrin. So in case the objectives are going to be secured by Irad, there is a way for them to stop it with that double retribution because of that Abraser's Wrath. So there are some ways for Onyx to make it, not only with the jungle position, but now they're gonna fight.
Yeah, they're fighting up in the bottom side of the map where Ryota does not have that level 4 yet, which means he's not ready to fight yet.
Oof.
And RSG, they took advantage.
Oh, and also a clear path for the first objective for the Raiders to take. But meanwhile, Kekadut and Sensui still holding the area. Light as well holding Kekadut on the ground. Nats, look at that.
RSG, you're very happy to take this fight straight into the faces of the Sonics. Irad takes the Lord, or the Turtle rather, and this time around, Nats is the one who is dealing the damage almost all on his own.
Patience is a virtue, and all on his own. Nats starting with this one, 2-0 and 1 plus the first objective of the game.
And this is what I was mentioning in game number 2, right? We usually see Nats building on that one.
Yep, Nats is just insane right now, but at the same time, look at Light. He's also making a mark. He's forcing some flickers out of the members of Onyx, and I think Irad also takes it.
Stolen!
Takes that purple buff.
They're not even giving MPL-PH any sort of break at this point. They took the turtle from them, got 3 lives after that one, and even took Sensui's purple buff. One that would be helpful in that Paquito scaling up. So this time Onyx really needs to make some moves because they're starting to have problems even in the smallest of things. Trying to secure their objectives, trying to get away from those kinds of initiations that RSG is about to force them.
And non-stop action right now coming in from RSG. They know they're ahead and they're maximizing their advantage. Like you said, OSX, they seem to know the limits of the heroes of Onyx right now, and they're getting boxed in.
Yeah, Rockhart, Sona, that's the name of the game. Forced. RSG is forcing Onyx Philippines right now, early game, to not have resources, answer to every team fights, and even the pickups, which they are strong against, and it's just the other way around. With Kekadut being back in the Kufra, he needs progress. He needs more vision for his team. And with all of the pressure right now, with Nets being the damage deal of this team, he needs to not be distracted by this point. Because look at that, Nats and Ryota just really having the time on the EXP lane. Oh, Irad on the other hand is not letting go of this.
Yep, it's going to be Irad. It's a 1v3, but somehow he is still surviving. And even taking a kill with a fadeaway. Abraser's Wrath.
And that is a Grand Theft Orange by Irad. No objectives again for Sensui, Sona.
He said, I'm going to take the purple or orange and get out of here.
But on the top side, it's Onyx who are taking the fight. But looks like they might have a hard time to clean this up without Sensui. And there it is, that Paquito making its mark finally. But on the other side of the map, it is Irad taking that turtle.
The life of Light to the life of Eman, still not being distracted from the items. Corrosion side is in, Sona.
That is a major piece to the puzzle here for the side of RSG, although props still to the side of Onyx because they've managed to secure a Demon Hunter sword for Nets. They're taking care of Nets pretty well, and also through the help of the Avarice as his emblem, he gets some extra gold heading forward, which is why it's a little bit of a match here in terms of the gold position. Meanwhile, things are starting to become a little bit different for the other sides because now it's Kekadut that's feeling the little bit of a pressure.
Oh no!
That's Kekadut. There's no one available to help him out, and that is a 1 for none. RSG, they're just going away with anything they want to do on the map.
Hey man, I'm feeling bad right now for Kekadut. The second death of this Kufra. Nets!
Nets!
Ooh, he still lives.
Close.
Go back to the base, Nets. But now RSG has eyes on Kekadut. How do you manage to hold the line without having defense items? Sensui.
I mean, he's going to have to try his very best, but that is 3 members of RSG on the chase with an iron hook straight to the face. And that might be Sensui going down. It's Eman joining the fray as well. Super Friends, there's not really much he can do to slow down RSG.
Oh man, this is not looking good.
Bro, RSG in acronym is technically ready, set, go. They're just ready to go for the fight at this point. They're not chilling. They're ready because they know that they have the item advantage. They're setting, and now they're going for it once again. As Emma's taking a lot of damage.
Emma, one go away, just negated, canceled out that Tyrant's Rage.
But still, they got the turret.
And they also got the turret.
Man. Well, that's a good way to point out RSG. Ready, set, go. That's a 10 out of 10, Sona.
Thank you.
RSG. You just open up my eyes for that one. This is how they play! What?
Yeah, and speaking play, they are going non-stop right now, but looks like Onyx will get a better footing. At least Nets is still alive. Exhort does not go down, though. And I think the turtle still went over to RSG.
Oh, the problem is here.
No.
Ooh. No one can really touch this Melissa right now, and I don't think there's anything that Onyx can do unless they can make a very good engage.
Man.
Sensui is at the back. Oh, he can go for it.
At the back
go
too.
away! The go away slows down the melee hitters of Onyx. Again, the Melissa is just a game changer for RSG. No one can take her down.
The snowball of the Raiders are forcing Onyx to kneel down to the damage. And Sensui was the one to even be the front line, and he had 3 deaths. He didn't have the first item needed for a group to be in the front line for his team.
It was a sandwich method that RSG Slate Philippines executed during that fight. They knew that they have the durability on the backside, so all-out damage is going to be there. Although, a consolation prize coming in from Onyx Philippines, an overextension brought about by Light to give out and dish out information is going to be handy because the kill apparently went to Ryota, which is really going to be important. But taking a look at the gold earnings for, four members of RSG together with that 4.3k gold lead, only Nets being the lone Sonic that is right over there just trying to dish out damage, and he is, again, the very first one. So there is some silver lining, a glimmer of hope for Onyx Philippines that maybe if they get to keep their ground all together, they could still manage to form a team fight that could very well work to their advantage.
In fairness to Onyx, they know the assignment, right? Try to kill Eman. But the problem is they can't really do it.
Yeah.
Even though Nets is really good in positioning this game.
Yeah, and they all need to work together in order to make this work because right now the investment is with Nets. The damage dealer of Onyx is with Nets.
Yep.
With all of the 3 members having 3 deaths, how do you even to see the way of, or to fathom to be in a defense mode? Because RSG is not stopping for every avenue. Look at that, the position of Nats on the other side of the death bush.
Speaking of which,
they want to go right now. Kekedot, he can't even activate his set. He is getting wheeled down so hard by RSG right now. And right now, RSG have full control of the Lord area.
that is not the best way to go in that kind of fight because, again, during that specific team fight, Nets, their main damage dealer, one of the biggest contributors towards Onyx Philippines' damage, was away from the fight. He was on the top side. Fortunately for them, they still managed to get the top lane outer turret. But again, in exchange for the Lord, that is really not the best exchange. That is really not the best kind of scenario if you're Onyx Philippines. And now, RSG is maximizing their stay. They're, overstaying their welcome at this point because they've now managed to take another orange objective, and Onyx has nothing to do about it.
Did he catch one? Right down bottom, did Kekedut catch
He's
one?
the one caught! He's the one who gets caught in his own trap! What is happening here? It's topsy-turvy day for Onyx!
Oh,
no!
It's just one after another!
The humanity! Oh! RSG's just not slowing down, guys. They want that win.
They want to live another day in the play-ins to the playoffs stage. They have a title to defend, and this is their first mission to accomplish. How is Onyx Philippines going back from this?
I mean, if you're Onyx Philippines, you still have the electrifying beats. You still have the real-world manipulation. So there's still some sort of poke damage and wave clear. So that is something that Onyx Philippines could maximize on. But again, the RSG gold gap is just a little too much. Irad still unscathed in this matchup. He also secured that dominance eye, so it's going to be a little bit harder for him to go down. As Onyx Philippines, this is another glass cannon type of setup that we're actually seeing. I mean, not even that, because even though they have 3 main damage dealers, those are 3 squishy heroes altogether, so there are no other pillars for them but to stay, or there's no other choice for them but to stay in the midst of the fight. Fortunately for Sensui, he has managed to take that orange objective.
There's no sponge, there's no soaker for the defense of Onyx Philippines, because right now they are really reliant for the Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge of Kekado to work. He just had his Dominance Ice to counter the damage of RSG Slate Philippines. But right now he could actually need an Immortality to make things work. Because if comeback is concerned, they need to divide RSG most of the time. And this is how they could see a winning condition. And this is a freeze lane. And they're forcing Onyx Philippines to come out of the dark.
Right now, the map just belongs to RSG, and you need a gate pass every time you got to go around the bush area. There's just no way Onyx will be able to sneak one up on the RSG unless someone slips up.
There's only 1 turret taken from RSG, and that's the top lane where Emon was sitting on, and now it's all still on full defense.
It's very understandable why Onyx Philippines are trying to make moves, because it's something that they need to do. And that is exactly it. Irad takedown.
Here's the engage. Finally, can they take a kill? But Irad's really lasting a long time. He's not able to put down the Appraiser's Grab, which means he will go down. That's 1 for Onyx. Well, looks like Nats is going to be going on a 1v4 killing spree right now with Light and Evan Exhort on the back. And somehow, Nats is still alive.
He's the leaning tower of broomsticks. The Arlot is still alive. 5v1. Nats doesn't care. This is why he's called Nats Entertainment. He entertained 5 heroes. He overstayed his welcome, and he still didn't get picked off. Instead, he was the one who paved the way for his other teammates to just unleash the bloody hunt and stun them out of the ground.
He just said, eyes on me, Onyx Philippines. This is how they divide the yellow hedgehogs. No. A close iron hook. And this is RSG Slate Philippines taking another free lord.
And this is why the Arlot is just so good, right? The Arlot is so good. It enables players like Nats to really go insane if given the opportunity. And so far in this game, he's had all the chances to make those highlight plays on the Arlot.
I mean, this is the reason why you have the Tenacity Arlot as one of the best heroes in the current game that we have. Tanky can set up plays, low cooldown, also built up with defensive items together with that extra damage coming in from that Thunderbelt is something that is super handy. RSG almost 9k in gold lead, all 3 waves intact. The Lord on the top side. If there is one way for Onyx defend, the time is now. Try to get a pick off as much as you can before it all falls down.
They need to defy the impossible. They need to look at the possibility to change time if they want to live another day in the playoffs. RSG Slate Philippines, I saw 3 Radiant Armors. Oh, the final slash!
The huge final slash coming in from Nats. And that is going to take out 2 inhibitor turrets with more coming in from the back. Eman's just unstoppable on the Melissa as well. Nets rather, tried to clear up the minions, but looks like it won't be needed. RSG with a free 0 sweep against Onyx Philippines.
The reigning and defending Kings of Sea. The Raiders are gonna live another day. They struggled throughout the regular season, and if you could see their faces right now of relief to cross the first step of their mission to defend their title.
Gentlemen, MPL fans, history has repeated itself. It's another 3-0. Onyx Philippines couldn't get over that hump, couldn't get over the obstacle. It's still RSG, raiding, slaying, and going for that title once again.
And it is all she wrote here for this series. I love that we saw that kind of performance from RSG. They definitely are on the way to showing their old form, the reason why they are the C champs.
They're ready to see the world, and they have more obstacles to accomplish. But now, heading into the next bracket in the playoffs, they have a second life this time around.
And they could make they definitely made quick work of Onyx, but I mean, Onyx did their best to stay in the competition for as long as they could, especially during game number 2, wherein they had the fighting chance. But again, Irad's installment in this team is just masterful, if I should say.
He is just the 1 point that they needed. And now, let's head over to Marikina with our State Philippines on stage.
Coach Bluffsy, it's been a journey for Onyx Philippines. So what would you like to say everybody who supported you throughout Season 11?
Yun po, gusto lang namin magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumuporta po sa amin hanggang sa dulo. Yun.
Did you guys want to say your final messages to your fans? You can tell us how you're feeling right now, what you want to show them, share with them your appreciation.
Yun, salamat sa mga pumunta dito para suportahan kami. Yung mga kapamilya namin, yung mga taong, yung mga fans, salamat. Babawi kami next season, hindi pa ito yung huli. Marami kaming natutunan ngayon, tapos dadali namin yun sa susunod na season.
At thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa Onyx. At lalo-lalo sa mga old teammates ko, kila Coach Chef. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to thank you for all your efforts. And I'd like to remind you to keep your chin up. You have something to be proud. You have each other. There are lots of people who are supporting you. And we're looking forward to seeing you back for Season 12. Once again, everybody, Onyx Philippines! And thank you to the RSG fans that are screaming their support and saying, what time is it? It's Onyx time. We will see you again, Onyx, for Season 12. And now, for the winners, RSG Philippines! Come on up. Where's Coach Panda? Coach! RSG Philippines, I know everyone noticed how great their performance is today. Coach, congratulations! Oy, Wrecker! Kanina ka pa namin hinahanap, Wrecker, ha, Coach? Everybody noticed, even the fans were saying it. There's something different about RSG today. You guys are much cleaner, more disciplined. There's something about RSG, and we're wondering, how was the preparation? How was the 2 weeks like? Because they came out today like different people.
Siguro what I focused during the 2 weeks preparation is not the quantity of practice, it's the quality of practice. Before, what would happen is that kung meron isang talo sa scrim or isang sa tournament, na-review namin lahat ng errors. Tapos, ayun, I tell them, fix everything. But for the 2 weeks, I told them, fuck everything. Ay, sorry. Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad.
We'll bleep that.
Okay.
We'll edit that, Coach.
Sorry.
We'll bleep it.
Ulitin ko, okay? Sabi ko, just forget about
PG-13.
all the errors. Instead, let's just think about error 1 and error 2. And today, we're going to focus on only 2 errors until we get it right. And siguro that's right now, more linis ng game na yan.
And whatever you're doing, Coach, it's work. Now, you made a comment before that Irad was a selfish jungler, H2 was a selfless jungler, and what you wanted was a combination of both. A lot of people have been making great comments, compliments about Irad. Now, in this series, did you find that he was able to successfully bring that combo that you wanted?
Yes, actually, H2O really helped Irad a lot. Sabi ko sa kanya, sa kanila dalawa, we don't have a main lineup. We have a starting lineup. If Irad is the starting lineup and he fails to meet the expectations sa performance, then we always have H2O sa backup. So, yung mga advantage ni Irad tells to H2O. Yung mga benefit ni H2O, he tells kay Irad. So, they actually became really close brothers. And that is why Irad played well today.
And Irad, we want to hear from you. Kasi alam mo, grabe talaga yung mga compliments at sinasabi sa'yo ng mga tao pag nabasa mo yung comment section. At si Hambi nga, yung ating super fan ng RSG, ikaw daw talaga yung susi. Anong masasabi mo sa performance mo? Kasi you entered MPL just on the last week for your debut at nakapaglaro ka sa first playoffs mo.
Ano ba?
Ano masasabi mo sa sarili mo?
Hindi ko po alam eh.
Basta alam mo, masaya ka.
Masaya po ako, masaya.
Pero ngayon, bukas, it's gonna be a tough matchup. Again, you're gonna be facing the world champs. You're gonna be going up head-to-head with a two-time world champ, Carl TZ. He's such a great player. So, with that matchup, how do you think that's gonna go?
Nung unang matchup po namin kasi medyo nape-pressure po ako, ganun. Sobrang tapang niya po maglaro. Parang binabata niya po ako. Pero bukas po, bibigay ko po yung best ko. Papatunayan ko po kaya ko po mapagsabayan sa lahat ng mga malalakas na jungler.
Ayun! And so far, you've been amazing. All eyes are on you. And it's nice to see you, Demon Kite. All right, once again, everybody. RSG Philippines, give them a round of applause. Now we're gonna break down that game for you, but first, final walk for you guys. The walk of victory. You may now take your bow. Go ahead, walk to the front. Everybody, GG. GG. RSG Philippines, kitang-kita na talagang gumana ang kanilang 2-week preparation. At ihimayin natin yan kasama ang ating casters. Casters, pasok.
The Raiders are on a mission to defend their title. In the words of Coach Panda, forget everything.
Yep.
Forget everything, all of the losses, all of the struggles, and that's how they do it today. RSG rising up to the challenge from a regular season, now in a new form. RSG, the Raiders, the current Kings of Sea, is now back on track to defend their title.
Yeah, I'm very happy for them, but obviously I'm a little sad for Onyx. We see old teammates way back in the previous seasons. And I just hope that they bounce back stronger in the next season because I'm excited. The promise I want it to be fulfilled.
Yep. Onyx Philippines just building up to those experiences that they've had. And it's quite refreshing to see that, RSG Philippines all have smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
It's something that we haven't seen for a very long time.
Now let's see what happened with that game. Renmar Santa Cruz break things down a bit. It's RSG dominating our second series of the day.
Thank you, casters, and of course, congratulations to RSG Slate Philippines once again. Yeah! Yeah! Let me talk to you. All right, so this is what we saw in that last game. It was just RSG Slate PH dominance. Not only in game, pero nag-umpisa rin sa draft. Here's a fun fact for you. Eman going into the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs, 6-0 yung kanyang record sa Melissa. So this was a major comfort pick. Midnight over on the analyst desk, on the desk for the Filipino broadcast, mentioned the possibility of a Brody alongside Wolf and Santi. The Brody would have sounded really good as well. Pero yun nga, dahil sobrang comfort at undefeated sa regular season yung Melissa and Eman, of course, you're gonna pick that and prioritize that. At nakita nga natin, yung isa sa mga epekto ng Melissa sa draft ng lineup ng Onyx Philippines kung saan dive heavy sila. Kung merong isang magda-dive sa mga miyembro ng Onyx PH sa backline ng RSG, isang ultimate lang ng Melissa, the go-away ultimate, will stop the momentum of that dive because at the same time,
the other members of RSG, specifically Nats on the R-Lot, is stopping the other members of Onyx from being able to respond on the dive attempt on to the Melissa. Yeah. Now, with the drafting, the Pagito pickup, of course, struggled. The Valentina was strangely given to RSG-PH knowing na meron silang chance na makukuha yung ultimate ng Eve, pero hindi nga lang yung ultimate ng Eve. One of the biggest strengths of the matchup of a Valentina versus a Joy is that with a Valentina, kontra sa Joy, nabibigay mo yung team na may Valentina na tawag na second chance opportunity or pangtaka sa Valentina. Sa sobrang, of course, we all know the Valentina has 2 dashes. Dash forward, bibitaw ng damage, or dash back, or yung sobrang aggro na dash. Pero pag dinagdagan mo yun ng ultimate ng Joy as an option for the Valentina, makagawa siya ng damage or meron siyang pangtakas. So that's one of the reasons why the Valentina pick was perfect there for RSG. 2-0-11 ang record ni Exort on the Valentina. No deaths alongside the Melissa, alongside the Nats as well. The R-Lot of Nats as well. At nakita nyo naman, one of the key things to beating Onyx-PH is kailangan nyo guluhin ang gitna ng mapa ng Onyx-PH. You stop the jungle, you stop the roam, you stop the mid, you stop the rotations. That will help the side lanes. Because one of the things that Onyx does well, balikan natin yung keys to victory at saka yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, is that Onyx-PH are a great inside to outside team. From the side lanes to the mid lane, dun sila gagawa ng mga actions nila. Pero dahil na-shutdown yung rotating 3 nyo sa gitna, yung side lanes hindi nakakuha ng tulong. Eman for the first 6 minutes roughly of this first 5 minutes ay na-dominate niya si Nets sa lane kahit nga lang even though Onyx was able to get that assist para kay Nets, nung tuloy-tuloy lang, Eman was able to regain control again because of the early game invades, purple buff steal, and because of the disruptive presence of Nats on this R-Lot. Swak na swak talaga yung hero na to para sa kanya. The timing, yung pagbitaw ng abilities, maximizing what he can get from the Vengeance second skill. At sa mga panahon na nag-iisip tayo lahat, bakit naglalaban pa doon si Nas? May flicker naman siya, ba't di na lang siya tumakas? Hinihintay niya yung pag-activate ulit ng Vengeance. Of course, you don't need crowd control all the time para ma-activate yung Vengeance second skill. Hintayin mo lang yung refresh nun at ma-activate niya kagad. Nakita mo yun sa laban na yun. And in the end there, when we saw the members of RSG celebrating together at the end of the game, celebrating their victory, Nats and Coach Panda shared a really meaningful hug. Kitang-kita mo gaano ka-proud si Coach Panda with Nats and how Nats was very grateful and very thankful to Coach Panda of, well, we can only assume some great teachings that he taught him. Going back into the game here, sinabi na nga ng mga casters, not only the Filipino broadcast, also on the English desk, just how good the play of RSG was altogether, not only as individuals, but as a team. Kada ikot nila, kada commitment into an action, laging may resulta. Hindi natin nakita yung any ounce of hesitation. Kung mag-hesitate sila, hindi yun hesitation, it was just them being careful, recalibrate. Pag natapos na yung cooldown sa key abilities, dun sila lalaban ulit. Very well calculated by RSG-PH. No hesitation, just continue the action because that's the best thing you can do. At yun nga, in the early game, na-reward sila dahil dun sa lack of hesitation nila in the early game, pinahirapan nila yung buhay dito nila Sensui, and in turn Kekadut, and in turn Super Friends. And of course, nakita rin naman natin yung mga hooks dito ni Light, the great timing of the flicker, bloody hunt combo as the Franco. Sometimes nga, hindi niya binibitaw kagad. He's letting others set. Once he sees that it's going to be a good opportunity to use it, gagamitin niya. And of course, Eman just staying alive, staying in the back line, being able to free hit. And of course, RSG did a really good job as well of creating space for their gold laner. And of course, Nats, our MVP, did that fantastically. A beautiful series and a beautiful game played by RSG Slate Philippines. One last time, SMX, yeah! One more time, yeah! All right, Mara, talk to him.
We were just treated to action-packed matches to open the MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. Now we bore witness to 2 teams advancing to the upper bracket of the playoffs at the cost of another two teams' journey. First up, Blacklist International opened the 4-day brawl with a perfect series against Smart Omega. We were treated to Wise's tank slot, proving his ability to play assassin heroes, and the Golden Boy Owl outperforming the Calra. Finally, we saw RSG Slate Philippines with another sweep versus Onyx Philippines. Irad flexes mastery over utility and assassin junglers to put an end to Atoy Army's playoffs run. Now bukas, we'll see Brand Esports and the Hype going up against the Codebreaker and Blacklist International. After that, the reigning world champion Echo will face RSG Slate Philippines. So kita-kita ulit bukas dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang player sa buong mundo. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na sa harap ng pagsubok or tagumpay, laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody. And thanks to Jan Joseph Lyda, designer and MPL fan, for this beautiful outfit. See you all tomorrow.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.